Our protagonist has always dreamed of becoming powerful enough to conquer the martial arts world called Murim. In order to fulfill his dream, he became the patriarch of the Heavenly Steed clan. One of the enemies, before his death, told our hero that God would punish him for all his deeds. But he replied that he had done nothing wrong, but was merely using the strength he had earned through hard work, so he had nothing to fear. Finally, our hero achieved what he wanted, and one way or another, it was quite funny for him to be human. But his main enemy, Shin Ryun, stood in his way and was clearly in a warlike mood. Without thinking twice, the man attacked our hero, but he very deftly managed to dodge. Then Shin Ryun decided to strike with such force that a crater was formed in the ground. But our hero withstood this blow too and managed to deflect it, although it was difficult for him. The man shouted that his enemy was the very embodiment of evil, and he vowed to wipe all evil from the face of the earth. Shin Ryun swung and put even more force into his blow, but again, it did no harm to anyone. The fight between the two men was very fierce, but our hero was confident in his strength. With each blow, Shin Ryun became more and more angry, because he intended to kill his enemy. But our hero was not going to retreat either, so this time he decided to strike back. But alas, the man missed, and at such a tense moment he let his guard down. Our hero did not understand how it happened, but his enemy managed to take advantage of the moment and immobilized him. Shin Ryun said that the man was the embodiment of evil, so he would now taste divine retribution and go straight to hell. But our hero replied that he was not going to meekly accept this and would resist to the last. Shin Ryun is truly a valiant man, so he chose a selfless and noble way of reprisal. Without thinking twice, he killed himself along with his enemy, as this was the only way to defeat him. But our hero was not going to give up his dream at any cost. And since then, after each death, he was reborn, embodying evil itself and still trying to take possession of Murim. The man understood that he would never suffer again, and he was always one step closer to becoming a deity. Each time our hero gathered an army, became stronger, and thought that it was no longer possible to defeat him. But alas, all this was not so, because after some time he always appeared. The undisputed master of the sword, Shin Ryun, always stood in our hero's way, and he was just as determined and militant as the previous times. But our hero didn't even think about giving up and said that he wouldn't let history repeat itself. After all, with each reincarnation, he really did become much stronger. As time went on, their battle became more and more fierce, and their forces were almost equal. The city in which they fought was usually reduced to ruins. But this never stopped the men, and they, seeing no obstacles, tried to kill each other. And so, when our hero plunged his sword into his enemy and thought that the fight was over, he realized that he had made a mistake and lost again. After all, Shin Ryun was just as determined, so before the fight, he coated his sword with poison. Our hero began to bleed and cursed his enemy for using such a dirty trick to kill him. Every time the man was reborn, Shin Ryun found him and always defeated him. And the head of the Blood Clan, also known as the Blood God, remained at the head of Murim. During his 5th reincarnation, our hero, in order to protect himself from past mistakes, decided to expand his influence and seize lands. The man trained to such an extent that this time he simply could not lose to his enemy. And when our hero had almost reached his goal, he appeared again. Shin Ryun found him, and saying that he would never win, attacked the man from behind. Our hero was ready for this fight and replied that this time everything would be different. But Shin Ryun was very serious, and with a sharp blow of his sword, he pierced the enemy. But alas, the man missed our hero, but only cut off part of his cloak. Shin Ryun became very angry and said that he would never give up and would definitely achieve his goal. Our hero asked if his enemy really enjoyed ruining everything. And after Shin Ryun's words that only he could destroy the embodiment of evil, his enemy broke his sword. Our hero, with a sharp movement, kicked the man in the chest and decided to attack him. Shin Ryun was thrown to the side by the blow, but managed to break and prepared for battle. Our hero jumped towards his enemy and shouted for him to say goodbye to his life. A very fierce battle broke out between the men again, causing everything around them to collapse. And finally, our hero struck his enemy with a sword and was very happy about it. The man leaned over to Shin Ryun and informed him that the fight was over and he had lost. But he didn't even think about giving up and said that he didn't want to do it, but apparently he would have to. Here our hero smelled something burning and realized that he was trapped. After this, Shin Ryun hugged him very tightly and unexpectedly for the man. Our hero was unable to escape, and his enemy decided to use his 1,000 lightning strike to burn the place to the ground. The man looked at Shin Ryun and realized that he was truly ready to go all the way. The enemy, seeing the bewilderment on our hero's face, began to laugh very loudly. The man was angry because he had planned to get out of here alive, but he couldn't do anything. Shin Ryun leaned towards our hero's ear and told him to simply accept his fate. But the man did not want to admit his loss, because he was sure that this time everything would be different. Our hero tried with all his might to escape from the clutches of his enemy, but he was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, a very bright flash of light appeared in the sky, heading straight towards the men. Our hero could not believe that he was about to die again, but alas, he never escaped. A bright flash of light destroyed the men and burned the entire city to the ground. And so our hero, Ha Jung-woo, was reincarnated for the 6th time to capture Murim. One day, a woman with a child was walking down the street and was in a great hurry. The baby cried all the time, and she was rushing to meet Ha Jung-woo, who had disappeared somewhere. The woman was very angry and said that this time the boy would not get off with a simple reprimand. Then, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker that a spatial portal had been discovered in the Guvildon area. An 8th-level demon has emerged from the portal, and while the unique association fights it, people need to head to the nearest shelter. The woman was very afraid for her baby, and she understood that she also needed to find Jung-woo. Suddenly there was a loud explosion and someone attacked a high-rise building that was nearby. The woman understood that the building was about to collapse, but she was too shocked to move. The house fell to the ground with a crash, and this fall took several lives. Behind this building stood that same demon who looked like a dragon, and he was clearly very warlike. With a loud roar, the uninvited guest turned around and walked further down the street. People who were near the fallen house were lying on the ground unconscious. The woman with the small child was still alive and tried to get to her feet. She couldn't do it, but she knew she had to find Jung-woo. But the girl's strength quickly left her body, and she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Then a man approached her body, stopped, and began to examine the situation. This was one of the special people who belonged to the unique association. People were very happy to see him, and began to ask him to kill the demon and save them. But the stranger started shouting for everyone to shut up, because he didn't come here to fight demons. People's faces immediately changed, and they did not understand why they were being spoken to like that. Then the man said that the stranger was one of the special ones, and the people from Unique must fight evil. But the man just laughed, and opening the bag he had been holding in his hands all this time, he began to pour out money from it. He reported that the monster had destroyed the bank and that fortune was on his side today. Seeing the surprised faces of the people, he began to laugh, because they clearly did not expect that the special one would rob a bank. Then the man ordered everyone to shut up and, attacking people, said that he doesn't work for free. People were very angry and promised to tell everyone about the chaos he had caused here. The stranger became very angry and, shouting, attacked the unarmed people again. Then the man said that he would get rid of everyone as soon as he dealt with the demon. And when he finishes with the dragon, he will become a hero and earn a lot of money. Then a boy approached the stranger and told him that he would die before he defeated the enemy. The man smirked and said that an 8th-level demon would never defeat him. But the boy said that the dragon that came was of a much higher level. The man looked very carefully at the child, not understanding what he was talking about. And then a growl was heard behind the stranger, which meant that there was a dragon there. When the man turned around, he saw the demon and realized that he was at least level 6 but not level 8. Then new information came from the loudspeaker that a 6th-level demon had emerged from the portal and that people needed to hide immediately. The dragon attacked the man, who fell to the ground and was quickly defeated. The boy was left alone with the 6th-level demon, but he didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, the child said in a very calm voice that the dragon had chosen the wrong area. After all, with his growling and the fact that he destroyed the bank, he frightened his family. Therefore, he will now have to pay for all this with his life. The boy looked at the dragon and said that the demon was really very strong. But in his past life, defeating dragons like him wasn't even worth mentioning. The child hit his enemy with all his might, and the demon didn't even have time to respond. It didn't take much effort for Jung-woo to defeat this dragon, as he himself was a 2nd-level demon. However, the boy understood that this time he would have to work hard, because in this life he must not lose to Shin Ryun. 30 years ago, humanity evolved, and for some unknown reason, people were given powers akin to superpowers. This raised many questions, as these forces were previously unknown to humanity, and all countries of the world began to study them. The first country to figure out how to develop superpowers was the United States, but they kept their developments secret. Therefore, the rest of the countries began a race for information, and unexpectedly for everyone, portals began to appear in the fabric of space. Through them, demons entered and attacked the Earth, and only those few who had developed their strength could overcome them. These were the people who were called Special, and the leader of the unique squad named Park Soo-ho came to the scene of the last fight. He couldn't believe that a 6th-level demon had been defeated with just strength. The man checked all the CCTV cameras, and the only thing he could find out was that the demon was defeated by the boy. Then Soo-ho's nephew called out to him, and turning to him, he thought that the mysterious boy seemed to be a real monster. The man realized that his boy was no less powerful, so it was no surprise that there was someone else just as powerful. But for Park Soo-ho, it was very surprising that 2 monsters were born at the same time. Ha Young-woo has been reincarnated 6 times in an attempt to conquer Murim, and this time he decided to train hard to defeat Shin Ryun. The boy understood that the enemy had defeated him in all his lives, and that they were reincarnated together again this time. But our hero was not going to lose, and knew that he would have to make every effort to defeat him. Shin Ryun had made a fool of Ha Jung-woo so many times that it couldn't be tolerated anymore. Our hero understood that in this life everything would be different, and he would train tirelessly to become stronger. After all, he must not lose to his enemy again at any cost. Then someone called out loudly to the boy, and he suddenly returned to reality. It was his mother who came into the room and started scolding him for playing his game early in the morning. Ha Young-woo replied that these were not toys and that this was how he trained, but these words made the woman even angrier. After all, the boy constantly bullied other children, and seeing his mother's reaction, he promised that he would not fight anymore. The woman leaned towards him and asked him to promise that he would behave well. Ha Young-woo, unable to bear the tension, shouted that he would not hurt anyone again. The mother calmed down and ordered the boy to wash his hands and go have breakfast. In his past lives, Ha Jung-woo learned to kill and torture people without any remorse, which made him stronger. But this time, everything was different. And now he was sitting at the table and his mother was forcing him to eat carrots. But strangely enough, he even liked all this strange food and the care of his family. And now it was time to go to kindergarten, which Ha Jung-woo didn't really like. During a walk, our hero stood to the side while the children played and tried to develop their strength. One of the boys, named Kang Chun, was clearly the leader and suggested that the other boys do something. This child really wanted to challenge Ha Jung-woo himself and defeat him. After all, he was the heir of the Golden River clan, which was the strongest of their Great 8. But the boys doubted it, saying that every time Kang Chun challenged Jung-woo, he lost the battle. The child said that this time victory would be his, and for this reason he even asked his father to teach him the clan's secret technique. Kang Chun decided to prove to his friends that he really had become much stronger. So, approaching the tree, the boy prepared to show them his signature move. With a cry that he was using the Iron Fist of Fury, Kang Chun swung with all his might. Having struck the tree with all his might, its trunk shattered into small pieces. The boy was very pleased that he had finally succeeded, and his friends were shocked by what they saw and said that now he was definitely the strongest in the kindergarten. Kang Chun replied that it was not for nothing that he was a descendant of the Golden River clan. And finally, the hated Ha Jung-woo, who humiliated him in front of Yuhara, will get what he deserves. After all, Kang Chun will never forgive him for the shame that he had to endure back then. The boy's friends began to doubt that Ha Jung-woo would agree to take on this fight. But our hero was only glad to test his strength once again, so he agreed without hesitation. The children were shocked by what they heard and could not believe that a fight was about to break out. And Kang Chun didn't understand why Ha Jung-woo accepted this challenge so easily, because he saw him strike with a steel fist of rage. Our hero asked why the boy was acting tough in front of everyone, since he was clearly not the boss in this kindergarten. Kang Chun said that he didn't care and was ready to join this fight, as he had an ace up his sleeve. Ha Jung-woo said that he didn't know what his enemy was planning, but he clearly would never win. The battle never took place that day, and one day all the children from the kindergarten came to the Golden River clan's domain. The kids were very happy to be invited to this huge house. Only Ha Jung-woo stood to the side alone and didn't want to talk to anyone. Kang Chun addressed the guests, saying how glad he was that everyone had come to his birthday party and that the best dishes had been prepared for them. The children began to shout praises, congratulate, and thank the birthday boy for everything. But only Ha Jung-woo stood to the side, watched all this, and simply remained silent. Then Yuhara entered the hall, who also came to congratulate the birthday boy. Our hero noticed the girl around whom all the children were gathered and noted to himself that she was very popular. Then Kang Chun also saw that Yuhara had come to the party and ran to meet her. Ha Jung-woo looked at all this with horror, not understanding the boy's joy. Yuhara handed Kang Chun a bouquet of flowers and wished him a happy birthday, and he said he was glad to see her. But then the girl's attention was drawn to our hero, who was still standing to the side. Yuhara approached him and said that she was very glad to meet him here. The girl started to have a nice conversation with Ha Jung-woo and asked him to teach her how to play online games. But all this angered the birthday boy. Kang Chun shouted at our hero to move away from his guest and not talk to her. Meanwhile, in another room, the birthday boy's father was talking with his colleague. And he told him that today, on his birthday, Kang Chun was going to beat someone up and even asked him to teach him some techniques. The boy's father was named Lee Ho-guk, and he was the head of the Golden River clan. Kim Jong-gwan, who was the deputy head of the Golden River clan, replied that even if that were to happen, they would be there for him anyway. The boy's father said that he was not going to help his son because he was already responsible for his own actions. Kim Jong-gwan looked closely at the man and decided to find out why he still kept the portal core. Lee Ho-guk asked what was wrong with that, since the cores were just transmitters that supported the portal from which the demons came out. This is a priceless artifact that can only be obtained by killing a demon, plus it can be easily sold for good money. Kim Jong-gwan said that this was no ordinary cannonball, it was cursed, and anyone who touched it would be wiped off the face of the earth along with their family. Lee Ho-guk looked at his colleague and said that all this was not true, and he certainly won't be cursed with some completely ordinary trinket. Here in the hall where the birthday party was taking place, a very loud sound was heard. It was Kang Chun who, using his family's secret attack, attacked our hero. There was a huge hole in the wall of the house they were in, and part of the street was also destroyed. And Ha Jung-woo was lying on the rubble of all this, and from the force of the impact, he lost consciousness. Kang Chun was very happy that his enemy was finally defeated, and right in front of Yuhara. The crowd began to rejoice with joy that the birthday boy had just defeated Jong-woo. The boy, turning to the girl, said that she no longer needed to be afraid of our hero because he would protect her. Yuhara replied that she was never afraid of Ha Jung-woo because he had never done anything bad to her. Kang Chun said that she never liked our hero, and she told him that the boy had not yet lost. The headman's son asked what she was talking about, because he had knocked the guy out with his signature blow, and he would be unconscious for several hours. But Yuhara replied that everything would be different, and if he didn't believe her, he would soon see for himself. After all, the girl's strength lies in her divine eyes, thanks to which she can determine the enemy's condition. All of this was a first-class skill, but Kang Chun didn't want to believe that Yuhara was right. Turning his head, the boy was shocked to see Ha Jung-woo standing behind him, unharmed. Kang Chun didn't expect this at all, so he screamed very loudly in shock. And our hero laughed and said that he allowed him to hit him only as a birthday present. The boy looked very carefully at his enemy and did not understand what he was talking about. And Ha Jung-woo thought that he had reincarnated a huge number of times, and this was the least he could do at the age of 7. But hitting him was one thing, challenging him was quite another, so now it was his turn to respond. Our hero, without thinking twice, very quickly headed towards his enemy to show him the difference in their strength. Ha Jung-woo said that the boy would remember this lesson forever and would never dare to defy him again. Kang Chun screamed in fear, but our hero didn't even think about stopping. The Golden River clan building where everyone was suddenly shook violently again. The head of the clan realized that his son was most likely fighting with someone again. The deputy head asked Lee Ho-guk if he was planning to barge into a children's party. The man replied that he was simply curious who his son was fighting. Kim Jong-gwan said that he was more concerned about the portal's core, as he didn't know what the clan leader was planning to do with it. Lee Ho-guk got very angry and told his deputy that he had enough of this talk. The man simply knew that his boss knew absolutely nothing about this core. And Kim Jong-gwan knew everything about it and heard what kind of reputation they now have among other clans because of it. The head of the Golden River clan was very angry when he heard this and said that he didn't care about gossip. The clan's deputy said that they were considered empty-headed barbarians who had no understanding of the current world situation. After all, this core previously belonged to Kim Tak-soo, the previous head of the unique association. Seeing Lee Ho-guk's surprised face, the man said that it was all true. And 2 years ago, after his entire family was killed, Kim Tak-soo personally went inside the portal and retrieved this core. After that, it was passed on only to trusted persons, but they all died along with their families, which is why it was called cursed. Then Kim Jong-gwan asked if his boss could overcome this core, and he replied that it was difficult for him to say right away. The deputy head reported that everyone died without having time to do anything, and Lee Ho-guk is still delaying a decision on this core. Then the head of the clan looked at Kim Jong-gwan and said that it seemed he had lost him. The man was horrified by the news he heard, because this core was very dangerous. Meanwhile, in the hall where the birthday party was taking place, the fight was still going on. The children who watched what was happening were shocked by what they saw. At that moment, Ha Jung-woo flew to the side and fell on the table, breaking it. The crowd cheered again as Kang Chun began to win the battle again. Yuhara looked at the boy very carefully and didn't understand why he was glowing red. She saw that Kang Chun's aura had changed greatly, and there was some strange stone in his hands. Our hero, getting to his feet, also noticed that the boy began to glow red. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and she said that she was very scared. Kang Chun's gaze changed, became much angrier, and he began to laugh very maliciously. Yuhara realized that something really bad was about to happen, so she shouted for all the guys to get out of there. Meanwhile, the head of the Unique Association, Park Soo-ho, approached the gates of the building. Without thinking twice, the man knocked on the huge doors of the Golden River clan's estate. After all, he understood perfectly well that the boy who defeated the 6th-level demon was here now. After watching the video from the surveillance cameras, the man noticed that the boy was wearing the uniform of the Chonsun Kindergarten. The squad leader thought it was Lee Ho-guk's youngest son, named Kang Chun, but he needed to make sure. Meanwhile, the children who were in the building began to run in different directions, and the son of the clan leader glowed red ever brighter and was already hovering in the air. Yuhara decided to talk to him and asked the boy to calm down. She looked at Kang Chun very carefully and said that he needed to come to his senses. But the clan head's son didn't even think about stopping, but only laughed very loudly. The girl became very scared. Tears started flowing from her eyes again, but she herself could not move. Ha Jung-woo understood that thanks to the divine eye, Yuhara could sense imminent danger. Kang Chun's expression had completely changed, and he laughed and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Here the girl turned sharply to our hero and shouted for him to save himself. After that, the clan head's son suddenly hit Yuharu in the face with all his might. The force of the blow sent the girl flying far to the side, knocking down everything in her path. And Kang Chun was very pleased that he had become as strong as he had dreamed of. The girl was wounded and lay on the ground completely exhausted but still conscious. She was in great pain. She prayed for help and salvation, but she understood that no one would protect her. Yuhara saw Kang Chun start walking towards her and she knew he would kill her. The boy was determined, and it seemed that no one and nothing could save her. But suddenly someone decided to challenge Kang Chun, and with a sharp movement pushed him aside. The girl, who by this point had completely lost her strength, lost consciousness, and Jong-woo, although he understood that Hara, with her strength, could become a problem for him in the future, still stood up for the girl. From the force of our hero's blow, Kang Chun flew to the side and again assumed his normal appearance. The boy fell to the ground, began to lose consciousness, and at that moment memories flashed before his eyes. Kang Chun recalled that he tried his best, but his father always compared him to his older brother. And then one day the boy won a martial arts tournament among kindergartners. But my father said that there was nothing to be proud of because it couldn't be otherwise. Kang Chun looked at his father, and tears of resentment flowed from his eyes. The father, realizing that he had offended his son with his behavior, stroked him on the head. Then the man smiled and said that Kang Chun was still a good boy and he was proud of him. The boy looked up and began to glow with happiness because he so rarely heard praise. After this, Kang Chun came to his senses and, lying on the ground, began to get angry again. He remembered that time. His father had praised him for the first time, and then Jong-woo had appeared and ruined everything. Our hero did not hesitate to wait for his enemy to gain strength, so he struck him again. The boy didn't have time to block the blow and immediately flew back far again. Ha Jung-woo was glad that Kang Chun had returned to normal and lost his new power. The boy looked at our hero and said that he was the only one to blame for all his troubles. Jong-woo laughed and told Kang Chun not to cry, since it was his own fault for being such a weakling. The boy grinned and said that his enemy was right and he would no longer complain to him. And then something happened that our hero did not expect at all, because Kang Chun suddenly stood up on his feet and, jumping, decided to deliver his next blow. The boy kicked Ha Jung-woo in the face with all his might, sending him flying backwards. While our hero was flying across the room, he hit the floor several times, and then the wall. Even though the attack was quite strong, Jong-woo did not lose consciousness. Kang Chun was strong again and told our hero that he had made a good point, because the strongest always wins. The boy looked at his enemy, grinned, and his eyes began to turn red again. Meanwhile, in another room, Kim Jong-gwan was scolding his boss for losing the portal core. Lee Ho-guk said that he had no idea how dangerous this thing was. Here the head said that apparently this was a strong curse, since even the chairman of the association, Eunuch, could not cope with it. Kim Jong-gwan reported that the cursed core can subjugate the spirit of the one who uses it. To put it simply, the owner of this artifact becomes possessed by the devil himself. Kang Chun continued to attack our hero, but he did not have time to defend himself. The boy was delighted with his new strength, and each of his blows became more powerful. Kang Chun looked at his enemy and asked how it felt to be beaten by someone stronger than him. Then he smirked, realizing that Ha Jung-woo had always thought he was better than everyone else, and that had finally changed. From the very first day, Kang Chun dreamed of gaining the power to crush the boy like a bug. And then one fine day, while in his father's office, he came across the portal core. It began to talk to the boy and told him that if he took it, he would have powers he had never even dreamed of. Kang Chun didn't even hesitate, and taking the portal core in his hands, felt that he had truly become stronger. The boy was happy, because finally he could defeat anyone, and finally his father would be proud of him. But our hero didn't even think of giving up so easily, so his lips spread into a smile. The boy looked very closely at his enemy and did not understand why he was grinning. And Jong-woo said that he found it funny to watch him pretend to be Kang Chun. The boy did not wait and decided to strike his enemy again. But our hero was just waiting for this, so he managed to dodge very deftly. Ha Young-woo took advantage of this moment and grabbed Kang Chun by the hair. And then, with all his strength and without stopping, he began to hit the boy's head against the wall. After this, our hero said that he was now talking to a parasite that had taken over Kang Chun's body. Here the boy broke free from Ha Jung-woo's grip and, swinging his arm, decided to hit him. But our hero managed to intercept this blow, stopping Kang Chun's hand. After this, Ha Jung-woo pushed the boy away and kicked him in the back with all his might. Kang Chun hit his face against the wall again and immediately screamed in unbearable pain. But this did not stop our hero, and he very slowly moved towards his victim. The spirit inside Kang Chun realized that Ha Jung-woo was a real monster. He can't beat this guy in the body of a weak boy, and he needs to look for something better. At that moment, Park Soo-ho entered the room and asked what the children were doing there. Then the leader of the squad, Eunuch, asked if Kang Chun was among them by any chance. But he never heard an answer, because the monster in the boy's body, seeing the new body, rushed at him. Park Soo-ho didn't understand what was happening, so he looked at the child very carefully. Only a second later, everything changed dramatically, and the leader of the squad, Eunuch, began to scream in pain. The man's eyes changed, and his aura also began to glow red. The spirit entered Park Soo-ho's body, and Kang Chun fell to the ground, completely exhausted. And so the renewed leader of the squad, Eunuch, looked at our hero and told him to say goodbye to life. At that moment, Lee Ho-guk entered the room and asked what was going on. The man saw his youngest son, who was unconscious and bleeding. The clan leader looked at Park Soo-ho and asked if he did this to Kang Chun. The parasite in the body of the leader of the unique squad said that he was in a bad mood and ordered Lee Ho-guk to go to hell. The man looked very closely at the stranger and, grinning, said that he would not leave so easily. Moreover, his own mood suddenly worsened. Here, Lee Ho-guk very quickly approached Park Soo-ho and delivered his signature blow. The leader of the squad, Eunuch, flew at full speed to a completely different end of the room. Park Soo-ho hit the wall and fell to the ground, screaming in terrible pain. The parasite in the man's body became even more angry and said that Lee Ho-guk would not get away with this. But he didn't have time to do anything, because when he raised his head, he saw his enemy. The head of the Golden River clan stood above him, preparing to attack the stranger again. The evil spirit shouted that he wanted to talk, but Lee Ho-guk did not wait and struck his blow. At that moment, the portal core flew out of Park Soo-ho's hands and flew upward. Kim Jong-gwan, seeing him, began to shout that they had found their missing artifact. After this, the deputy head of the clan shouted at Lee Ho-guk to grab him quickly. The man said that he had already figured this out himself and extended his hand forward. But the head of the clan didn't manage to grab it, and the cursed portal core disappeared. After all, Ha Jung-woo, who turned out to be much faster, managed to intercept him. Kim Jong-gwan shouted to our hero that this was a very dangerous thing, and they had to hide it in a safe place as soon as possible. The evil spirit within the core began to beg for mercy, and for this he would grant Ha Jung-woo unprecedented power. But our hero began to laugh, and said that he found all this funny to hear from someone who was about to turn into a handful of dust. After saying these words, Ha Jung-woo crushed the cursed core in his hand, thereby destroying it. Lee Ho-guk asked why the boy did this, since it could be useful to him. But our hero didn't think so, because he saw that there was nothing useful in this artifact. After it was all over, the parents came to pick up their frightened children. Park Soo-ho was still unconscious and went to the hospital, and Kim Jong-gwan apologized to everyone. The deputy head of the Golden River clan was pleased with the fact that the incident with the cursed core was resolved. Kang Chun came to his senses, and while Jung Guang was treating his wounds, he asked him if he remembered what happened yesterday. The boy began to cry and said that he only remembers how guests came to him and that's all, and then his soul was under the control of the core. Kang Chun also said that now everyone in the kindergarten is afraid of him and will no longer play with him. Suddenly the boy looked around and asked where his dad was now. And then a very loud roar was heard above them, and the building in which they were located shook. Kang Chun, frightened, turned to Kim Jong-gwan and asked what it was. Meanwhile, up above, our hero was having a new fight with Lee Ho-guk's eldest son, Kang Hyun. And Ha Jung-woo easily and naturally won his next victory. The head of the Golden River clan stood and looked very carefully at his son lying on the floor. And our hero, at the other end of the hall, was without a single scratch. Lee Ho-guk was amazed by Jong-woo's strength and looked at him very carefully. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the head of the Golden River clan asked him for forgiveness for his loss. But the man didn't pay any attention to this and told our hero that he thought it was the boy who beat Kang Chun on his birthday. Ha Jung-woo made a very surprised face and asked why Lee Ho-guk was accusing him of this. The clan leader said that at first he thought that Park Sun-ho, being possessed by the cursed core, had arranged all this. But then it dawned on the man that his son had also succumbed to the influence of this core. So, in other words, Kang Chun was fighting with someone before Park Sun-ho appeared. That's why he suggested that the boy have a sparring match with his other son, whom he considered a talent. But Jong-woo beat him. Now the head of the clan wants to offer our hero to practice with him. Kang Hyun, afraid for the boy, shouted at his father not to do this because he was Kang Chun's friend. But Lee Ho-guk was very serious and said that the choice was for Ha Jung-woo. The eldest son of the clan head prayed silently that the boy would refuse, otherwise he would not survive. But our hero, who just wanted more practice, was very happy with this offer. Kang Hyun was shocked by what he heard and thought Ha Jung-woo had gone completely crazy. But the head of the Golden River clan was very happy that the boy accepted his challenge. Lee Ho-guk said that he really liked our hero's answer, because in a fight, the most important thing is strength and steadfastness of spirit. He who is strong physically but weak in spirit barks but does not bite. But he who is strong in spirit but lacks strength will never be able to appreciate what he has. The truly strong man is the one who has both of these qualities, strength and an unwavering spirit. Ha Jung-woo looked at the man and noted to himself that this was why he liked such simple, uncomplicated types. The head of the clan grinned and asked if the boy was afraid of his superpowers. But our hero replied that no, and on the contrary, he would be glad if a man used them. After these words, Lee Ho-guk stopped chatting and started taking action. But Ha Jung-woo, having foreseen this, managed to very deftly dodge to the side. But the whole situation only made the clan leader even more angry. So he began to use his superpower. And the man even managed to hit our hero once and he flew back and hit himself. Lee Ho-guk didn't wait for Ha Jung-woo to come to his senses and decided to deliver his signature blow. At this moment, Kang Chun and Kim Jong-gwan rushed to the scene of the battle in order to stop the clan leader before he went too far. The deputy head did not understand why the man wanted to test a 7-year-old child. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, one of the walls of the house cracked and began to fall apart. A huge hole formed from which Lee Ho-guk fell out, unconscious. Kang Chun and Kim Jong-gwan were shocked to see the man in such a state. In the wall of the Golden River clan's house, there remained just a huge hole. There was a constant wind blowing there, and it resembled some kind of strange portal. One day, one of the guests of the Golden River clan's residence decided to pass through this gap. The teenager said that 10 years had passed since he made this hole here. The uninvited guest was the now grown-up Ha Jung-woo, who decided to visit his friend. And taking the earphone out of his ear, our hero realized that he was very welcome here. The teenager was a frequent guest at this house, but he did not always pass through this hole. This time, for some reason, he was drawn here, and he stopped to examine this gap more closely. Then Kang Chun, seeing our hero, asked what he was looking at so carefully. Ha Jung-woo wondered how long this strange hole would remain here, since 10 years had already passed. Lee Ho-guk's youngest son said his father won't let him fix it. After this, the two teenagers headed to the office, where the head of the clan was already waiting for them. The man said the hole reminded him of his first defeat, and Jong-woo replied that it was not something to brag about. Lee Ho-guk laughed and said that it was true, because being defeated for the first time in his life by a 7-year-old was not much of an achievement. But he doesn't feel a bit ashamed of all this, because Jong-woo is incredibly strong. Here, the head of the Golden River clan suddenly stood up from his seat and saying that he was no slouch either, decided to attack the teenager. The man used his thunderbolt power, but our hero managed to jump aside. A huge hole appeared in the floor, and electrical discharges suddenly began to emanate from it. Lee Ho-guk smirked, saying that he gained his new power by obtaining the divine chi that previously belonged to Jong-woo. Our hero remembered that chi had once been his main trump card during battles, but he never even thought that he could pass it on to someone. But now it doesn't matter, because this time he won't be able to conquer Murim again, so he will simply have fun in this life. Meanwhile, the electric shocks completely engulfed Kang Chun's body, and he began to ask his father to stop. The head of the Golden River clan, seeing that at this rate he could kill his own son, stopped using force. The teenager fell to the floor, completely exhausted, and began to breathe very heavily. Then Kang Chun looked at his father and said that he had enough of using divine chi so thoughtlessly. Kim Jong-gwan entered the room and said that his boss should be more restrained, because this power did not come for free. Here Ha Jung-woo looked closely at the men and said that, in fact, he didn't get anything for it. The deputy head of the clan objected, reminding that our hero sold his chi for 10 billion won. The teenager scratched the back of his head and grinned, saying that he was beginning to remember something, but only very vaguely. Kim Jong-gwan recalled that 10 years ago they wanted to buy his divine chi, and he set a price of 10 billion won. Here our hero objected again, saying that they had only paid him 1 billion at the time. But the deputy chief recalled that after the boy transferred his power, he was appointed vice chief of the clan, with a salary of 300 million won a year. Ha Young-woo said that in that case, he thought it was fair considering the position and salary. Then Ho-guk approached them and asked them not to argue anymore, because the main thing was that with this power, their clan became much stronger. At this moment, our hero was called out by a little girl who was glad to see him. She called Ha Jung-woo cute, and then, unexpectedly for him, she threw herself into his arms. It was Lee Ho-guk's youngest daughter, Lee Hai-rin, and our hero asked to be called by his first name. But the girl immediately turned to the head of the clan and said that her father taught her to call the teenager cute. Lee Ho-guk laughed and said that he would do anything to marry his youngest daughter to Jong-woo and make him his son-in-law. Our hero thought to himself that forcing a 10-year-old to call him cute was a bit much. The clan leader asked the teenager to be kinder to Hyerin, since his wife and Jong-woo's mother were best friends. Our hero got angry, and Lee Ho-guk laughed and said that it looked like his son-in-law had decided to beat him. Our hero took the little girl in his arms and decided to end this conversation by going into another room. The clan leader thought to himself that no matter how much stronger he became, the gap between him and Jong-woo was only growing wider. Lee Ho-guk shouted after his daughter to hurry up and tie the stallion before the other one did it. Lee Hai-rin replied that she would be happy to do so, and our hero was shocked by what he heard, but did not comment on it. After visiting the Golden River clan's residence, Ha Jung-woo and Kang Chun went to school. He asked our hero if he was really going to marry her. Ha Young-woo replied that he didn't know because he couldn't predict the future. Kang Chun said that he heard that the teenager had decided to enroll in the magic department and was surprised by this news. Our hero reported that he is a good swordsman, but his fighting style is still lacking. Kang Chun said that if the teenager is a swordsman, then why does he need magic at all? Ha Young-woo replied that he couldn't walk around with a sword in broad daylight because it would attract a lot of attention. Our hero thought to himself that in this life he must become stronger, despite the fact that he had already given up on the idea of conquering Murim. While chatting, the teenagers didn't notice how they had arrived at a school that trains people with superpowers. Here, in addition to regular school subjects, students are taught survival and combat skills. To get into this school, you need to pass an entrance exam, and there is competition for 10 people per place. Kang Chu looked at the crowd of people wanting to study here and noticed Min Jin Yoon from the Red-Eyed Clan and Kang Mi Ho from Innovation. Then, behind the teenagers, a sharp squeal of girls was heard as they ran to ask for an autograph. Kang Chun grinned and said that he didn't expect such sudden popularity. But then they called out to him and asked him to get out of the way, because the girls were running to another idol. The fans started shouting that it was Jin Yoon himself in front of them and started asking our heroes to step aside. Then Kang Chun was suddenly slapped in the face, called a gorilla, and removed from the road. The teenager said that Jin Yoon had already pushed him away, so why call him names after that? But the fans all answered for their idol, saying that the teenager looked like a gorilla that blocked their entire view. Kang Chun looked at the crowd who were happy to see Jin Yoon and who were asking him for an autograph. All this angered the teenager, and he said that he was the heir of the Golden River clan and would not tolerate such treatment. But neither he nor Ha Jung-woo had time to do anything, because at that moment someone hit Jin Yoon. The teenager quickly flew to the side and, falling to the ground, lost consciousness. Then someone from the crowd started calling Kang Chun fat and laughing at him. Our heroes turned around to see the one who had struck Shin Ryun and who had been calling the son of the head of the Golden River clan names. Kang Chun's expression immediately changed, and he said that he was not happy to see his former friend, named Park Ka-ho. Ha Young-woo looked very carefully at the one who blocked their way, and the guy said that the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan named Park Ki-ho greets his rivals. Kang Chun became very angry and said that his former friend would not get off so easily this time. The teenager was very determined and wanted to teach his old friend a lesson, but Ha Jung-woo stopped him. Kang Chun looked at our hero and told him not to interfere and let him go. But Ha Jung-woo didn't say a word, but simply pointed with his head towards the arrogant guy. Kang Chun turned around and saw that Park Ka-ho had already been attacked by Shin Ryun's fans demanding an apology. The teenager looked at all these girls in great surprise and said that he didn't understand what they wanted from him. One of the most ardent fans pointed at Shin Ryun and told Park Ka-ho to apologize for his behavior. At this time, the teenage star's friends slowly helped him get up from the ground and stand on his feet. And the fans continued to attack Park Ka-ho, shouting at him and demanding that he apologize. But the teenager scratched the back of his head with a grin and said that apologizing was not his strong point. Then a strange grin appeared on his face, and he said that since the girls were asking him so persistently about it, he would do it. Park Ka-ho very abruptly extended his hand in front of himself, and the fans were frightened by this gesture. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, some green smoke appeared in the teenager's hands. And then, when the smoke cleared, a beautiful green apple appeared in his hands. Park Ka-ho grinned and threw the apple to the girls, saying that this was his apology. The fans, having caught the apple, began to examine it very carefully, not understanding what to do with it. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, this gift, which was in the hands of one of the girls, suddenly dissolved. The cloud of smoke that he left behind turned out to be toxic and began to poison the fans. The girls begged for help, and Park Ka-ho, laughing, said that he apologized to them, but they apparently didn't like it. The teenager then added that he hoped the fans had learned this lesson for life. The girls began to lose consciousness and began tearfully begging someone to help them. Park Ka-ho leaned over to one of the fans and said that since she was making such a fuss, he would not help her. At this point, Kang Chun couldn't take it anymore and decided to attack his former best friend. But Park Ki-ho parried the blow, as he was clearly prepared to be attacked. The teenager grinned and said that Kang Chun was just like his father. He didn't know when to stay away. But this only made the guy even more angry, and he said that Park Ki-ho was disgracing his clan with his actions. Then, out of nowhere, people came running, happy to see Kang Chun, shouting that a battle between the clans was brewing. Ha Young-woo noted to himself that this fight was happening in order to strengthen his influence in society. But Park Ki-ho is just a helpless kitten, so Kang Chun has to handle everything perfectly well on his own. The teenager shouted that his enemy was a coward who poisoned defenseless schoolgirls and that there was nothing human about him. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the fans felt better and began to breathe again. Park Ki-ho smirked and admitted his guilt, but only for teaching a lesson to the arrogant upstart who was blocking everyone's path. Then the teenager shouted to the crowd that had already gathered around them and asked if he had been wrong. People started saying that Shin Ryun had always been stuck up ever since his school days, and that because he was a pop star, he looked down on them. Ha Young-woo thought he thought Park Ki-ho was a helpless kitten, but he turned out to be a cheeky hyena. Kang Chun shouted at the crowd that they were wrong, and they responded like that because they were afraid of this smug guy. Park Ki-ho took advantage of the moment and decided to attack his former friend. The smug guy's hand suddenly turned into a snake, and it's not surprising, because he had the ability to control poison. But Kang Chun wasn't so simple either, so he reacted quickly and grabbed his enemy's hand. Park Ki-ho's friends did not expect this turn of events and began to worry about their leader. Here, the crowd of fans, who had already come to their senses, began to chant that they were rooting for the teenager from the Golden River clan. Kang Chun told his enemy that he had clearly underestimated him, and now he would pay for it. At this time, the teenager had already changed his grip and grabbed Park Ki-ho by the neck. Kang Chun grinned and said that all the enemy's poisonous techniques had no effect on his body. Park Ki-ho looked at the guy very carefully and asked if he was sure about this. After these words, the teenager suddenly grabbed Kang Chun by his hand and began to use his strength. Unexpectedly for everyone, the place of the grip began to hiss sharply and slowly eat away at the clothes. Ha Young-woo clearly didn't expect this turn of events and began to watch the fight very closely. Suddenly, a man ran up to them, clearly unhappy that the teenagers were starting a fight in front of the school. The teacher ordered everyone to disperse, and Kang Chun, having released his enemy, said that today was his lucky day. Then the teenager added through clenched teeth that he was not finished with his former friend yet. Pan Ki-ho replied that he would gladly fight again since he almost defeated him, but they were prevented. The man turned around and told the crowd that everyone should have been at the exam long ago. After everything that happened, our heroes decided to take a little break and catch their breath. Having bought soda from the vending machine, the teenagers began to drink it silently and enjoy the taste. But then Ha Jung-woo informed his friend that he had seriously screwed up. Kang Chun, choking, replied that our hero was sometimes simply unbearable, and that if it weren't for the teacher, his enemy would have been defeated. The teenager said that if his friend started a fight, then he needed to see it through to the end. Otherwise, what was the point of it all? Ha Jung-woo then revealed that this was the second time Park Ki-ho had tried to pick a fight with Kang Chun. The teenager began to understand that his friend was right, and he felt a certain creepiness at the thought. Our hero thought about Park Ki-ho's strange grip and remembered that he always uses poison to control it and strive to become stronger. Ha Jung-woo, without saying a word, suddenly grabbed his friend's hand and pulled it towards him. Kang Chun, clearly not expecting such behavior, asked our hero what he was doing. The teenager did not answer this question, but silently lifted the sleeve of his friend's shirt and saw fingerprints there. Ha Jung-woo, looking at the handprints, realized that Park Ki-ho had used the power of absorption. Returning to school, our hero decided that the son of the head of the Black Tiger clan was a reincarnated demon. Ha Jung-woo began to remember his past lives and the Blood Clan master named Seo Moon-il. Our hero met this terrible man in his 5th life. Ha Jung-woo was very brave, and for the purposes of training and protecting himself, he killed a huge number of people. One day, he defeated many enemies, and he only had to cut down 7 people to be able to sleep peacefully. But suddenly he saw a very strange picture, because he came across an opponent on his way, who tied the remaining people to a tree and told our hero that he would not be able to sleep tonight. After all, he himself would gladly kill all those who remained in this small village. One of the girls, who was tied to a tree, began to beg for mercy, but the Blood Clan master immediately covered her mouth with his hand, not allowing her to say a word. Then Seo Moon-il said that since the girl was so scared, he would deal with her first. Here the man began to use his power, which was called energy sucking. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes, and her body began to change very abruptly. Then the Blood Clan master increased his power and began to absorb everyone who was tied to the tree. Our hero had never encountered such a strange force before and managed to jump aside. He was very surprised that his new enemy turned out to be so strong. The people who were sitting tied to the tree screamed from sharp and severe pain, and their bodies, like a balloon, began to deflate very slowly. At some point, the voices and shouts of people died down, and Seo Moon-il exhaled joyfully. Then he asked Ha Jung-woo when he would go to bed if he were to kill all these people one by one. All that was needed was to swallow them all up at once so as not to suffer. Since then, the Blood Clan master began to catch up with our hero and get him. Although of course Ha Jung-woo eventually killed him, he spent too much energy and therefore lost the fight to Shin Ryun. And yet, when Seo Moon-il was dying, he told our hero something important. The Blood Clan master told Ha Jung-woo not to be so proud that he defeated him. After all, he had absorbed more than 10,000 people, so if the body of bloody souls had been completed, he would have defeated our hero. Jung-woo remembered that this was a devilish technique that would be completed by absorbing the energy of more than 10,000 people. But Seo Moon-il, even having absorbed less than 3,000 people, could still compete in strength with our hero. Before his death, the Blood Clan master said that in his next life, he would definitely complete the body of blood souls and tear Ha Jung-woo apart. Our hero decided that he first needed to find out whether Pan Ki-ho was the reincarnated master of the Blood Clan. At this point, Ha Jung-woo called out to Kang Chun, who was glad to have found his friend. The teenager demanded an answer from our hero as to why he looked at his wrist and then abruptly left. An announcement came over the loudspeaker, announcing that the magic proficiency test was about to begin. But Kang Chun was still waiting for an answer. Ha Jung-woo said that it was his turn to take the exam now, so he would explain everything later. Our hero himself was not sure of his assumptions, so for now he did not see the need to tell his friend anything. Kang Chun was offended by his friend, but they went to the exam together. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a lecture on higher mathematics was taking place. The teacher said that few people understand why complex mathematical formulas are studied in the field of magic. But if they want to understand the magic they use, they must know subjects such as higher mathematics and physics. The students started shouting that these subjects were too difficult for them. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a man entered and announced that an interview with the examinees would now take place. The higher mathematics teacher said that he would be free soon and would come. Meanwhile, Those wishing to enroll in the school were already crowding into the assembly hall. Each student registered and received their own number, which depended on their level. There were a lot of people who wanted to enroll in a school that trains people with superpowers. Then Ha Jung-woo was called out by someone the teenager never expected to see there. Our hero realized that Park Ki-ho had also applied to the magic department, and this was unexpected. The teenager, seeing Ha Jung-woo's level, laughed and said that he was nothing special. Park Ki-ho thought that if he used this idiot correctly, he could deal with Kang Chun too. The girl, who had been standing to the side all this time, heard the teenager make an appointment with our hero after the exam. Ha Jung-woo looked at Park Ki-ho very carefully and asked why he should listen to him. The teenager was a little surprised by our hero's audacity and therefore grinned. Then, he threatened Ha Jung-woo to watch his words because no one would protect him. Park Ki-ho came closer to our hero and said that if he didn't want problems at school, then he had to come to the meeting. Suddenly, a stranger, who had been standing to the side all this time, asked the teenagers what they were doing now. Both guys hadn't seen this girl before, so they looked at her very carefully. Then Park Ki-ho asked very irritably who she was and what she wanted from them. The girl bowed and said that her name was Chae Yun-jong, and she had also applied to the magic department this year. And looking very closely at the teenagers, she added that it seemed to her that they were now making fun of their friend. Park Ki-ho chuckled and said that the girl was apparently used to answering a question with a question. Here, Chae Yun-jung pointed her finger at Ha Jung-woo and said that the teenager needed to apologize to him. Our hero did not expect that some strange and unfamiliar girl would suddenly stand up for him. Then one teenager from the Black Tiger clan stepped forward and said that he would teach the girl a lesson. But Chae Yun-jung reacted very quickly and began to use her power. The girl used a barrier spell, and the teenager who wanted to attack her immediately flew aside. Ha Jung-woo was shocked by the power his new acquaintance possessed. The other teenagers who were in the assembly hall also admired Chae Yun-jung's magic. Park Ki-ho smirked, realizing that the girl stood up for our hero because she was confident in her abilities. Chae Yun-jung was serious and said again that the teenager should apologize to Ha Jung-woo. Park Ki-ho started laughing and said that there were surprisingly many people who liked to apologize today. Here our hero, looking at his enemy, decided to check whether he was the reincarnation of So Moon-il. Ha Jung-woo called out to Park Ki-ho and told him to leave the girl alone. And then he added that if the teenager took even one more step towards Chae Yun-jung, he would have to deal with him. Park Ki-ho looked at our hero and asked who he was to give orders. And then he added that Ha Jung-woo was just a small fry who was out of his league. Suddenly, the teenager felt ill and froze in horror, not understanding what it was. Park Ki-ho's body began to tremble strangely, and his face slowly began to change. Then the teenager's friends started shouting that they couldn't let such insolence go unpunished, and that they would definitely take revenge on Ha Jung-woo. Park Ki-ho was very angry, but he knew that something was wrong with his health. Our hero, seeing the teenager suffering, grinned, realizing that his plan had worked. Here, Chae Yun-jung looked at Park Ki-ho and again said that he needed to admit his mistake and ask for forgiveness. The teenager was getting worse and worse, and he did not answer the girl. Park Ki-ho's stomach began to rumble and hurt very badly, and it was getting worse with each passing second. The teenager understood that he needed to end all of this as quickly as possible. The guy got going and decided to attack the girl, and his friends started asking him to avenge his friend. Chae Yun-jung stood motionless, and Park Ki-ho crashed into her protective field at full speed. The teenagers who were in the hall smelled something rotten. Park Ki-ho stood on the floor, his body trembling, and he realized that what he had feared so much had happened. The friends looked at their leader and asked what had happened to him. The teenager looked at them and asked them to step aside and not approach him. Park Ki-ho understood that he could no longer restrain himself and fight his body. And then, unexpectedly for no one, the teenager's pants tore and waste products fell out. Everyone who was in the assembly hall started shouting and asking to open the window. The room was aired out, and the cleaning lady began to wipe up what Park Ki-ho had left behind. The teenagers asked to turn on the air purifier because it was simply impossible to stay in this room. At that moment, Professor Richard entered the hall, not understanding where the smell was coming from. The inspector reported that an unpleasant incident had occurred here. The professor said that he saw everything himself and did not stop them because it was a very interesting fight. After this, the man announced that while everyone was engrossed in the show, he selected those who had passed the first round using a mana scanner. The inspector grinned and said that Professor Richard was doing his job excellently, as always. The man reported that several students had passed by and distinguished themselves today. Looking at Chae Yun-jung, he said that her mana reached 5 circles and that she was a true genius. She, seeing the teacher, bowed to him, asked for forgiveness for causing trouble, and would understand if she was not accepted into the faculty. The professor said that she passed, because even in America and England, it is very rare to meet someone with such strong mana. The girl was very happy to hear this and thanked the man, and he replied that he would be happy to watch her success in the future. Then the teacher looked very carefully at Ha Jung-woo and said that he too might pass. Our hero has heard about Professor Richard many times, and although everyone said that he is a mid-level magician, his skills are much higher. The man said that the amount and purity of the guy's mana is simply terrible, and he doesn't know if it's possible to put Jong-woo on the 3rd level. Cho Yun-jung, hearing these words, let out a very strange laugh. The professor said he didn't know whether he should be allowed to go further, and Ha Jung-woo mentally answered that he should. The teacher was shocked that a boy of his age already possessed telepathy. He understood that not everyone could use such complex, high-class techniques. Therefore, I mentally asked why the owner of such power came to study magic. Ha Jung-woo said that he was very skilled in martial arts, but magic was an unknown area for him. The professor replied that it might seem like a good idea to be both a mage and a swordsman, but in the end, one might not succeed in either. If our hero wants to study magic just because he was blessed with mana, then this is a huge mistake and arrogance. Jong-woo replied that the special school was a place to learn combat skills and abilities, as well as to eliminate deficiencies. And our hero does not want to separate combat techniques and magic. The only important thing is that he develops. The professor said that Jong-woo didn't take magic seriously, and he wondered what he would do if he wasn't allowed in. Our hero said that it was simply impossible, and the teacher replied that the boy was too arrogant and that he would have to take an exam. Ha Jung-woo grinned and said that he had studied quite diligently, so he would be happy to show off his skills. After some time, everyone who was in the assembly hall was released, after they announced the list of people who had already been admitted. Some of the teenagers were very happy, while others were upset and understood that they would have to apply the following year. Kang Chun stood near the school gates and waited for his friend, asking if he had completed his assignments. But then he added that he had no doubt that Ha Jung-woo had definitely passed everything well. Here, Kang Chun laughed sharply, and our hero looked at his friend, not understanding what was happening to him. The teenager laughed and said that the psychopath Park Ki-ho had diarrhea right there where they were taking the exam. Ha Jung-woo said that he knew about what happened and that it was the heart poison that had affected him. Kang Chun looked very closely at our hero and asked if he had a hand in this. Ha Jung-woo replied that Park Ki-ho's diarrhea started after our hero used heart poison on him. The teenager began to admire him, saying that this technique was used by the poisonous emperors, and few people could use it in their world. Ha Jung-woo slapped the guy sharply and told him not to talk too much because he just wanted to test his theory. Kang Chun remembered that his friend had wanted to tell him something about the son of the Black Tiger clan before the exam. Our hero reported that Park Ki-ho possesses the technique of absorption, and the heart poison reacts very strongly to such people. The teenager looked at his friend and said that he had never heard of such a technique and was surprised that Ha Jung-woo knew about it. Our hero was a little embarrassed and replied that he had found out about it by accident. It's just that this technique was once used by a very disgusting guy. Late in the evening, very strange sounds were heard in the building of one of the hotels. In one of the rooms, the door was closed and a girl was hiding under the bed. Hearing sobs and screams in the hallway, she tried not to breathe so as not to give away her location. The girl was very afraid of everything that was happening in the corridor, and it made her shake. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and some unfamiliar man appeared in it. He very slowly and calmly approached the bed under which the girl was hiding. She clutched her knife very tightly and was very afraid of what would happen next. The stranger stood motionless by the bed, apparently studying the area. Then some sounds attracted his attention, and he turned around and just as calmly headed towards the exit. The door of the room slammed shut with a loud click, and the girl lay motionless. She still continued to look at the door, very afraid that the stranger would return. After waiting for a while and making sure that the voices in the hallway had died down, the girl decided to crawl out from under the bed. She slowly began to look around the room and saw a terrible picture. On the door and on the wall hung 2 corpses of men which were completely dried out. The girl did not wait any longer and very quickly ran out of the room. But in the corridor, an even more terrible picture awaited her, because there were a lot of disfigured corpses there. The girl thought that all this was just a bad dream, because only the devil could do this to people. Suddenly, someone behind her, in a very nasty voice, asked why she went out. After all, she hid so well under the bed in the room, and that was exactly where she needed to stay. But then the stranger added that he still would not have left her alive. After these words, the man very slowly began to suck out the girl's soul. All this took place in a New York hotel, and the screams that day could be heard even on the street. The next day, all the teenagers happily arrived at the unique special school. Then an announcement was made over the loudspeaker for those who had passed the selection round to line up for their specialties. Jongwoo and Kangchun also arrived at school and were calmly waiting to go to the classroom. Here, the teenager said that the girl standing in front keeps looking in their direction. It was Chae Yun-jung, who was the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan. Ha Young-woo looked at the girl very carefully, not understanding what she wanted. Here, unexpectedly, Chae Yun-jung, sensing some kind of danger, turned away. At that moment, two teenagers walked past her, and she cast a barrier spell on them. Kangchun asked in surprise what it was, and immediately noted that the girl had used force after looking at Ha Jung-woo. Then the teenager added that his sister was still very young, so he could find someone else. Our hero told his friend not to talk nonsense, and Kang Chun-woo decided to find out more information about the absorption technique. He asked if she was really that scary and if they should worry about her. Ha Jung-woo didn't answer this question, but looked to the side and said that Park Ki-ho was coming over there. The teenager's face was gone, but he still walked very confidently into the school building. Kang Chun said that his former friend had great strength of spirit, because if he were in his place, he would have died of shame. Our hero, without thinking twice, headed towards Park Ki-ho, telling the teenager to wait for him here. After all, Ha Jung-woo still needed to check something very urgently and make sure of something. Our hero quickly approached Park Ki-ho, called out loudly to him, and he turned around. The teenager flew up to Ha Jung-woo and said that he was just about to find him. He was in a very belligerent mood and said that he would gladly kill our hero. But Ha Jung-woo didn't wait for Park Ki-ho to accept his poison power and decided to attack him first. He grabbed the teenager's arm very tightly and threw him aside with all his might. Park Ki-ho managed to group himself and therefore braked very dexterously and successfully. The teenager shouted to Ha Jung-woo that he actually knew how to use techniques. Our hero replied that he was not used to talking about his abilities because only idiots do that. Park Ki-ho, unable to bear the insults any longer, decided to attack Ha Jung-woo. But our hero very deftly managed to dodge the blows of the self-confident teenager. Park Ki-ho decided not to give up, so he attacked Ha Jung-woo again and again. At this time, teenagers who also came to school began to watch the fight. Park Ki-ho yelled at our hero to stop running away like a cowardly rat, and our hero decided to take his advice. Ha Jung-woo launched his punch and it hit the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan right in the face. Blood immediately gushed from Park Ki-ho's nose and he screamed in intense pain. The force of the blow sent the teenager flying to the side and hitting the wall, slightly damaging it. Park Ki-ho fell to the ground and began to spit blood, and our hero silently watched him. The teenager looked at Ha Jung-woo and called him names, saying that he would gladly kill his offender. Our hero did not listen to all these senseless threats and sharply kicked the guy. Park Ki-ho flew to the side again and hit the wall he was already familiar with. But Ha Jung-woo didn't stop there and slowly struck the teenager again. And when Park Ki-ho fell to the ground, our hero pinned his head with his foot. Then Ha Jung-woo came closer and grabbed the teenager by the head, lifting it up. Looking into the guy's eyes, he asked him with a grin if it was worth continuing further. The son of the Black Tiger clan replied that after everything that happened here, our hero would be in trouble. But Ha Jung-woo, not listening to more threats, hit the guy on the ground with all his might. Then our hero grabbed Park Ki-ho's head again, lifting it off the ground. And with a very sly grin, our hero asked whether they should continue this fight. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan looked at Ha Jung-woo and goosebumps ran down his body. Park Ki-ho realized that our hero was laughing at him as if he had found an interesting toy, so the teenager decided to ask who he was. Ha Jung-woo grinned and replied that the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan had finally become interested. Here Park Ki-ho, unable to bear it any longer, decided to use all his strength against the enemy. Black smoke suddenly appeared around the teenager, and taking advantage of the moment, he threw our hero aside. Ha Jung-woo managed to cover his face with his hands and braced himself to land safely. The crowd of onlookers reported that Park Ki-ho had delivered his counterpunch, and they clearly did not expect that from him. Our hero was covered in small abrasions and realized that the enemy had used poison against him. The teenagers watching the fight began to call Park Ki-ho crazy, because it was all very dangerous. Ha Jung-woo started coughing, and the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan stood up. Park Ki-ho grinned and asked how our hero was feeling now, and deciding not to hesitate any longer, he attacked Ha Jung-woo again, shouting that he would win now. But then something happened that the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan never expected. After all, our hero also used his power and caused a small explosion. Park Ki-ho managed to cover his face with his hands, not understanding what was happening. A huge black cloud formed, and the crowd of onlookers felt that it was a poisonous gas. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan realized that Ha Jung-woo had released the poison he had injected into the teenager's body. Our hero very loudly informed Park Ki-ho that he did not want to receive this pathetic poison from him. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan said that his enemy was cowardly and hid like a rat. Then, unexpectedly for the teenager, he got a blow to the head from nowhere. Ha Jung-woo dropped Park Ki-ho to the ground again and quickly jumped to the side. Then our hero asked to answer where the teenager learned the absorption technique. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan said that he didn't understand what Ha Jung-woo was talking about. Our hero, deciding that this fight needed to be ended as quickly as possible, hit the guy again. Ha Jung-woo kicked him with all his might, and he flew back into the familiar wall. Our hero grinned and said that Park Ki-ho might not answer his question. But then Ha Jung-woo decided that he should still find out the whole truth. So our hero began to strike Park Ki-ho again, blow after blow, and ordered him to tell everything. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan began to scream in pain and said nothing more. Ha Jung-woo got really carried away and beat the guy without even expecting any answers. But then someone intervened in their fight and, shouting to stop it all, used his force. A loud and sharp explosion was heard at the back of the unique special school. Ha Jung-woo managed to jump to the side and, having grouped himself, break. Then he noted to himself that this technique seemed very familiar to him. The entire explosion was caused by a fourth-year student named Baek Ken-soo. Our hero began to examine the man very carefully, noting that his old acquaintance possessed the same technique. Ha Jung-woo couldn't believe that that person had also been reborn in this life. Although upon closer examination, our hero realized that this guy was weaker, because if he had been that acquaintance, he would not have ended the fight like that. The man said that according to school rules, confrontation is a free choice. But as a member of the student association, he feels that Ha Jung-woo has gone too far. Our hero immediately objected, saying that his opponent had used poison. But Baek Kyung-soo replied that he saw no damage on the teenager's body. Ha Jung-woo said that his condition was not that important because they wanted to kill him and the poison remained in his body. The student association member thought the guy was right and that if the opponent used poison, the fight would be on equal terms. In addition, Park Ki-ho is the heir of the Black Tiger clan and should not have attacked an ordinary schoolboy. Moreover, too many teenagers saw this battle and it will no longer be possible to hide this matter. The man made way for Ha Jung-woo, who then kicked Park Ki-ho in the face again. Baek Ken-soo said that in order for the enemy to respond to him, our hero needs to remove his foot from his face. Ha Jung-woo smirked and said that it wouldn't be good if he decided to use his poison again. A member of the student association said that Park Ki-ho is unconscious, so it is unlikely that he will be able to do anything now. But when Ha Jung-woo ignored him, Baek Kyung-soo understood why the youngest son of the Black Tiger clan used poison. The student association member said that if our hero continued to behave like this, he would have to deal with him. Ha Jung-woo smirked and asked if Baek Kyung-soo was confident that he could withstand the consequences of this battle. Then our hero noted to himself that the member of the student association was quite dangerous. Baek Kyung-soo looked at Ha Jung-woo and said that if he stopped, he would pretend that nothing had happened. Our hero realized that this decision sounded quite wise, and so he removed his foot from Park Ki-ho's face. A member of the student association said he wanted to know the teenager's name, and our hero, grinning, replied that his name was Ha Jung-woo, and he was a first-year student at the Faculty of Magic. After these words, the teenager slowly walked into the building, and the crowd of onlookers was surprised that Park Ki-ho had been beaten by some freshman. Baek Ken-soo watched our hero go, not understanding why he turned out to be so strong. Then the man noted to himself that Ha Jung-woo would soon turn the entire school upside down. After this fight, our hero slowly and calmly entered the unique special school. Jong-woo knew that Park Ki-ho was not who he thought he was, as he didn't really know anything about the absorption technique he used. And this means only one thing somewhere in this world. The reincarnated So Moon-il is walking around. Meanwhile, people arrived at the New York hotel to solve a mysterious murder. The head of the Black Tiger clan, Park Yeon-jong, was shocked by what he saw. The man looked at all these dead people and did not understand how it all happened. His assistant reported that someone had sucked up all these bodies and then escaped. Park Yeon-chun hit his assistant and said that he was doing a very bad job since the enemy had already reached the unique association. Then he added that we needed to quickly go searching and involve all the employees of the main office in finding him. Meanwhile, the man who sucked the souls of his victims continued to kill. Holding his new victim in his arms, he also turned her into a real mummy. And then he smiled very slyly, and when he finished, he licked his lips with pleasure. Meanwhile, the first classes in the chosen specialties have already begun at the unique special school. All the students, including Ha Jung-woo, arrived in class and sat down in their seats. When our hero approached his desk, he saw that his table was littered with some strange gifts. Then two girls who were sitting next to him told him that this was gratitude from all the students for the fact that he dealt with Park Ki-ho. The two students tried their best to attract Ha Jung-woo's attention and didn't even notice how a girl approached from behind. It was Yu Hara, who also came to class, and asked the girls to move over because she wanted to pass. The two students, with very dissatisfied faces, moved aside, and Nation's younger sister walked past them. The star of the advertisement approached our hero and, without thinking twice, sat down in the empty seat next to him. The girls started whispering because Yu Hara thinks she can do anything because she's a celebrity, and that's why she sticks to Jong-woo during every class. The granddaughter of the company, Tai-han, heard their whispers, and clenching her fist, said that they shouldn't talk about her behind her back, because she might even fight with them. The students said that Nation's little sister has a dog-like personality, and they would be happy to share this on their social media. The star of the commercial was very angry when she heard this, so she stood up from her seat, but the girls just as quickly decided to leave the audience. Yu Hara sat down and said that the students were too cheeky and only knew how to talk. Ha Jung-woo reminded the granddaughter of Tai-han that the girl was a celebrity and she should be more reserved. She got angry when she heard this, but our hero changed the subject, asking why she came to study magic since she had the divine eye. The commercial star said that magic is an optimizing part of her power. Plus, there is a lot of competition in show business and you need to stand out. After all, it's worth relaxing a little, and a crowd of young girls will immediately come running. Yu Hara quickly moved towards Ha Jung-woo and grabbed his hand so tightly that he couldn't break free. He asked her not to cling, and the advertising star asked him to sit still because he knew how she felt about him. For the girl, he was a prince who saved Nation's younger sister who was in danger. Yu Hara still continued to hold our hero's hand and looked at him very embarrassedly. Ha Jung-woo asked her why she was looking at him so strangely, as if she was embarrassed about something. The girl hinted to our hero about a kiss, realizing that he himself would never dare to do it. But then suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a very loud knock, as someone threw books on the table. It was Chae Yoon-jung, who also sat next to Ha Jung-woo, which made Yu Haru very angry. Our hero turned to her, greeted the girl, and asked if she had done her homework. After these words, Chae Yoon-jung smiled and said that of course she did everything, because it was not difficult at all. The commercial star looked at our hero and mentally asked him what kind of fox this was. Our hero replied that it was the head of the department named Yoon-jung, but after these words, Yu Hara became even more angry. The girl said that his new acquaintance looks like a fox and she doesn't like her at all. Since Yu Hara and Ha Jung-woo were communicating via telepathy, Yoon-jung couldn't hear their conversation. However, the girls, sensing rivalry, began to glare at each other. Our hero sat silently, not knowing what would happen next, but the situation was saved by the sound of a message coming to his phone. Ha Jung-woo looked at the screen and said that it was his younger sister writing to him. His little sister's name was Ha Soo-yeon, and she invited her brother to go to the movies with her, promising to pay. But only Ha Jung-woo answered her that he would be in class all day today and would be happy to go with her another time. Ha Soo-yeon was already standing at the cinema with her friend and was very upset to read that her brother would not join them. Her friend was also upset to hear this, because she had dressed up especially for him. Ha Soo-yeon, after informing them that they would have to watch a movie without Ha Jung-woo today, went to the cinema, and her friend followed her. When the film ended, it was already late evening and dark outside. Ha Soo-yeon ran home very quickly, realizing that it was already very late and her mother would definitely scold her. Suddenly, the girl stopped and froze because she heard some strange sound. Looking around, she realized that she was alone on the street and there was no one around. Ha Soo-yeon began to wonder where that sound was coming from, since she clearly hadn't heard it all. Here, the man who was guarding the girl also heard strange sounds and did not attack her. The sound grew louder, and Ha Soo-yeon already understood from which direction it was coming. The girl looked there very frightened and realized that she would not be able to get home so easily anymore. After all, a group of strange men in masks were heading in her direction. Frightened, Ha Soo-yeon screamed very loudly, thereby activating her power. The sound wave that was generated by her scream began to knock these men off their feet. The girl continued to use her power to neutralize as many enemies as possible. When she finished, the men stood up, dusted themselves off, and realized that this was no ordinary girl, and they had better not relax. Ha Soo-yeon asked them who they were and told them that if they attacked her, the police would catch them. But the strangers told her that the CCTV cameras in the area were blocked and no one would come to her aid. Someone shouted in the crowd that they should underestimate this 13-year-old because she could be very strong. Yeon started screaming at them not to come near her, but at the same time she was ready to fight back. One of the masked strangers swung and delivered his blow, but the girl very deftly jumped to the side. Yeon realized that they had come not just to intimidate her, but most likely to kidnap or kill her. And then one of the men snuck up behind her and swung at the girl. He realized he had finally caught her, and his lips spread into a wide smile. After some time, Ha Jung-woo, having learned what had happened, ran with all his might to his little sister. At this time, she was already in the hospital, and he abruptly opened the door and entered the ward. Our hero was very worried about his little sister, so he shouted her name loudly, calling her. The girl threw herself into her brother's arms, asking why he had come so late. Ha Jung-woo apologized to her and asked what happened and why she was in the hospital. The girl's expression immediately changed, and she seemed to feel a little awkward. Then she pointed her finger at the bed and said that the men who wanted to kidnap her were lying on it. All these strange men in masks were unconscious and had multiple fractures. Ha Jung-woo looked at them carefully and asked who beat them so badly. Ha Soo-yeon looked at her brother and said that she would tell him everything now. The girl said that at some point one of the men almost caught her. Sister Ha Jung-woo, seeing this, realized that she would not have time to do anything. So she just closed her eyes tightly and started calling out for her brother out of fear. But suddenly, unexpectedly, someone attacked the masked stranger and hit him in the side. The rest of the team, also not understanding what was happening, watched in great surprise. Ha Soo-yeon became scared and began to look around warily. Then a crowd of strange men in suits began to approach the girl. One of them came closer and introduced himself as the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, named Kang Tae-san. He bowed to Ha Soo-yeon, calling her madam, and asked for forgiveness for being late. The masked men didn't understand who these strangers were or how they got there. The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel said that he was not there by chance, because he knew that an attack was being prepared against the girl. The masked strangers didn't understand how Kang Tae-san knew about this, since they hadn't told anyone about their plans. But the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel did not explain anything, and said that they needed to grind the men into dust in order to survive themselves. Turning to his men, Kang Tae-san ordered them to attack and kill the bandits, not allowing anyone to escape. After this, a very serious fight began, and the people in suits were not going to spare anyone. Ha Soo-yeon watched everything that was happening from the sidelines and didn't understand why the head of the Brotherhood called her mistress. At that moment, the leader of the Brotherhood, seeing a small wound on the girl's hand, sat down to examine her. Ha Soo-yeon was very scared and said that she was probably just slightly grazed by a fist. The man became very angry at first, but then covered his face with his hands and said that he was very sorry about what had happened. The girl said that she was completely fine, but he suddenly jumped up as if he had no longer heard her. Kang Tae-san suddenly shouted that he was declaring a high alert and ordered everyone to be killed. Ha Soo-yeon finished her story and, crying, told her brother that she was very scared because he didn't come. Then she looked at the masked men and said that she felt a little sorry for them too. Our hero left his younger sister in the ward so that the doctor could examine her. Ha Jung-woo himself went down to the underground parking lot and thought about Ha Soo-yeon's story. Suddenly, he heard in the distance the footsteps of several men who were heading straight towards him. The strangers, having reached our hero, simply stopped next to him. It was the Brotherhood of Steel, and its leader looked very closely at Ha Jung-woo. Then they all bowed in unison and informed our hero that the lady had arrived home safely. Ha Jung-woo dedicated himself entirely to creating and raising the Brotherhood of Steel. Its participants were bandits with unforgivable sins and inhuman usurers, that is, those whom no one would mourn. At this point, the head of the Bratva could not stand it any longer and asked to kill him, since due to his mistake, the lady was in danger. But Ha Jung-woo, turning away from them, said that enough violence for today, they could kill next time. Our hero said that it was already late, so they could be free and go home. The Brotherhood of Steel men did not contradict their master and quickly left the parking lot. Ha Jung-woo, however, was so exhausted and lost in his thoughts that he didn't pay any attention to all of this. Our hero also decided to go home because today seemed too long to him. But then Ha Jung-woo heard a strange sound, and turning around, he thought that most likely it was coming from the neighboring houses. Therefore, without paying any attention to anything, our hero walked towards the house on foot, as he wanted to take a walk and think everything over. Ha Jung-woo disappeared from sight as he turned right and left the underground parking lot. But all this time, he was not alone there, because one of his reincarnated enemies was hiding in the darkness. It was Seo Moon-il, who was watching over Ha Jung-woo and was very happy to have found him. The next day, training was taking place at the Black Tiger Clan's residence. The team members performed in front of a crowd of kids, demonstrating fighting techniques. The children were very happy and shouted that they loved the Black Tiger Clan madly. After the performance, the teacher gave them a tour, informing them that this clan is one of the Great Eight. One of the girls asked if it was true that the Black Tigers were the strongest in their country. The teacher laughed and replied that in Korea there is a eunuch squad, and the guilds of the 8 great clans are protecting them together. Therefore, it is not so easy to answer this question and say which of them is stronger and which is weaker. The head of the Black Tiger clan, Park Yeon-chong, overheard this conversation and said that if they had to choose, they were much stronger than the others. The teacher was delighted and after greeting them, said that she would never have thought that a man would come out to them. The clan leader said that the children who would become the future of their country had arrived, so of course he had to come out. Then Park Young-chun added that he loved children very much, and they rushed into his arms and started taking pictures. The man laughed and was clearly happy with the attention, and the leader of the squad, Eunuch, watched all this from the side. Park Soo-ho looked at the head of the Black Tiger clan and noted to himself that he was a very nasty guy. Then, the head of the Eunuch squad, getting angry, decided that he would definitely remove this lying mask from Park Yeon-chun. Then a girl approached Park Soo-ho from behind and asked if they needed to call for reinforcements. Squad leader Eunuch said that they need to be careful, because their enemy is part of the Great Eight, the Black Tiger clan, and their reckless actions could lead to a war between Unique and the Great Eight. The girl objected, reminding the man of what happened during the scientific expedition. 300 people gathered there simply disappeared for no apparent reason, and 3 tour buses also simply vanished. And the residents of the hotel in the city of Anyang, it is unknown how, one night they disappeared somewhere. Squad leader Eunuch said that all 3 of these cases were related to monsters that came out of the portal. The girl said that it all looked very strange, because the monsters did not touch the buildings, but only took the people. She believed that the Black Tigers had something to do with all these incidents. Park Soo-ho knew that the girl wanted to find her twin sister, who disappeared during the investigation. But a year ago, the Black Tigers found something in their ancient burials, after which all these events began to happen. Until Park Soo-ho finds out what they found there, they need to proceed with extreme caution. Meanwhile, the children and their teacher were already leaving the Black Tigers' residence. Park Young-chun waved to the kids with great joy, saying goodbye to them in a friendly manner. Then he turned to his subordinate and asked if Park Ki-ho had returned home. The guard informed his master that his son was in the hospital wing. Park Ki-ho has already regained consciousness, but has not yet fully recovered from the fight with Ha Jung-woo. Park Young-chun, who entered the room, reported that the boy looked very bad. The youngest son of the head of the Black Tiger clan turned around abruptly, not expecting to see his father. Park Ki-ho, without thinking twice, fell to his knees and asking for Park Young-chun's forgiveness, said that he would not cause him any more trouble. The head of the Black Tiger clan said that he didn't care whether he caused trouble or not, because if he started something, he had to finish it. Park Ki-ho, trembling with fear in front of his father, said that he would crush Ha Jung-woo. Park Yang-chong became angry and said that he would never pass on their clan to his youngest son unless he convinced him otherwise. Park Ki-ho, still shaking with fear, again asked his father for forgiveness. Here, before the teenager's eyes, memories from his childhood surfaced, where the leader of the Black Tigers beat him. Park Yan-chung yelled at his youngest son, telling him that he was pathetic and would never become the head of their clan. The boy, covering his head with his hands, thought to himself that he would definitely become strong. And when this happens, he will definitely take revenge on his father for all these humiliations. One rainy day, the Black Tiger clan team was excavating. They found a very strange box on their property, a bit like a coffin. Park Young-chong personally supervised this process and gave instructions to the workers to be more careful. Then suddenly one of the workers' hands dropped the box and it slipped out of his hands. The Black Tiger clan chief started shouting that there were very valuable items there and they couldn't be treated like that. The worker apologized and said that his hand had simply slipped. The lid of the box opened from the impact, and it became clear that there was some kind of mummy inside. All the finds were brought to the residence of the Black Tiger clan, and Park Ki-ho, walking through the corridors at night, saw a terrible picture. The mummy that lay in the wooden box was alive, and it sucked out the souls of people who stood in its way. After absorbing the energy, the body of the one who was dug up began to take on the appearance of a healthy man. Park Ki-ho blocked his way and said that the stranger clearly wanted to get out of here. But unfortunately, he won't be able to do this, because in this state he is powerless against the entire clan. But the youngest son of the head of the Black Tigers offered his help to the stranger. True, not for free. Park Ki-ho asked to teach him all the techniques that the man possesses. The mummy was so ill, and he smirked at the teenager's suggestion. Park Ki-ho's mind flashed back to today, where he stood in the same corridor where he had met the mummy. Then a man approached him and said that the head of the clan ordered him to continue training after the wounds were healed. Park Ki-ho asked if there was any news from the Ghostface squad, to which the man replied that they had been having communication problems for several hours. The chief's youngest son was very surprised by what he heard, because the Black Tigers always had a lot of communication equipment. The servant said that he was already taking action, and Park Ki-ho was angry that everything was not going according to plan. The headman's youngest son looked at the man very carefully, and a very strange plan came to his mind. Park Ki-ho asked his servant to give him his hand immediately, which caused confusion. The headman's son did not wait for the man to do this and grabbed him by the wrist himself. After this, Park Ki-ho used the technique that Seo Moon-il taught him. The chief's youngest son sucked the soul out of the servant's body and threw him aside. Park Ki-ho looked at his hand and couldn't believe it had worked. The teenager immediately felt better, and it seemed to him that new energy was spreading throughout his body. Without thinking twice, he got rid of the bandages and thought that he could fight Ha Jung-woo again. Suddenly, Park Ki-ho froze, hearing very strange sounds coming from the street. The youngest son of the Black Tiger clan leader looked in bewilderment in the direction from which they were coming. That same evening, but a few hours earlier, the Brotherhood of Steel had cut off communications. They dispersed innocent people from the street, announcing that a training session simulating the opening of a night portal would now take place, and that all citizens had better go to safe places, since all roads will be closed, and noise and confusion are possible. After all the people had left the streets and were safe, Ha Jung-woo gathered the Brotherhood of Steel before him. Everyone was present at this meeting, including the deputy head named Yang Yong-ik. The man told Kang Tae-san that this was the first time he had seen the founder of their squad so angry. And after that, Ha Jung-woo informed his Brotherhood of Steel that today the Black Tigers would be wiped off the face of the earth. Having waited until evening, our hero and his servants attacked the enemies, and the Blue Tigers moved out to help their allies. Their leader, Jang Se-jin, did not understand who this brave man was who suddenly attacked the Black Tigers. Suddenly there was a crash behind him and part of the team was eliminated. Jang Soo-jin realized that it was an enemy attack and ordered everyone to dodge. But his Blue Tiger team was not so agile, so they did not have time to group up. Jang Soo-jin managed to hide behind a pole, and turning around, he realized that he was completely alone. He became very angry and said that he would gladly kill those who attacked his team. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard behind him, and this person was standing very close. It was Ha Jung-woo. He smirked and said that he came here alone and defeated everyone alone. Jang Soo-jin told him that he would be happy to deal with the uninvited guest. But our hero was not frightened by these words, but only grinned. After that, Ha Jung-woo did not wait and attacked his enemy first. Yang Se-young managed to block the blow, but was still thrown to the side by the force of the blow. But his flight was short-lived, as he crashed into a wooden structure which immediately broke. The man was conscious, but from the force of the blow, his body was shaking violently. Raising his head and looking at his enemy, Jang Se-jong said that he had acted very stupidly by attacking the Black Tiger clan. After these words, the man turned around and saw that his entire team was lying on the ground unconscious. Yang Se-young couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how this happened. And Ha Jung-woo grinned and said that he had disarmed the Blue Tiger clan single-handedly. He will happily repeat the same thing with the Black Tigers, and they will finally close their gates today. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind him, saying that he would gladly punish the boy for his insolence. It was a man from the Red Tigers, who were also allies of the Black Tigers. The leader of the Blue Tiger squad did not expect to see them here, but was very glad to see them. The man from the Red Tigers looked at our hero and asked him if he knew who he was. Ha Jung-woo smirked and replied that he even knew that their squad was a den of human traffickers. At this time, while our hero was fighting with some enemies, the Brotherhood of Steel infiltrated the residence of the Black Tigers. Park Soo-ho remained silent, not understanding what was happening, and was surprised that the connection was not working. A girl who was nearby said that someone attacked the Black Tigers. The head of eunuch didn't believe it, because you have to be crazy to challenge this clan. Park Soo-ho decided to first find a place where he could get a signal so he could report to his squad. He told the girl to follow him immediately, but something stopped her. After thinking for a moment, she asked the squad leader for forgiveness, saying that she was going to find her younger sister. Park Soo-ho never expected that the girl would disobey his order and began shouting for her to come back. Then, unexpectedly for both of them, the girl received a very strong electric shock. The leader of the squad, Eunuch, ran up to her and asked what had happened and if she was okay. Sol-hee replied that a barrier that wasn't there before suddenly appeared. At this time, Ha Jung-woo fought against the Red Tiger clan and was victorious. Despite the fact that there were many more of them and they surrounded our hero, he was confident in himself. The men became very angry and were determined to kill the impudent guy. Ha Jung-woo said that while the Red Tiger clan would fly like moths to a flame, they would ultimately remain moths. After this, our hero extended his hand to the side, and his fingers began to squeeze a sword that appeared out of nowhere. One of the men, seeing this, could not believe his eyes, because he knew very well what awaited them next. The Red Tiger clan scattered in all directions, as they were powerless against the shapeless sword. But all this was useless, and Ha Jung-woo and his sword quickly caught up with the men. In the end, our hero defeated everyone who was in the Red Tiger clan, leaving only their leader conscious. The man looked at Ha Jung-woo and couldn't believe that he possessed one of the most difficult techniques called the Formless Sword. The rest of the Red Tiger clan asked our hero who he was and why he was doing this to them. Ha Jung-woo smirked and said that it seemed like they felt unfair. The men of the Red Tiger clan asked him to explain what they had done wrong and why he wanted to kill them all. Our hero grinned and said that he would gladly fulfill the dying man's last wish. So he is finally ready to tell the Red Tiger clan the reason for his hatred. The whole point is that they were going to kidnap his little sister, although their attempt ended in failure. The men clearly didn't expect to hear such a strange reason. After all, they didn't even kidnap the girl, they just tried to do it, and because of this, he kills hundreds of people. Ha Jung-woo smirked and said that those who earn their living with the sword have no human rights. The men of the Red Tiger clan looked at our hero in surprise, and then suddenly Park Ki-ho came out of the building and said that human rights are truly a luxury for them. One man from the Red Tiger clan looked at the young master and asked him to go to a safe place. But Park Ki-ho had no intention of running away, so he grabbed him by the shoulder. Then he looked into his eyes and asked who he was to give him orders. After this, Park Ki-ho began to use his new absorption technique. The Red Tiger clan's leader looked at the young master in surprise and asked what he was doing. But Park Ki-ho no longer heard anyone, and he certainly wasn't going to stop. As a result, the young master used his technique and absorbed more and more souls. The men of the Red Tiger clan, alas, could do nothing about it. Everyone asked Park Ki-ho to stop, but he didn't listen to anyone. The young master was possessed by a new power and felt invulnerable. At this point, the leader of the Red Tiger clan could not bear it any longer and attacked Park Ki-ho. But the young gentleman, although he was thrown to the side by the force of the blow, managed to break. The Red Tiger clan leader looked at Park Ki-ho and asked what he was doing. The young master was silent for a while, looking in the direction of the one who attacked him. And then he said that he was simply letting the man play his role. The leader of the Red Tiger clan did not understand what Park Ki-ho was telling him, and the young master remembered his childhood and how these people valiantly defended the Black Tiger clan. Everyone from the Red Tiger clan was ready to give their lives for Park Ki-ho and his father. One day, another training session was taking place at the Black Tiger's residence. After her, Park Ki-ho sat on the floor, huddled in a corner, and was very sad. The leader of the Red Tiger clan approached him and asked if the young master was okay. But Park Ki-ho was in no hurry to answer and continued to look sad, looking at the floor. The man said that the master needed to gather his strength, because the head of the clan was only doing this to make him stronger. Park Ki-ho replied that he practices techniques every day, but his skills are not improving. The Red Tiger clan's leader looked at the young master with some sadness. Then the man decided to offer his help to Park Ki-ho in training. The young master raised his head and looked at the head of the Red Tiger clan. But the man smiled and said that he would be happy to help him so that he would grow up strong and become a worthy leader of the Black Tiger clan. The boy was very happy, so he stood up abruptly and hugged the head of the Red Tiger clan. The man clearly didn't expect this, and for a moment he simply froze, not knowing how to react. And Park Ki-ho said that he would do exactly that and would never refuse help. For some time, they stood in the hall hugging until the young master completely calmed down. Here, the head of the Red Tiger clan also remembered this moment and said that he knew its purpose very well. After all, it consists of protecting the lives of the Black Tiger family members and dedicating one's life to this clan. At this moment, Park Ki-ho had already approached the head of the Red Tigers and grabbed him by the throat. After that, he said that the man was a little mistaken because his clan was raised for the sake of the Black Tigers. And now everyone in the Red Tigers is the young master's slave. After these words, Park Ki-ho used his absorption technique on the clan leader. The man didn't even resist, but only asked him to be careful since Ha Jung-woo was very strong. After all this, the head of the Red Tiger clan simply accepted his fate. When all the life energy had been sucked out of the man, Park Kai-ho threw his body aside. After this, the young master turned to Ha Jung-woo and thanked him for waiting. Our hero said that Park Kai-ho killed those who would have died at his hands anyway, so he should be the one thanking him. The young master did not wait for Ha Jung-woo to strike and did so first. But our hero reacted very quickly and managed to regroup. Park Ki-ho was glad that he had become very strong and would definitely defeat his enemy. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued in the Black Tiger's residence. The clan defended itself very well, telling the enemy that they would not be able to leave here alive. The head of the Brotherhood of Steel didn't understand how much longer they had to hold off the Black Tigers. The deputy head of the Brotherhood of Steel replied that all this would continue until the founder of the detachment got rid of the Red Tigers. All they have to do is continue to hold off the Black Tigers and maintain the barrier. After these words, Yang Young-ik struck one of the men who attacked him in the face. The enemy did not have time to group himself, and therefore flew to the side and lost consciousness. Kang Tai-san and Yang Young-ik looked around and realized that they had dealt with everyone. Then, unexpectedly for the men of the Brotherhood of Steel, someone called out loudly to them. And after that, someone attacked Kang Tai-san, and he didn't have time to do anything. Yang Young-ik also did not expect what happened, and therefore did not have time to react. Immediately, someone hit the deputy head of the Brotherhood of Steel, and he also flew to the side. Yan Yenik didn't have time to group himself, so he flew until the wall stood in his way. The man did not lose consciousness and looked up to see what kind of person had attacked them so suddenly. But he never saw the enemy's face as he launched another kick. The attacker was Park Yeon-chun, who was very angry that they dared to turn the Black Tiger clan into this. Then he turned to his advisor and asked if he had found out who these insolent people were who dared to attack them. The man replied that the barrier around the clan was very strong, and they had no way to contact the outside world, so they were still trying to figure out who they were. The Black Tiger clan's leader pressed even harder on Yang Young-ik's face and asked who they were. The deputy head of the Brotherhood of Steel reported that they came from the Golden River. Park Yeon-chun was shocked by what he heard, because he never expected that this clan would attack them. The advisor said that they clearly wanted to confuse them, otherwise the man would never have confessed so easily. Yang Young-ik grabbed Park Yeon-chun by the leg and said that he was telling them all this for a reason. After all, the Black Tiger clan will still be completely exterminated by their founder. Then, unexpectedly for Park Yeon-chun, the wall behind him began to crack. And when a huge hole appeared in it, our main character flew through it. Ha Young-woo fell to the floor with a loud noise and did not move as he was unconscious. The deputy head of the Brotherhood of Steel did not expect to see his founder in such a state. Our hero lay motionless and seemed not to even breathe. There was a complete feeling that he was dead. The Black Tiger clan leader couldn't believe that this boy was the founder of the gang that attacked them. Following Ha Jung-woo, Park Ki-ho emerged from the hole in the wall, glowing with the power that was overwhelming him. Park Yeon-chun didn't expect to see his son in such a strange state. He looked at the teenager and asked what had happened to him and why he looked like that. The young master grinned and said that he had simply become much stronger. After all, it was his father who took that monster out of the burial in order to become stronger himself. The Black Tiger clan chief said that his son was an idiot because he wanted to use that person instead of mastering his power himself. Park Ki-ho grinned and said that none of this mattered anymore. After all, he became much stronger in order to defeat everyone who stood in his way. After these words, the young gentleman began to do his usual business. He sucked the soul out of the advisor and grinned, saying that it was very tasty. The Black Tiger clan's leader started shouting at Park Ki-ho to stop. Then he added that the teenager was no longer his son, because from the moment he learned absorption, he became a pathetic monster. Park Ki-ho laughed, saying that when he was weak, the man said the same thing. Now the young master has become strong, but Park Yeon-chun again renounces him, calling him a monster. Park Ki-ho asked the man what he needed to be to make his father happy. Then he approached the head of the Black Tigers and said that it was time for him to rest, and from now on he would manage the clan himself. Park Yeon-chun realized that his son had gone mad because he had learned the absorption technique. Park Ki-ho smirked and said that if his father doesn't like something, he can beat him. After all, the head of the Black Tiger clan always said that the strong gets everything. Then, unexpectedly for the men, someone asked why they had dropped their fists and were fighting with words. It was Ha Jung-woo, who had come to his senses and was calmly watching what was happening. Our hero added that the men could take advantage of this opportunity to show a real fight between father and son. Ha Jung-woo saw the puzzled expression on the young leader's face and smirked. Park Ki-ho asked our hero how it happened that he survived and remained unharmed. Ha Young-woo revealed that his team was also still alive and they were just pretending. After all, he used the immortal berserker technique on them so they wouldn't die even if their throats were cut. With a smug grin filled with confidence, the protagonist ordered the Brotherhood of Steel to go defend the barrier. The next second, as if by a click, the two fighters quickly left the room. Ha Young-woo, looking at his enemies, announced that everyone who could hinder them had finally left, and he was ready to fight. Without warning, Park Yeon-jong rushes at the hero with monstrous speed. There was a loud bang and a wave of energy shot up into the sky, shattering everything in its path. Without losing his composure, the hero draws the formless sword and says that with his level, the leader of the Black Tigers will not be able to defeat him. But his enemy did not back down and said that Ha Jung-woo was to blame for his son becoming like this. Park Yang-chun's face was the embodiment of evil. His eyes were glowing, and he was clearly intent on killing our hero. The man attacked Ha Jung-woo using a technique called Black Tiger Roar. But our hero was clearly prepared for this, so he flew to the side and managed to break. Gritting his teeth and mustering all his rage, Ha Jung-woo knew that his enemy wasn't that weak. And then he suddenly froze when he noticed that his opponent had somehow miraculously appeared behind him. Park Yang-chong did not waste any time and launched his attack, called the Black Tiger Sally, with all his might. Our hero was clearly not ready for this, so without having time to group himself, he flew to the side. Ha Young-woo realized that the man had the ability to shape space in the dark and move quickly through it. Park Yeon-jong, with a cold rage and an ominous glow in his eyes, activated his power again, and a sword appeared in his hands. Scarlet rays of rage burst from his eyes, in which one could read the desire to take the life of our hero. The Black Tiger leader launched his attack and Ha Jung-woo was thrown back without having time to regroup. Our hero, looking at his enemy, said that he accepted his skills and admitted that he was very strong. But then, with a sly smile, he added that if Park Yang-chun wanted to catch him, he wouldn't succeed. After these words, our hero thrust the blade of the formless sword into the ground, and a wave of destructive force erupted from the earth, shaking the space. Park Yeon-chun, clearly not expecting this, tried to reflect the blast wave with his sword. But alas, nothing worked for him, and the man, screaming with anger, did not understand how such an attack could happen. Our hero had no intention of stopping, and gathering all his skill, created a destructive whirlwind. This tornado went beyond the building and destroyed everything in its path at breakneck speed. Park Yeon-chun tried to fight this, so he quickly regrouped. He didn't understand how someone like Ha Jung-woo could have such strong internal energy. Our hero did not stop and called forth another whirlwind to throw his enemy as far away as possible. However, Ha Jung-woo longed for the death of the Black Tiger clan chief, but due to the technique, he was unable to approach him. Our hero grinned and told Park Yang-chun that all this would soon end. But then suddenly someone came up behind him, and Ha Jung-woo froze in horror. The head of the Black Tiger clan screamed, because Park Ki-ho was standing behind our hero. The teenager angrily grabbed Ha Jung-woo, telling him that he would gladly suck out all of his internal energy. After this, Park Ki-ho began to use his absorption technique, and our hero let out a painful cry and slowly began to lose his strength. Park Ki-ho felt that the power that was in Ha Jung-woo's body began to flow into him very quickly. Our hero, all this time, was screaming in horror and despair, no longer trying to fight. But then Ha Jung-woo suddenly opened his eyes and began to remember the past. Namely, why he wanted to kill that terrible So-moon-il at the time. Park Ki-ho, with a wild smile and a mad gleam in his eyes, was delighted to be absorbing such enormous power. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo gathered his strength, attacked his opponent, and began to suck out his strength. The head of the Black Tiger clan rushed to help with shouts and asked his son to move away from our hero. But Ha Jung-woo, with a malicious smile, said that it was already too late. It was as if the teenagers had switched places, and now our hero began to suck the strength out of Park Ki-ho. A few moments later, the young gentleman had gone limp and life had left his body. The Black Tiger clan leader realized what was happening in horror and began to scream. Ha Jung-woo coldly explained that he had already been reincarnated many times, so he had also learned the absorption technique. Our hero calmly threw away Park Ki-ho's exhausted body and added that he simply hadn't used this power before. Park Yang-chun could not contain his rage. His face was distorted and expressed some kind of madness. In a furious rush, he shouted for Ha Jung-woo to immediately revive his son. With cold irony in his voice, our hero said that it was simply impossible to revive a dead person. After these words, Their swords clashed fiercely, and another battle began. A surge of pain pierced Park Yang-chun's chest, and crimson blood burst from his mouth. He stood on his feet with the last of his strength, gritting his teeth and breathing very heavily. His voice trembled, not from fear, but from pain, and he asked hoarsely why Ha Jung-woo had decided to kill all the black tigers. The answer to this question was a lightning strike, furious, sharp, not giving time for understanding. After this, our hero, with a predatory grin, said that his enemy was talking too much and thrust the blade deeper. After delivering the final blow, Ha Jung-woo added that if you do something bad, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. The lifeless body of the Black Tiger Clan's leader fell to the ground, and our hero stood motionless for a while. He looked at the ruined battlefield and, among the silent bodies, said out loud that this was the end. Ha Jung-woo looked at Park Ki-ho's body and thought that he should have asked him first how he learned the absorption technique. But realizing that it was too late, our hero turned around and noticed a shimmering blue stone float above Park Yang-chung's body. Ha Jung-woo's gaze became very serious as he recognized the portal core and realized that it gave power to the head of the Black Tiger Clan. The hero didn't understand what Advisor Kim from the Golden River was doing, because such things shouldn't have escaped intelligence. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo froze, his gaze becoming wary because he understood that something was wrong. And then, like a whirlwind, a new enemy burst from the sky, leaving behind cracks and a dusty trail. Our hero noticed this, so he managed to jump to the side quickly enough. The enemy swung his sword and decided to use the mixed lightning technique in mid-jump. Ha Jung-woo managed to jump aside, quickly recognizing the stranger as one of the members of the Northern River Clan family. Our hero struck back, and the enemy froze in panic, his whole body covered in horror. Ha Jung-woo pinned his opponent against the wall and thrust his sword next to him, telling him that he didn't have time to play this game. The stranger asked the teenager if he knew who he was and was told that, judging by the technique he used, he was from the Peng family. The enemy, in desperation, reveals his identity and says that he is the third heir of the North River clan and his name is Peng Se-gi. He only received an invitation from the Black Tigers, and if Ha Jung-woo harmed him, his family would not let it go so easily. Our hero, with a devilish smile, admitted that in his past life he had slaughtered the Peng family for fun. And then an idea came to his mind to make it look like it was a battle between the Northern River clan and the Black Tigers. Peng Se-gi said that no one would believe it, because he was a friendly delegate who came at the invitation of this clan. Ha Jung-woo smirked and said that if the teenager wanted to live, he needed to get up. Panic took over and the boy stood up, shouting that he really wanted to live. Taking advantage of the moment, our hero takes out some kind of pill and throws it into the teenager's mouth. Ha Jung-woo smirked and told Peng Se-gi to get used to his new self, and then he would be able to live. There was panic in the teenager's eyes. He couldn't understand what would happen to him next. With a frightening smile, our hero says that he will control Peng Se-gi through the darkness of the spirit, like a puppet. He loudly orders the head of the Brotherhood of Steel to take the teenager, train him, and add him to their team. The prisoner flinches as a cold, commanding hand falls on his shoulder. Kang Tai-san, holding the guy with a bow, promises that he will teach Peng Se-gi so that next time he won't even dare to look at his boss. Ha Jung-woo coldly orders that traces of the Peng family's techniques be left on the bodies of the Black Tiger clan in order to distort the truth. The Brotherhood of Steel immediately carried out their creator's orders and left the scene of the battle. The bodies of Park Ki-ho and his father remained lying on the ground along with the portal core. It glowed very brightly and waited for someone to notice it again and take possession of it. Suddenly, a clawed hand reached out to the portal core and tore it from the ground. It was So Moon-il, who clutched the crystal with a mad smile. Without thinking twice, the man directed the portal core into his body in order to become stronger. His face began to change. He was being reborn, screaming in unbearable pain. The body began to absorb the energy of the core, and So Moon-il waited for it all to end. At some point, the man falls to his knees, his body shudders, he undergoes a metamorphosis. So Moon-il lifts his head, breathing heavily, and begins to examine his renewed body. Then a predatory smile appears on his face, and he realizes that the body of the bloody deity is finally completely complete. The city sleeps, unaware that an ancient and dangerous force has awakened in its shadows. The unsuspecting parents were also relaxing in their room. Ha Jung-woo sneaks past them, trying not to reveal his return. Carefully, like a shadow, he closes the door of his room without making a sound. Our hero whispered with a grin that sneaking home unnoticed turned out to be more difficult than defeating the Black Tigers. But then, unexpectedly for Ha Jung-woo, his sister appeared in the room and, noticing his disheveled clothes, asked what had happened. Ha Soo-yeon was sitting on the bed, and when our hero asked why she wasn't sleeping, she replied that she was waiting for her brother. Ha Young-woo, unbuttoning his shirt, decided to joke that it was better to leave the conversations for the morning. But the girl was not going to back down and demanded an explanation of what was going on and what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. Our hero just chuckled, looking at her with a gentle, ironic smile. And then, with a sly look, he asked if his sister was really interested in what happened, or if she was asking because she needed something. The girl confidently states that she is genuinely interested and adds that it would also be useful for her parents to know the truth. Ha Jung-woo wastes no time in offering her 100,000 won, hoping to end the conversation. Ha Soo-yeon angrily shouted that she just wanted to be with her brother because she had almost been kidnapped and was very scared. Our hero raised the bet to 250,000 won, but the sister was still determined to get an explanation. When the offer reaches 500,000 won, the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Hardly believing it, she asks again if he is really ready to give her such a sum. Ha Jung-woo indifferently says that she doesn't have to take the money. Moreover, she can go to a concert of her favorite band next time. The girl softens and, taking the money, assures that she will not ask about anything else. Our hero smiles warmly and says that he is very glad to hear this, and she, beaming, thanks him as well. Soo-yeon was counting her money when Ha Jung-woo suddenly asked her about her condition with concern and suggested a bodyguard. Surprised, the girl imagined a terrifying picture of a squad of aggressive bodyguards beating up opponents. Jumping up from her seat, Ha Soo-yeon refused help, confidently declaring that she could now defend herself thanks to the technique she had learned. And then, unexpectedly for our hero, the girl began to demonstrate her skills with a serious look. Ha Young-woo quickly reacted by blocking the blow and was surprised by her sudden attack. Our hero grinned and mockingly held up 2 fans of 50,000 won bills. With incredible speed, the sister began to attack him, and our hero, using money as a weapon, waved it towards her. After the attack, he covered himself with the bills as if they were a shield, watching her reaction. But Ha Soo-yeon didn't lose her composure, and in response showed the same bills that she had managed to take during the fight, and was ready to continue the fight. Ha Jung-woo realized that his sister had already reached the 4th level of the Black Sky technique and was able to stand up for herself. But despite this, he said that his sister could do more, and she left the room in annoyance, grumbling that she was hearing the same thing again. Our hero wonders in bewilderment why confronting his own sister is more difficult than fighting the bad guys. Tired of what was happening, Ha Jung-woo falls onto the bed, sprawled across the mattress. Lying on his back, he reflects on how the disappearance of the Black Tigers could mean chaos is approaching. Our hero's eyelids grow heavy, and as he falls asleep, he begins to remember the past. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo suddenly jumps up, screaming for the voice in his head to stop talking. In despair, he clutches his head and exclaims that he no longer wants to remember the name of the one he lost. But despite this, a girl who introduced herself as Mo Yeon-hee comes to mind. Ha Young-woo reacted indifferently to her introduction, as if it didn't matter. The girl with a kind smile offered him a freshly fried piece of meat. Our hero looks suspiciously at his new acquaintance and asks if she put poison in his food. Mo Yeon-hee calls him mean and remarks that he clearly wants to live a long life. Ha Jung-woo refuses to eat, reasoning that in a place where people kill each other, no one can be trusted. The girl agrees with him and suddenly invites him to become her subordinate. With a beaming smile, she says that she intends to become Empress and unite Murim, and therefore she needs an assistant or a husband. Ha Young-woo chuckles, thinking she's crazy when she talks about conquering Murim. One day, a grim enemy with a sadistic smile gives our hero a choice: kneel or allow the girl to be killed. Mo Yeon-hee was kneeling in front of Ha Jung-woo, and Seo Moon-il was looming over her menacingly. Our hero stood in silent tension, clutching his sword and struggling with his inner doubts. A tied-up Mo Yeon-hee tearfully asks our hero for forgiveness, her face distorted with pain and fear. Ha Young-woo came back to reality, covered his face with his hand, and began to complain of insomnia caused by heavy thoughts. He is convinced that it was Seo Moon-il who taught Park Ki-ho the absorption technique and realized that solving this problem would be extremely difficult. At this time, the eunuch squad immediately arrived at the residence of the Black Tiger clan. On the ground, under the light of the moon, lay the lifeless bodies of fallen soldiers. Amidst this battlefield, a white-haired teenager stood alone, surveying the aftermath of the battle. Park Soo-ho comes up to him from behind and tells him that they are currently checking all organizations capable of defeating the Black Tigers. The teenager turns to him and confidently declares that all of this was done by one person. The surprised leader of the squad, Eunuch, could not believe what he heard and, dumbfounded, asked him again what he meant. The teenager repeats that all the black tigers were destroyed by one person, and also that another evil spirit has risen from the dead. At this time, in the forest, under the light of the full moon, everything froze in an alarming silence. Suddenly, a group of Brotherhood of Steel fighters rushes forward, carrying out the founder's orders. The deputy head demands that the area be combed to ensure nothing important is missed. The head of the Brotherhood complains about the lack of time and points out the need to train a young recruit. Yang Yeon-ik reacts harshly to Kang Tae-san's words, mistaking his complaints for disrespect for the chief's orders. The frightened head of the Brotherhood immediately denies it, saying that he simply misspoke due to the large volume of work. The deputy warns that if their master hears such complaints, they will all be in mortal danger. Yang Yeon-ik orders to comb the entire forest near the Black Tiger's territory and find the strongest creature. Suddenly, the silence of the forest is pierced by a sharp roar, from which the soldiers shudder in horror and foresee trouble. Meanwhile, in the night city, the alarming sound of a siren is heard, reflecting off the walls of high-rise buildings. An emergency announcement is heard throughout the streets that a third-level portal has opened and all residents must evacuate immediately. People are running through the streets in panic, trying to leave the city of Incheon as quickly as possible. In the forest, the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel announces that a third-level portal has opened and demands that their group be evacuated immediately. The deputy angrily objects, reminding them that they cannot disobey their master's orders. He emphasizes that they need to find the most powerful creature nearby. Perhaps this is the third-level demon. The soldiers head into the forest, discussing that they need to inform the entire group that they are looking for a third-level demon and need to remain stealthy. Suddenly, a fire breaks out in the forest, and the soldiers run screaming away from the fire. Yang Yeon-ik, amazed by the rapidly spreading fire, shouted that they needed to hide somewhere. The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel points out with horror that he sees the source of the threat. A huge demon with a red-hot body and glowing eyes appeared in the bright orange flame. Yang Yeon-i and Kang Tae-san hid behind a hill, watching the enemy from a distance. They realized that it was impossible to get close to him, as he was incredibly dangerous. The demon turns his head and looks forward with a furious gaze, discovering the observers. The Brotherhood of Steel, realizing they have been spotted, scatter to avoid attack. And at this moment, a powerful explosion of energy occurs, burning everything around it. Yan Yen-yi realizes that if they are caught in the center of the explosion, there is no escape for them. But then he finds himself right in the epicenter of the flames and is shocked by what is happening. He tries in horror to understand what kind of creature is in front of him, preparing to defend himself. Kang Tae-san was very worried about his deputy and started yelling at him to step aside. But Yan Yen-yi could no longer move and decided that his life would end now. But then the man realized that he did not want to die like this, because he had not yet been able to pay for all his sins. Feeling the intense pain that he was about to burn, Yan Yen-yi closed his eyes. But unexpectedly for him, and for everyone who was in the forest, everything suddenly ended. Kang Tae-san pointed towards the forest, trying to get the deputy squad leader's attention. At this time, the mysterious figure grabbed the flaming demon by the chest and squeezed it. It was Seo Moon-il, and he held the demon in the air with a maniacal smile. The man looked at the demon with eerie interest and assessed his strength. The demon began to react to Seo Moon-il's actions by making an ominous sound. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monster began to shake very violently, and he was unable to do anything. The demon's face suddenly began to explode with rage, emitting a loud scream. The energy that emanated from the monster created a powerful explosion of energy around itself. Seo Moon-il stood motionless and calmly sucked out all the life force from the demon. The men of the Brotherhood of Steel were shocked by what they saw, as the stranger defeated the third-level demon very quickly. Kang Tae-san watched as the demon's body was torn apart and scattered across the ground. And then, in a panic, he realized that the mysterious stranger had noticed them. The Brotherhood of Steel soldiers quickly fled, not hiding their horror. But only Seo Moon-il somehow ended up in front of them and realized that his opponents were under the technique of the immortal berserker. The commanders were confused as to how he had figured it out so quickly. Seo Moon-il, with a fiery gaze, stated that only Ha Jung-woo could have cast this technique on them. Meanwhile, the news announced that the Black Tiger clan had been defeated and Park Yong-chun had been killed. Representatives from the 7 great clans gathered to meet with the United Heavenly Warrior clan to discuss the consequences. And so the head of the Heavenly Fire clan, named Kwon Yeon-il, arrived at the building of the Heavenly Warriors clan. Journalists from all over the world arrived to be the first to interview the gathering, which was unprecedented. Then the head of the Artificial Blades clan, named Baek Jong-un, arrived at the meeting. One of the men noticed that a television camera was pointed at them and that they would most likely all be shown on television. It was the head of the Golden River clan named Lee Ho-guk, who joked that he would have worn a suit if he had known about television. After that, he quietly asked Ha Jung-woo to be restrained in his actions today. Then he added that he was simply afraid for the people, because in his anger he could exterminate all the hypocrites, just like the Black Tiger clan. Ha Chun-woo reported that he lost contact with the Brotherhood of Steel, whom he had sent out on reconnaissance last night and was currently in a bad mood. He admitted that he felt uneasy and would likely leave the meeting early. Lee Ho-guk advised him that since he had come, he should focus on the meeting and be especially careful with Chae Min-chul. Suddenly, a girl joined the conversation, asking why he should be careful with her father. It was Chae Yun-jung, the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan, one of the Great Eight. Jung-woo was taken aback by her presence and asked what she was doing there. A man in a red suit approached them, who turned out to be her father, and asked how he knew his daughter. It was the leader of the Heavenly Warriors named Chae Min-chul, and he was clearly somewhat hostile. The girl happily announced that Jung-woo was her classmate. Chae Min-chul asked if he was the son of the head of the Golden River, but Yun-jung quickly explained that Jung-woo was only in charge of security. Here, Lee Ho-guk happily offered to marry the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Warriors to his son Kang-chun, even though he was simple-minded. Chae Min-chul laughed and was indignant that nothing had changed, and the Golden River clan still hoped to get everything they wanted. Lee Ho-guk countered that he preferred to be honest about his desires, unlike those who sneak up from behind. Both heads began their argument in a joking tone, recalling the last time someone got slapped on the back of the head. Meanwhile, the reporter tried to ask them a question about the Black Tigers, but security immediately stopped her. Chae Min-chul suggested putting aside the conversation and for everyone to go inside first. He expressed dissatisfaction with the attention of the press, calling journalists gnats. While everyone was entering the building, the girl asked Jung-woo if he was surprised to see her there, and he admitted that he was a little. He explained that he thought she had nothing to do with martial arts. She replied that she had also been found to have a magical technique, but her father wanted her to study both it and the combat techniques of their clan. Meanwhile, the leader of the detachment, Eunuch, watched this entire meeting from the side. He recalled the teenager's words about how the Black Tigers were defeated by just one man. Park Soo-ho couldn't believe it, because he was one of the largest clans included in the Great Eight. Moreover, yesterday's incident with the opening of the third-level portal suddenly ended very quickly. The control center said it was a false alarm due to a system error, but Park Soo-ho didn't believe it. And I thought that the opening of the third-level portal was definitely connected with the fall of the Black Tigers and the emergence of evil spirits. After this, the leader of the squad, Eunuch, pulled his hand to his forehead and realized that he did not understand anything. At this point, Park Soo-ho regretted not asking the teenager to share his guesses. But then he decided to try to deal with it himself and find the enemy on his own by following the meeting. The clan heads sat at the table, led by Chae Min-chul, who held a piece of paper in his hand, preparing to open the meeting. Kwon Young-il angrily said that they had been talking about the same thing for hours, and he didn't understand what they were doing. This statement did not please Baek Jong-woong, and he said that they were not sitting idle either. But for the head of Heavenly Fire, everything was obvious, because a huge number of traces of the Pang family's techniques were found at the crime scene. That's why he exploded, saying that even knowing the killers, everyone sits and does nothing. At this point, Baek Jong-woong couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at Kwon Young-il, recalling that the Pang family is backed by the Chinese government, and any attack will lead to economic sanctions. Chen Min-chul tried to calm the participants, reminding them that the meeting was not organized to quarrel, but to solve the problem. Baek Jong-woong admitted that he had gone too far and apologized for his behavior. The head of the Golden River watched silently, not interfering in the dispute. Chen Min-chul voiced his opinion, expressing concern that the evidence looked too obvious, as if it were fake. The head of Heavenly Fire realized that this was done by someone who had something against the Chinese clans. Chen Min-chul said that this might be true, but in any case, the Pang family would not have been able to kill the tigers in such a short time. At this point, everyone turned their attention to Lee Ho-guk and reported that his clan had benefited the most from the fall of the Black Tigers. The head of the Golden River replied that there was nothing surprising about this, because the strong survive and the weak die. Chen Min-chul reacted to this with restraint, but his appearance still showed dissatisfaction. The head of Heavenly Fire silently called him crazy and regretted that he had even asked the question. Then Lee Ho-guk looked at everyone and declared that he didn't like the way they were looking at him. The head of the Heavenly Warrior clan tried to smooth things over and asked the man not to worry about it. Here, Lee Ho-guk noted that the discussion had lost its meaning and suggested ending the meeting. The leader of the Heavenly Warriors agreed and declared the meeting over, allowing everyone to go about their business. Meanwhile, in the park, two young people were sitting together in the gazebo and talking. Cho Yun-jung speculated that the clan meeting would likely drag on. Then she said that she had baked a cake in the morning and asked Ha Jung-woo to wait for her here, as she would bring it now. But then the girl decided to clarify whether our hero liked sweets, to which he nodded his head in the affirmative. Hearing this, Che Yun-jung happily ran away, promising to return quickly. Ha Jung-woo thought about the fact that the girl was the daughter of the leader of the Heavenly Warriors, and that everything had become too confusing. He thought that despite the meeting's decision, the Pang family would still remain murderers. Then he remembered the Brotherhood of Steel and couldn't understand where they all disappeared to. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo's attention was distracted by an unexpected phone call. It was Advisor Kim, whose voice was very worried. And without delay, the man told our hero some not very pleasant news. A huge crater was visible in the forest, as if from an explosion or a powerful blow. Ha Jung-woo and the advisor arrived there, and Kim explained that this was the site of yesterday's fierce battle with the Brotherhood of Steel. However, the main character, having examined everything, said that it did not look like a battlefield. He realized that someone here was attacking the members of his clan with wild fury, and he informed the advisor that this was not a place of battle, but of merciless murder. Kim Jong-gwan asked in horror if the entire Brotherhood of Steel had really been destroyed. And then Ha Jung-woo suddenly jumped up and rushed somewhere with anxiety. After that, he landed on the ground and began to quickly look around. Soon, a terrible sight opened up before him. These were the bodies of the Brotherhood members, and they were lying everywhere, showing no signs of life. The advisor caught up with our hero and asked how this could have happened. But then his expression changed to one of alarm because he saw a terrible picture. After all the members of the Brotherhood of Steel were dead and looked like dried-out mummies. With a hint of desperation, Ha Jung-woo shouted the name of his brotherhood very loudly. Then he shouted in a commanding tone at those who were lying down, demanding that they get up. Suddenly, the dead men's eyes began to tremble and open, as if they had come to life. The dead bodies slowly rose and began to respond, like soldiers before a commander. The advisor screamed in panic, not understanding how this was possible since they were dead. But Ha Jung-woo laughed and explained that after using the Immortal Berserker technique, they couldn't die so easily. After everything that happened, our heroes, along with the Brotherhood of Steel, went to the residence of the Golden River clan. Kang Tae-sang handed the drawing to Ha Jung-woo, explaining that he tried to depict the attacker. Yang Yong-ik, trembling with fear, said that this was an unprecedented and incredibly strong warrior. Looking at the drawing, our hero confirmed his suspicions in horror. He added that Kang Tae-san doesn't know how to draw at all because he depicted the enemy as a funny caricature. Ha Young-woo angrily asked the victim for a pen so he could pretend to be the attacker. After this, our hero buried his face in his notebook and began to draw with concentration. When Ha Jung-woo finished, he showed his drawing and asked if this was what the attacker looked like. Kang Tae-sang and Yang Yong-ik looked at the image in delight and confirmed that it was him. Our hero realized that his guess was correct. It really was So Moon-il who killed Mo Yeon-hee. Memories of her and the day Ha Jung-woo had rushed into battle came flooding back to him. Then our hero was unstoppable, and he dealt with So Moon-il with fierce rage. Ha Jung-woo returned to reality, and he knew that his enemy had definitely died that day, and he had no doubt about it. But since Seo Moon-il had easily defeated his Brotherhood of Steel, it could only mean one thing. One of his worst enemies was finally able to take possession of the body of the bloody deity. Ha Jung-woo was shocked by this realization and didn't understand how Seo Moon-il did this. However, he immediately thought that this was not really the most important thing right now. And during the clash with the Brotherhood of Steel, Seo Moon-il most likely realized that they were under the influence of the Immortal Berserker technique. And the man deliberately did not finish them off, because he realized that Ha Jung-woo had also been reborn in this life. Meanwhile, in the night forest, So Moon-il was racing along a dark road with members of the eunuch squad chasing him. The pursuers, realizing that the man was too fast, began to attack him with magical techniques. However, So Moon-il easily dodged their attack without even slowing down. He called his enemies small flies with a contemptuous grin. And then one of the fighters suddenly screamed in pain, causing shock among the others. The warriors began to regroup to surround Seo Moon-il, while ordering them to keep their distance from him. Seo Moon-il chuckled and coldly remarked that his opponents were starting to get on his nerves. He swung his hand sharply, gathering energy, and was ready to use his technique. Then he immediately clenched his fist, concentrating the destructive power of absorption. Streams of energy erupted from his hand, striking the fighters, who cried out in pain. Those caught in the blow were instantly dried to the state of mummies and fell to the ground with a crash. Seo Moon-il mocks his fallen opponents, calling them idiots. But unexpectedly for the man, one of the detachment's fighters approached him and attacked. Alas, he missed and shouted to the enemy that he had destroyed all the fighters whom he had trained for so long. Seo Moon-il noticed that, judging by the differences, this man was the squad captain. The man introduces himself as Park Han-dong, captain of the 12th group of the unique squad. Seo Moon-il didn't hide his name and introduced himself with a grin. Park Han-dong said that he had not heard of him before and asked what organization he was from. Seo Moon-il mockingly replied that he works on his own and doesn't need a team to kill them all. Park Han-dong became angry and began threatening to force the information out of the enemy. Seo Moon-il grinned and confidently replied that he wouldn't succeed. But Park Han-dong was not at all frightened by this, and he rushed at the enemy with a cry. He approached the man and said angrily that he would definitely catch him. Seo Moon-il grabs Park Han-dong's face, and Park Han-dong promises to find out who the mysterious enemy is before killing him. Seo Moon-il looked at the man with a grin and replied that he still didn't understand anything. The next second, he squeezed his opponent's face with all his strength with his hand. Without thinking twice, Seo Moon-il activated a technique called disintegration. After this, Park Han-dong's body immediately began to disintegrate into thin air. Seo Moon-il grinned and watched the result of his attack with interest. But then his gaze changed, and the smile disappeared from his lips, because something happened that he never expected. Suddenly, Park Han-dong, who had risen from the collapse, appears behind the enemy. The captain of the 12th group attacked the enemy with a technique called disintegration and connection, piercing him through with his sword. He said that he had mastered this technique to perfection and demanded that the enemy reveal his identity before dying. Despite the threat, the man smirked and declared that he was Seo Moon-il, which angered his interlocutor. Then he confidently added that his name would thunder many times in the future, because he was going to rule in Murim. Park Han-dong responded mockingly, dismissing his opponent's words as nonsense. Seo Moon-il stated that it doesn't matter whether Murim exists in this reality or not, but he will create it anew and rule there. The captain of the 12th group began to lose patience, expressing dissatisfaction with the pointless conversation. But the next moment, the tide of the battle suddenly changed, and Seo Moon-il grabbed the enemy's sword and began to suck out energy from Park Han-dong. After the body of the captain of the 12th group was completely sucked out, it fell to the ground with force. Seo Moon-il turned around smugly and asked for his opinion on what had happened. This question was asked with a grin to a stranger who appeared in the distance. The mysterious man looked angrily at the enemy, calling the name of Chin Kang Baek. Huge black clouds gathered in the sky, and flashes of lightning illuminated it. Amidst all these peals of thunder, a figure appeared, flying to the ground. It was a terrifying skeleton in a black robe with a scythe and glowing eyes. A huge blue dragon appeared behind him, letting out a mighty roar. The monster stood majestically before the skeleton, preparing to attack. The unknown quickly rushed towards the dragon, swinging his scythe. In a furious attack, he delivered a powerful blow aimed straight at the monster's body. The dragon, not expecting such a rebuff, screamed very loudly in severe pain. At this moment, Ha Jung-woo suddenly opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Our hero, looking around, realized that he was in his room, realizing that he had had a terrible dream. Ha Jung-woo grabbed his head as if trying to comprehend what he saw, but then his expression suddenly changed. Without thinking twice, our hero went out onto the balcony, overcome with disturbing thoughts. Climbing onto the railing, Ha Jung-woo prepared to jump to the ground. The next moment, he jumped down from the high-rise building without hesitation. Our hero landed with such force that a crater formed on the ground. After that, he rushed forward with incredible speed, leaving behind a trail of energy. Ha Jung-woo stood under the night sky, frowning and covered in sweat. Our hero ran to the vast, devastated area left behind by the powerful blow. His gaze became even more intense as he realized the seriousness of the situation. The Golden River and the Black Tigers, as neighboring clans, had many disputed territories. After the fall of the Black Tiger clan, Most of the disputed lands automatically passed to the Golden River. There was a sign on one of the doors that said no outsiders were allowed in. Outside the door, a meeting was taking place at which the trading associations of Manyuk and Hwapyong appealed to the Golden River for protection. Lee Ho-guk questioned the need to protect these areas and wondered what would happen if he refused. The representatives shouted that the Golden River was already absorbing the Black Tiger's territories and would soon become the most influential clan. Here the advisor could not stand the tension and shouted loudly, demanding that the argument be stopped. He angrily asked the clan leader to calm his opponents down, calling them raccoons. The offended heads of trade associations began to ask in confusion whether they had understood him correctly. Lee Ho-guk became indignant and looked at the advisor and asked if he had gone crazy. Kim Jong-gwan started shouting that he was overloaded with work because the clan was growing too fast and he couldn't cope. And in response to criticism, he added that he is not afraid of being fired and is ready to show character. After his outburst, the entire room fell into a moment of awkward silence. Lee Ho-guk, in order to somehow diffuse the situation, joked that the advisor had eaten something bad, to which he sarcastically agreed. He explained that due to the expansion of the Golden River, it was urgent to recruit new staff and restructure the system. Representatives of trade associations agreed with his arguments without objection, recognizing the obviousness of the problem. Kim Jong-gwan angrily slammed the table, declaring that the entire burden of the work was on him alone and that he was unable to cope. The head of the Golden River clan admitted that there was indeed more work. The advisor reminded that instead of absorbing the power of the Black Tigers, Lee Ho-guk signed an agreement to exterminate the Pang family. The leader explained that by destroying their enemies, their clan had become much stronger, and this was the least he could do in response. Kim Jong-gwan sarcastically remarked that he was talking about loyalty again, causing an emotional reaction. The advisor anxiously asked if they were really going to fight the Pang family from the Northern River. The clan leader replied with a grin that he didn't see anything wrong with that. The advisor was outraged that he was talking so calmly about a possible war with the guild and accused him of creating unnecessary enemies. He furiously demanded that Lee Ho-guk give an explanation regarding this situation. The leader cited a headache and shifted responsibility to the absent Jung-woo, stating that he should make the decision. It was only now that Kim Jong-gwan noticed the absence of an important person whom no one could find. The advisor picked up the phone and dialed our hero, but he didn't pick up. A surprised Lee Ho-guk couldn't believe that the man who usually enjoyed conflict had disappeared. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo was deep in thought and was in one of the cafes. He sat at the table, covering his face with his hand, and went over in his head what he had seen that night. But suddenly his lips spread into a mad smile, because he realized that Chin Kang Baek had been reborn. He is sure that the trace on the battlefield belonged to him and that he fought with So Moon-il. Ha Young-woo remembered his dream, namely the fierce battle between a huge dragon and a warrior in a black cloak. Then our hero began to get angry at himself for not noticing the transformation of Jin Kang Baek and Seo Moon-il. Suddenly, someone approached Ha Jung-woo and ordered him to get up from the table. These were two security guards who demanded that the main character leave the establishment because an important guest was expected to arrive. Ha Young-woo asked in surprise who they were and who they were talking about. The twins from the Peng family announced that the heir to the North River, Peng Do-jong, would be visiting the cafe, and everyone had to leave the premises. Our hero gets up from the table and mockingly asks what kind of clan this is and where it is located. One of the bodyguards attacks first, using the flowing fist of destruction technique. The blow was so strong that Ha Jung-woo was thrown to the side, destroying everything in his path. Finding himself on the floor, our hero ironically remarks that he is speechless about what is happening. He gets up from the floor, saying that suddenly everything around him has become too interesting, and he was just planning to live quietly for a while. Looking up, Ha Jung-woo was surprised to see someone throw a stack of Korean banknotes at him. It was one of the guards who told our hero to get treatment with this money. Ha Jung-woo didn't have time to react, and the North River twins suddenly stood at attention. Unexpectedly, they bowed to the man who entered the room and announced that they had finished cleaning. It was Peng Do-jong, from the Peng family of the North River clan, and he looked at our hero with a cold expression. Without thinking twice, the man sat down on a chair, put his feet on the table, and began to observe what was happening. Then he ordered the guards to clean up the trash more thoroughly since they were already doing it. One of the twins decided to finish what he started, but noticed that Ha Jung-woo had disappeared somewhere. Our hero was already outside the building and was surprised that the heir of the Peng family had arrived in Korea so quickly. Although this was not surprising, since one of the foundations of the country's engine, the Black Tiger clan, had disappeared, so everyone was alarmed. Ha Jung-woo understood that North River's plan to build up power in Korea and then win the Five Clans War had failed. He knew that the Peng family wanted to drag the Korean Murim into the battle of the Chinese Murim. When our hero decided to entrust the Brotherhood of Steel to find So Moon-il and Jin Kang-baek, someone suddenly called out to him. There was a stranger standing on the roof who said that Ha Jung-woo was hiding there like a real rat. Our hero looked at the teenager very carefully and asked with curiosity who he was. The stranger replied with a sly smile that he would not reveal his identity so easily. Suddenly, the teenager directed a bright flash of fire at Ha Jung-woo, promising him a quick meeting. Our hero barely managed to dodge the powerful wave of fire by jumping to the side. Angrily, Ha Jung-woo looked in the direction where his opponent had just stood, but he had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Peng Do-jung was calmly drinking coffee, but his attention was also drawn to the flash of fire on the roof. Almost immediately after the stranger's disappearance, there was no trace of the battle left on the roof. Our hero began to very carefully examine the surroundings in search of the teenager. Ha Jung-woo realized with annoyance that his opponent had disappeared and was angry that they had dared to interfere with him. Meanwhile, another meeting took place at the residence of the Heavenly Warriors. Representatives of the most influential clans gathered around a long table. Suddenly, a guard entered the meeting room and announced that Peng Do-jung from the Northern River clan was coming to see them. After this, the man confidently entered the hall, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The head of the Heavenly Warrior clan greeted him warmly and began to introduce himself. He smiled, showing hospitality, but Peng Do-jung didn't even pay attention to him. The man, without expressing any emotion, sharply ordered everyone present to listen to him. The tone in which he said this caused discontent and surprise among the participants of the meeting. Do-jiang explained that during a conflict between Korean clans, one of the members of the Peng family went missing. Then, with cold determination, the man declared that his family was taking over all authority to investigate what had happened. Kwon Young-il was indignant, demanding an explanation as to why he was taking away their rights to handle this case. But Peng Do-jung didn't say anything. He just slammed his hand down on the table. The impact created a powerful wave of energy that stunned everyone present and smashed the table into pieces. Some members of the congregation watched what was happening with alarm in their eyes. The others, including Lee Ho-guk, remained confident despite the show of force. Peng Do-jung sharply demanded that the criminal be handed over to him if they did not want to hand over the investigation rights. The head of the Golden River laughed, asking if the man was confident that he could stand up to all the clan heads. Chae Min-chul tried to stop the conflict and reminded them that it was just as important for them to find the criminal. The man mockingly remarked that the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan would not be able to stop him. Unable to bear such insolence, Chae Min-chul addressed all the leaders, calling on them to attack Lee Ho-guk if he showed aggression. The other clan heads, although they considered Peng Do-jung's behavior unacceptable, supported the idea and tried to end the conflict. But Lee Ho-guk was not going to stop and decided to use the power of thunder to call everyone to fight. Peng Do-chung, who was watching the events from the sidelines, irritably called everyone present savages. He then calmly repeated that the Peng family was officially taking over all powers of investigation. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo sat in the gazebo in the garden and pondered what was happening. He knew that Do-jung would try to gain the right to investigate because he needed to hide the use of Korean Murim. Our hero understood that the Peng family would simply find a suitable victim and accuse her of kidnapping, and then destroy everyone. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a girl who was joyfully running towards him. Ha Jung-woo suddenly remembered that Chai Yoon-jung, who was also in danger, was also living in this house. The girl approached him and asked why he had disappeared last time, and our hero cited urgent matters. She noticed that he hadn't been going to school, to which Ha Jung-woo replied that he had problems that needed to be solved. Meanwhile, Chae Min-chul and Kwon Young-il stood behind the bushes, watching the couple closely. They realized that the person speaking with Chae Yoon-jung was the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel, which was the reason why the Golden River was rapidly growing stronger. Kwon Young-il asked his interlocutor what he was going to do next. Min-chul was outraged by Peng Do-chun's behavior and said that he was behaving this way because he supported the Chinese government. The man concluded that they had no choice but to accept the Peng family's terms since they were unable to fight them. The head of the Heavenly Fire clan thought about it and reluctantly agreed with this statement. Min-chul said that if they handed over the right to investigate, it was important to preserve the honor of their clans. Otherwise, they would become a laughingstock. Then the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan said with resignation that before that, he first had to do everything to convince Lee Ho-guk of this. Kwon Young-il replied that it would be difficult because he almost started a fight. Chae Min-chul said that this is why they need Ha Jung-woo, because if they deal with him, the strength of the Golden River's spirit will be shaken. Then, unexpectedly, a white-haired guy approached the couple who were in the gazebo and greeted them. Ha Young-woo was shocked to recognize the stranger as the same man from the rooftop. The girl happily grabbed the teenager by the hand and led him to meet our hero. Ha Young-woo watched in amazement as the girl became happy to see the stranger and realized that they knew each other. Chae Yoon-jung introduced the teenager as Ju Ho-myung and revealed that he was the leader of the Flame Squad, which she grew up with. The white-haired teenager hugged the girl and reminded her with a smile that they were going to get married when they grew up. Ha Young-woo was shocked by what he heard, and Jun Ho-myung added that he didn't like the way he was talking to his fiancée. After these words, the teenager angrily hit our hero in the face, shouting an insult. Meanwhile, the clan leaders were slowly leaving the residence of the Heavenly Warriors. Lee Ho-guk was surprised to find Ha Jung-woo not at the place where he was supposed to wait until the end of the meeting. The head of the Golden River clan noticed that our hero has been constantly busy lately and hasn't answered calls. Kang Chun admitted that Ha Jung-woo also doesn't tell him anything, even about the attack on the Brotherhood of Steel. Lee Ho-guk tensed, admitting that the situation was getting stranger. After all, even the clan heads at the last meeting were full of determination and intended to fight him. Angered, Lee Ho-guk began to demonstrate his martial techniques despite his son's protests. He didn't want to hold back, because he had been waiting too long for the moment to release his strength. Suddenly, an explosion of fire appeared on the horizon, attracting the attention of Lee Ho-guk and Kang Chun. This fire was released at Ha Jung-woo, the leader of the Flame Squad, with the intention of destroying him. Although our hero did not expect such force, he still managed to jump aside in time. Cho Yoon-jung shouted at her friend, asking him to stop attacking Ha Jung-woo. But Jung Ho-myung was not going to stop and said that this was not all he was capable of. Here the young man again used the soul-destroying flame technique. The head of the Heavenly Warriors clan and Kwon Yeon-il watched from the sidelines. The Heavenly Fire clan's leader said that this battle could lead to a real war between the Heavenly Warriors and the Golden River. After all, Jun Ho-myung is the leader of the Flame Squad, but Chae Min-chul said that everything will be fine. After all, this fight between young people occurred because of personal hostility towards each other and has nothing to do with clans. Meanwhile, Jung Ho-myung used the Flame Fist of the Supreme Being technique and sent our hero flying with a powerful blow. Despite this, Ha Jung-woo deftly dodged the attack, landing on his feet. The enraged leader of the Flame Squad rushed at the enemy with a scream, declaring that he would kill him. Suddenly, Chae Yoon-jung appeared in front of him and activated teleportation, begging him to stop. Jung Ho-myung shouted at her, demanding that she move away and not interfere with him in his plan. The daughter of the head of the Heavenly Warriors refused, accusing him of going too far. The Flame Squad leader asked in surprise what exactly she meant. And then a memory from his childhood appeared before his eyes, when he waved his hand to Yoon-jung in greeting. The daughter of the Celestial Warrior clan's leader happily greeted Huo-mung and asked how he was doing. The boy, without thinking twice, handed her the gift, saying that it was for her, and she accepted it with amazement. The girl happily thanked Jung Ho-myung for the gift, and he asked her to take care of it. Suddenly, the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan snatched the box right from the girl's hands. He looked at the boy very carefully and asked who he was. Huo-mung introduced himself to the clan leader as a junior disciple of the Flame Squad and expressed his respect. Cho Min-chul asked with irritation how the impudent student could even think about being friends with his daughter. The boy was confused and scared, because he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Yoon-jung immediately turned to her father, asking him not to speak so terribly. But the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan didn't even think of stopping, and calling Huo-mung impudent, ordered him to disappear immediately. Night fell. Everyone went to bed, and the offended and lonely Ho-meng sat in a dark room, pressing his knees to his chest. Ko Yoon-hyun from the Flame Squad entered the room and asked if it was true that the boy had been reprimanded for giving a gift to the clan head's daughter. Ho-meng nodded reservedly, and the man advised him to be glad that it all ended just like that, and that he remained safe. The boy could not stand it and exclaimed that it was unfair, because he had done nothing wrong, and Yoon-hyun said that this was how the world worked. He added that if Ho-myung really wants to be with Yoon-jung, he needs to become the strongest. The boy confidently declared that he would become the strongest, to which Yoon-hyun, smiling, suggested starting by defeating him. The time came, and somewhere on a snowy cliff, in the harsh weather, the boy began his difficult training. He climbed the icy steep slope, overcoming fear and cold. Every day he became stronger and stronger, and now he is fighting a group of opponents, confidently repelling their attacks. Having defeated everyone, he stood alone in the midst of his defeated opponents and shouted that he had finally become stronger. Then Jun Ho-myung came back to reality and rushed at Yoon-jung, shouting that he did all this for her. The boy suddenly grabbed the girl by the shoulders and she screamed in surprise. But the Flame Squad leader did not stop and continued shouting that he was trying to become a man worthy of Yoon-jung. The girl tried to stop him and said that he scared her a little. But the guy seemed not to hear her and continued to shout and get angry at Yoon-jung. He said that today he was watching the girl from the side and saw her flirting with Ha Jung-woo. And he didn't like all of this at all, especially when she tripped and dropped the cake and our hero didn't come to her aid. Jun Ho-myung was angry and started shouting that he liked the girl very much. Then he stated that from now on, before she could do anything, she would have to get his permission. At some point, Yoon-jung couldn't stand it anymore and used her strength to push the teenager away. Jung Ho-myung clearly didn't expect her to treat him like that and demanded an immediate explanation. To which Yoon-jung furiously declared that she had seen what he really was and was disappointed in him. Jung Ho-myung couldn't believe what he heard and didn't understand how she could do this to him. Rage got the better of him, and without thinking twice, he rushed at the girl demanding an explanation. But Ho-myung didn't have time to do anything because Ha Jung-woo stood up for Yoon-jung. Our hero said that he had endured everything, but the leader of the Flame Squad had already gone too far. After this, Jung Ho-myung stood up from the ground, gritting his teeth in pain and began to curse our hero. Ha Jung-woo coldly stated that he had enough problems without all this, but the Flame Squad leader had gone too far. Jung Ho-myung began to radiate energy and smirked as he said that our hero had lost his mind if he thought he was a bad guy. Ha Jung-woo chuckled and said that the kind of power the teenager was currently exuding was worth playing with. After these words, the leader of the Flame Squad dealt a crushing blow to our hero. Ha Jung-woo tried to dodge but found that he couldn't move. Jung Ho-myung shouted in anger that no one dared to stand in his way. Ha Jung-woo responded by accusing him of confusing love with violence and coercion. After these words, our hero dealt a powerful blow to the leader of the Flame Squad. Jung Ho-myung stood up from the ground, not understanding what kind of coercion his enemy was talking about. And then he screamed at Ha Jung-woo not to hurt his feelings, because he had done so much for love. But then Yoon-jung intervened in the conversation and stated that she didn't like all of this. After all, she never asked Jung Ho-myung to do anything for her. And then she added that the feelings of the head of the Flame Squad were only one-sided love. After hearing these words, Jung Ho-myung turned around abruptly with bewilderment on his face. His gaze became intense as he repeated to himself what he had heard. Ha Jung-woo immediately realized that the guy was about to explode, so he started chasing Yoon-jung away. But the girl didn't move, so our hero shouted at her, explaining that she was only getting in the way. The girl turned around and looked at Ha Jung-woo and froze, not understanding what was happening. But literally a few seconds later, she finally agreed to leave and, activating the magic circle, disappeared, wishing Jong-woo good luck. Here, unexpectedly for our hero, Jung Ho-myung laughed loudly, looking at his opponent. He seemed to be mad with rage and promised to kill Jong-woo for trying to trample on his feelings. After this, the head of the Flame Squad rushed at our hero with a scream. Kwon Yeon-il asked if Min-chul was afraid for his daughter, but the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan replied that only victory in battle was important to him. The head of the Heavenly Fire clan was shocked by how inhumane the man was, considering the fight more important than the life of his own daughter. The Celestial Warrior clan chief admitted that he could be considered heartless, but he actually had everything under control. Kwon Young-il looked around and saw Peng Do-jong standing next to him along with his guards. The leader of the Heavenly Fire Squad turned his head to the other side, and seeing the other leaders, was surprised by their sudden appearance. Chae-min-chol explained that although the fight was unofficial, it reflected Ho-myung's sincerity. Meanwhile, the Flame Squad leader released his very powerful attack. After that, Ha Jung-woo felt like his body was paralyzed again. An explosion of fire engulfed the entire space, showing the power of Jung Ho-myung's attack. All this caused dust to rise, and it was completely unclear what was going on. The attack continued with a chaotic barrage of fire, and everyone had the feeling that Ha Jung-woo was losing. Kang-chun was in a panic and couldn't believe what was happening and asked his father if he was sleeping. Lee Ho-guk, looking at all this, reported that he had heard about the unusual technique of the head of the Flame Squad from the Heavenly Warriors clan. Kang-chun looked at his father with doubt and asked what kind of unusual technique this was. Lee Ho-guk admitted that he doesn't know for sure, but rumor has it that he can defeat even the strongest with one blow. At that moment, Jung-woo was thrown to the side by the force of the blow, and he realized that the opponent was using a technique that blocked the movement of his body. He looked at his enemy very carefully and began to assess the situation, and the head of the Flame Squad did not hesitate and struck again, accompanied by a powerful explosion. Our hero, despite the paralyzing effect, figured out how to use this limitation to his advantage. At this time, Jung Ho-myung, shouting that it was not over yet, rushed to attack. Jung-woo chuckled and thought that he needed to force his body to move no matter what. Meanwhile, Huo-meng furiously summoned the power of the Flame King and struck. Kang-chun, who was watching the fight from the side, shouted at our hero not to dare give up. A powerful fire attack rained down upon the ground, demonstrating the Flame King's true power. Kwan Young-il was shocked and admitted that the power was truly colossal. The other leaders, seeing fire everywhere, thought that the battle was already over. However, Kang-chun noticed some strange movement and shouted that it looked like that was not all. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo forcefully slammed Ho-myung into the ground, turning the tide of the battle. The head of the Flame Squad, not expecting all this, looked at our hero with horror. Ha Jung-woo chuckled and declared that he was no longer going to fall for his suppressive technique. Jung Ho-myung was amazed and tried to understand how the enemy was able to do this. The Flame Squad leader couldn't believe that Jung-woo had so easily revealed the essence of his technique, and he began to doubt himself. But our hero did not wait for his enemy to come to his senses and attacked him with fury, driving him into the ground. Jung Ho-myung was in utter despair when he realized that his skills were no longer working. He remembered his past again, and how he woke up in a hospital bed after another battle. Yoon Hyun came into the room and said that the guy had clearly overdone it, and if he continued to fight so recklessly, he would soon die. He then handed Ho-meng a book containing the Flame Fist of the Supreme Being technique to prepare for the exam. The touched boy with wet eyes thanked him, because thanks to this technique, he would become stronger. The exam ended late at night, and Jung Ho-myung immediately ran to tell Yoon Hyun about his victory. The teenager proudly announced that he had become the deputy head of the Flame Squad. The brother congratulated Ho-meng with delight and assured him that he would even be recognized as the head of the clan when he took over the command. The teenager admitted that in order to become the leader of the squad, he needed power, which he could only obtain with the help of Yoon Hyun. After these words, unexpectedly for no one, he stabbed his brother in the back. There was complete silence, in which drops of scarlet blood dripped and hit the ground. Yoon Hyun continued to hug his brother and couldn't believe what was happening. Jung Ho-myung apologized and whispered that he needed the suppressive technique that the man possessed. Yoon Hyun smiled faintly and said that simply asking was enough. But Ho-meng said that according to the law, an equipment thief must kill to get what he wants. Hearing this, the brother agreed with a smirk on his face and did not even resist his fate. Jung Ho-myung began to cry, and then something happened that he never expected. The brother, gathering his last strength, hugged him with a smile and told him to become stronger and create the world in which he would like to live. After these memories, Jung Ho-myung returned to reality and rushed into the attack with a scream, declaring that he would never lose. Jung-woo, however, calmly watched the events unfold, with a terrifying smile and glowing eyes, ready to repel the attack. Huo-meng activated the Flame King's subjugation technique and surrounded himself with fire. Ha Jung-woo said with confidence that after he figured out the technique, everything changed. And now all the attacks of the Flame Squad leader are completely useless for him, and he easily repels them. After these words, our hero delivered his blow, which threw his enemy back several meters. When the smoke cleared, Ha Jung-woo saw that Hae-myung had made a hole in the wall. The leader of the Flame Squad came to his senses and began to slowly rise from the ruins, breathing heavily. The teenager was struggling to contain his cough and could barely stand on his feet. He then looked at Ha Jung-woo, not understanding how he was able to break free from his technique. Our hero laughed, saying that although it was a rather complicated technique, after a few hits he understood what was what. Then he added that he was not alone, and used the hint that was given to him, and he-men did not understand who could help his enemy. Then, unexpectedly, Yoon-jung appeared on the battlefield and admitted that it was she who told our hero how to bypass the equipment. The leader of the Flame Squad could not believe that he had been betrayed by the one he loved so much. The girl was unable to observe the fight, so she reported that Hee-meng used a technique that twists muscles. And Han Jung-woo added that he used the Bloody Berserker technique to twist the muscles in the opposite direction. The leader of the Flame Squad still could not believe that the enemy had so quickly bypassed him and was able to win. And then Yoon-jung intervened in the conversation again, and although she felt sorry for Hae-myung, she understood that she could not act differently. She said that Yoon Hyun also trained her and tested his powers on her. She couldn't move, and the man said that he wasn't worthy of such a strong, suppressive technique. The girl smiled and assured him that if he became a master, he would achieve incredible power. He thanked her for her support, but then added that he would have been better off giving his power to Hae-myung. After all, it was his brother who could truly appreciate such a useful skill. Then, unexpectedly for everyone present, the sound of falling drops was heard. It was Jong Hye-myung, crying as he remembered his brother and realizing that his thirst for power had taken him too far. After all, it was he who killed Yoon-hyun, who had always been on his side. But then, his lips twisted into a twisted grin, he accepted his devilish nature and decided to live like the devil. The Flame Squad leader turned to Ha Jung-woo and asked if he understood the reason why he was to be killed. He explained that only by killing him now could he gain the clan leader's recognition and win Yoon-jong's favor. Our hero looked at the head of the Flame Squad with a serious expression, because he hoped that the battle was already over. Jong Ha-myung suddenly jumped up from his seat and, in a fiery burst, declared that only by winning would he be able to look into the face of his brother, who had died for him. Ha Jung-woo chuckled and reminded his enemy that desire alone was not enough to win a fight. Then our hero struck the head of the Flame Squad in the face with all his might. And he, bleeding and losing consciousness, with his last thought turned to his brother, asking him for forgiveness. The fight ended with Ha Jung-woo winning. Everyone went their separate ways and went back to their normal activities. On the roof of the building, in the street cafe, visitors were relaxing quietly at tables. Peng Do-jong was sitting there, admiring the battle that had just taken place between our hero and Jung Hye-myung. One of his guards said that the fight was indeed good, but Ha Jung-woo was stronger than they thought. The heir of the Peng family agreed that our hero's abilities surpassed even the techniques of the clan heads. He added that the recent rise of the Golden River is most likely due to Ha Jung-woo. Tok Ko-il suggested getting rid of the boy before he became even stronger, since it was their duty to eliminate the warriors of the peninsula. But Peng Do-jong stated that instead of eliminating Ha Jung-woo, he would rather help him. Then he irritably reminded his interlocutor of the events he had witnessed at the meeting. Namely, the relationship between Ho-guk and the heads of other clans is strained like water and oil, and any war will not cause surprise. Moreover, the leader of the Heavenly Warriors, Chae Min-chul, only pretends to be perfect. But inside, there is actually a cunning devil lurking. He expressed confidence that a large-scale battle awaits them ahead. But for now, they can observe the internal war of the Great Seven. At this time, Chae Min-chul, sitting in his residence, angrily slammed his fist on the table. He screamed in rage, not understanding why the leader of the Flame Squad had lost, while the assistant standing next to him tried to justify him. Chae Min-chul hated and accused Ju Ho-myung of betrayal, because he even killed Ko Yoon-hyun, whom he considered a brother. He angrily stated that this is precisely why one cannot trust those who rose from the very bottom. Then Chae Min-chul ordered Ho-myung to be killed, considering him useless due to his injuries, and Yoon-jung heard all of this. The clan leader's order was immediately carried out, and now two men were running down the corridor holding wooden sticks in their hands. They very quickly approached the right door and immediately opened it. Upon entering the hospital room, the men saw that the patient, who was supposed to be immobilized, had disappeared. Realizing what had happened, they screamed in panic, demanding that the escapee be immediately found and killed. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-guk and his son returned to their residence. Kim Jong-gwan walked quickly down the office corridor with a serious expression, attracting the attention of the employees. Suddenly, he ran into a smiling Kang Chun, who greeted him with excessive enthusiasm. The advisor ignored the goodwill with a displeased look and dryly replied that the morning had not been good. Kang Chun was surprised by his irritation and asked why the man was so angry, to which he received a caustic answer. After this, the advisor abruptly opened the door to the office where Lee Ho-guk and Ha Jung-woo were. Kim Jong-gwan looked at them seriously and angrily stated that he had come because of the commotion that had started. He reminded everyone that he had long warned that the Golden River clan was receiving restrictions from the other clans. And raising his voice, he accused Jong-woo of beating the head of the Flame Squad half to death in front of all the clan heads. He then added that even the Pang family had witnessed this incident and was outraged that the protector of his own clan could harm him. Ha Jung-woo, sitting on the sofa, noticed that the best defense is a good attack. He added that the conflict he had sparked between the Great Seven and the Pang family would flare up at any moment. And now the Golden River can only wait for this explosion, while restoring order to its organization. And this explosion that Ha Jung-woo spoke about, as it turned out, began where it was least expected. In one of the schoolyards, sharp sounds of blows were heard. They didn't stop, and that could only mean one thing: the fight was serious. They beat Jong Ki, who received strong blows to the face time after time. 3 guys stood over him and mocked him for being an outcast since high school and now going to unique special school. One of the bullies beat the boy, accusing him of arrogance due to his awakened abilities that he could not control. At this time, another teenager mockingly showed a photo of Zhongqi's sister on his phone, saying that she was very beautiful. Hearing this, the boy cried out in despair, asking them not to touch his sister. The bully responded to his protest with mockery and hit him on the arm. Then he came closer to Zhongqi and ordered him to listen to him carefully. He demanded that he take off his shirt and run, otherwise he would get to the one who was dear to him. The guys were openly laughing and having fun at what was happening, but suddenly someone's decisive voice stopped what was happening. Yuhara came out into the schoolyard, unable to turn a blind eye to what was happening, and warned that the bullies were at risk of getting into trouble. The teenagers recognized the girl as a famous person and were delighted, asking her for an autograph. But when they ran towards Yuhara, one of the bullies suddenly felt a blow and flew to the side. The girl threw the guy away with a powerful blow and dismissively informed him that she didn't give autographs to people like them. After that, Yuhara looked at the rest of the hooligans and declared with determination in her voice that they were all corpses. At that moment, one of the guys grabbed her from behind and asked why she decided that. The girl, however, did not lose her composure and furiously kicked him, throwing him away. The remaining teenager watched in shock as she easily dispatched his two comrades. Yuhara explained to him with a grin that she trains daily so as not to endure insults from people like them. She confessed to herself that she had only started training hard out of a desire not to lose to Ha Jung-woo. She then demanded that the offenders apologize to Zhongqi if they did not want to get hurt even more. One of the guys said mockingly that he was not going to apologize to anyone. And then, unexpectedly for the girl, he stood up and attacked her from behind. The next second, Yuhara received a strong and sudden blow to the back. Then the three opponents took advantage of the moment and tried to use a combined technique and attacked her simultaneously. The girl, realizing that the situation had become very dangerous, decided to retreat. However, one of the hooligans rushed at her, declaring that it was useless to run away. After this, the teenager swung with all his might and aimed his blow at her face. The girl closed her eyes, realizing that she would not be able to repel this unexpected attack. At that moment, a guy appeared, grabbed the offender's hand and stood between him and Yuhara. One of the attackers, with fear in his voice, asked who he was. It turned out to be Kang Hyun-woo, the eldest grandson of the owner of Il-woo, a company in the top 8 in the country, and the girl recognized him. The man greeted Yuharu politely and smiled at her very sweetly. One of the hooligans, horrified, recognized him as that same Kang Hyun-woo and stepped aside. After this, the frightened offenders fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Kang Hyun-woo calmly advised them to treat their friends with respect. The teenagers began to hastily apologize to Zhongqi, asking for forgiveness and offering to beat them up in return. They thanked Kang Hyun-woo and, pretending to have made peace, quickly left. Yuhara froze in amazement and was surprised at how much the teenagers were afraid of the man. Kang Hyun-woo explained that this attitude was simply due to the fact that he was older than them. Then he suddenly asked if she had some free time because he wanted to say something important. At this time, Ha Jung-woo was standing outside the school building and reading messages from Yuhara, who said that she would be waiting for him at class today. Our hero thought about her and did not understand why she herself did not come to school. He decided that she was obviously busy with something, and tried to convince himself that he had not come to school because of her. However, inside he felt very sad and as if he had been deceived. Having collected his thoughts, he decided that since he had come and had not found a girl, he could start training. Ha Jung-woo decided to go to Professor Richard to ask him about magic. He reflected on how Park Yeon-chung and Ju Ho-myung had shown incredible skills beyond their natural abilities. While our hero was realizing that in order to survive in this world he needed to study magic intensively, the head of the Brotherhood of Steel approached him. He came to report on the work and to say that due to a lack of leads, they had to expand the search area. When Jong-woo asked what he had found out, the man explained that despite the search, no trace of So Moon-yi had been found. Our hero was worried that his opponent suddenly stopped making himself known, which could indicate a change in his strategy. But then he decided that there was no point in worrying now, because the enemy was accumulating strength in the shadows and would sooner or later show himself. However, Kang Tae-san reported that they had managed to find out some information about Jin Kang Bayek's transformation. Although their guesses have not been confirmed, it is highly likely that he is associated with the Unique Association. Jong-woo mentally noted that UNIC was one of the most important organizations, and that his enemy could easily hide there. Kang Tae-san explained that the Unique Association, the 7 clans, and the guilds together form the tri-power structure and are likely plotting something. Jung-woo agreed that UNIC had enough resources to cultivate the strongest master. The man then mentioned that on the way he saw Yu Haru leaving the building with some guy. Ha Young-woo reacted to this with an unexpected and uncharacteristic surprise. Meanwhile, the girl came to the meeting at Kang Hyun-woo's request, as he said that the matter was related to her father. The man, with a serious look, suggested that she get straight to the point of the conversation. He calmly and casually announced that Yuhara should marry him. Hearing this, the girl jumped up, indignantly asking what he had just said. The man admitted with a smile that he had expected her surprise and promised to explain the reason. But Yuhara did not listen to him and sharply shouted that she did not want to get married. Despite this, Kang Hyun-woo began to explain that the merger of their companies would be mutually beneficial. But the girl interrupted him. Yuhara angrily announced that she was leaving and sarcastically thanked him for the lunch. And already on the way out, she shouted that he had managed to ruin her mood. Kang Hyun-woo remained sitting at the table alone, silently staring into space. But literally a second later, he burst out laughing very loudly and unexpectedly. The man continued laughing for some time, covering his face with his hand. And then Kang Hyun-woo admitted to himself that he expected Yuhara to behave like an aristocrat, but it turned out differently. After everything that happened, Yuhara ran to school, apologizing to Ha Jung-woo and saying that she was a little late. Our hero coldly stated that he had not come to school because of her, and he did not care whether she was late or not. Yuhara smiled and said that he had nowhere to go, after which she enthusiastically sent her love to Jong-woo with a cheerful gesture. Our hero looked at the girl very carefully, not understanding what she was doing. Then Ha Jung-woo asked with irritation why she was acting so strangely. The girl responded with feigned offense by asking whether it was necessary to reject her heart so cruelly. Jung-woo knew in his mind that he was reacting this way because Yuhara's feelings were capable of disrupting his control over everything else. The girl spoke to him cheerfully, but he mentally noted that she didn't mention her recent meeting with Kang Hyun-woo from Il-woo's company. Yuhara took Ha Jung-woo's hand and told him that he needed to go with her. And then she added just as cheerfully that she was taking him to meet her father. Hearing this, Ha Jung-woo looked at the girl in surprise and asked her what she said. Yuhara said that her father was looking for a groom for her because our hero was procrastinating. As in wealthy families, everything was done in advance. Jun-woo replied that Il-woo's Kang Hyun-woo would be perfect for her, hinting that he knew about the meeting. Yuhara asked him in surprise how he knew about this, and our hero admitted that someone saw them leaving together. The girl said that she rejected Kang Hyun-woo and wants her father to know that she already has a boyfriend. Ha Young-woo sighed and remarked that her grandfather would hardly be happy about such an acquaintance. Meanwhile, Yuhara's grandfather, Yu Man-chul, was furious and indignant that many people were calling him tactless. Our hero's father, Ha Yun-chul, tried to smooth things over and explained that new technologies needed investors. The company's chairman, Tai-han, emphasized that he places great importance on honor and does not tolerate lies for the sake of gain. Then Yu Man-chul added that he would consider the possibility of investing in the development of the Energizer. Ha Yun-chul stood up, bowed to the man and thanked him for the meeting. After going down the elevator, the director of the company, Han Yeon, sighed heavily. He reflected that even the Tai-han company was hesitant about investing, as the technology was too new and unknown to the world. But he also noted that the very fact of meeting such a person in person was already a great success. At that moment, unexpectedly for the man, the phone in his pocket rang. Ha Yun-chul answered the call, introducing himself as the director of Han Yeon's company. Suddenly the man, stunned, asked again if he had really heard correctly and if his interlocutor wanted to invest in their company. Meanwhile, on the tablet, someone was studying a dossier on Ha Jung-woo, which indicated that he had defeated one of the Black Tigers. It was Kang Hyun-woo, who mockingly noted that our hero was simply lucky to survive his skirmish with Park Ki-ho. At that moment, someone entered the office and reported that Jung-woo only survived because the Black Tigers were exterminated. The stranger was Peng Do-jong, who happily greeted Kang Hyun-woo. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-woo, recognized him as the heir to the Northern River and tensed up. Peng Do-jong said mockingly that Kang Hyun-woo had become even worse looking over time. The company owner's eldest grandson, Il-woo, greeted the guest with cold politeness. The heir of the Northern River reacted aggressively to Kang Hyun-woo's smile, calling him a scumbag and threatening to break his neck. The man, smiling, said that Peng Do-jong could do whatever he wanted. But then the agreement between their families would be terminated. The heir of the Northern River, unexpectedly for no one, grabbed Kang Hyun-woo by the neck with fury and ordered him to shut up. And then, adding that Il-woo's company was of no use anyway, he twisted his interlocutor's neck. But Kang Hyun-woo was not so simple. He deceived his guest by giving him an illusion. while the man himself sat calmly on the sofa. Noticing this, Peng Dojong smirked and called the company owner's eldest grandson Il-Woo Lis. Kang Hyun-woo, without losing his composure, invited him to sit down and stop joking. But Peng Dojong refused to sit down, saying that he had only come to briefly discuss the matter. He accused Il-Woo's company of breaking promises and not keeping agreements. Kang Hyun-woo didn't answer right away, falling into a tense silence. Peng Dojong continued, adding that if the terms of the agreement were not fulfilled, their family would renege on their promises and become an enemy. Then he noted with a grin that he really hoped for Kang Hyun-woo's understanding. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-Woo, asked me to convey a message to the head of the family. He declared that the Peng family would soon see the 7 great clans and the unique association kneel before him. The heir of the Northern River only silently looked at Kang Hyun-woo with a half-smile. Then he turned around and, as he left, said that for now he was ready to take his word for it. And almost leaving the room, Peng Dojong stopped at the door, remembering something important. He turned around and said that he wanted to tell me something about Ha Jung-woo. And after that, he warned with a grin that underestimating our hero would lead to serious problems. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-Woo, silently watched as Peng Dojong left and pondered his words. Sometime later at the company, Han Yeon, its manager, thanked the investor for the massive purchase of their newest product, the Energizer. The investor turned out to be Kang Hyun-woo, who said with a smile that he was happy to help the father of his school friend. Ha Yun-chul thanked for the trust and promised timely delivery. After the investment, the factory, called Han Yeon Enterprise, continued its operations. The employee, looking worried, reminded the director that he had even taken out a bank loan to expand production. But Ha Yun-chul reassured the man, assuring him that the delivery to Il-Woo's company was going according to plan and that everything would be fine soon. Suddenly, another employee burst into the room with the alarming news that they were going to return all the batteries they had supplied. Ha Yun-chul asked again with horror in his eyes and a trembling voice what had happened. After hearing this, the director of the company, Han Yeon, immediately went to the headquarters of the Il-Woo company. Kneeling before Kang Hyun-woo, the man begged in panic for salvation. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-Woo, without hiding his irony, pretended not to understand what was being discussed. Ha Yun-chul panicked and begged them not to cancel the battery order, otherwise his business would collapse. Kang Hyun-woo calmly stated that there were many defective goods among the goods, and that this decision could not be changed. The director of the company, Han Yeon, desperately began to object, insisting that all the goods had been checked, which irritated Kang Hyun. Ha Jung-woo's father began to make excuses, ask for forgiveness, and promised to make a new delivery of a fully functional product. But the eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-Woo, didn't want to hear anything and said that he was terminating the contract. Ha Yun-chul, in a panic, grabbed the man by the clothes and began to beg for mercy and help. Then Kang Hyun-woo issued an ultimatum, stating that they would only accept the product if they were given the development of the Energizer. The company's director, Han Yeon, was stunned and unable to utter a word from shock. After everything that happened, Peng Do-chen laughed when he heard what Kang Hyun-woo did to Ha Jung-woo's father's business. He condemned Khan's actions, saying that if someone wants to destroy our hero, they should do it personally, not through the family. One of the North River twins asked what they should do, but Peng Duo-chen replied that they would not interfere with it, and he suggested that revealing the secret of the destruction of the Black Tigers would give them the opportunity to subjugate the 7 great clans. Then they approached the gate, which had become covered in cobwebs and on which a sign of the Black Tigers was displayed. Peng Duo-chen noted that with each step of the investigation, one thing became clear to him, namely that whoever destroyed the Black Tigers acted alone. This man controlled the surrounding area and moved freely throughout the territory. Toko-il doubted this possibility, recalling that the emperor of the underworld, Park Yeon-chung, was a difficult opponent. The heir of the Northern River said that even the strongest defenders can be defeated if they meet someone even stronger. He then added that the mysterious attacker had concealed his identity and pretended to be someone else while collecting the loot. He said that the place to look was the one that had benefited the most after the fall of the Black Tigers. The Northern River twins simultaneously exclaimed with a frightened expression that everything pointed to the Golden River clan. Peng Do-chen, with a smirk on his lips and very satisfied, confirmed their guess. However, he immediately doubted it, because this clan was not considered so strong, and it all looked somehow dubious. He remembered Lee Ho-guk and said that even with his power, he could not have dealt with the Black Tigers alone. He then thought about it, remembering the creepy figure of Ha Jung-woo that appeared in front of him. But he immediately dismissed this thought, deciding that our hero could not be such a strong master. Peng Duochen concluded that someone had single-handedly wiped out the entire clan, and now it was important to find out what was the reason for such rage. He ordered the North River twins to find this master using all available clues. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo was walking calmly down the street, completely immersed in his thoughts. Kang Chun caught up with him, informing him that Kang Hyun-woo seemed to have started following him. But our hero did not react to these words in any way, saying that he had no time to think about all this, since he was going to meet Yu Hara. Kang Chun cried out indignantly, thinking that he was going to marry her. Ha Jung-woo, however, dismissed the idea with a smirk, saying that at his age it was too early to think about marriage. Then Kang Chun returned to the topic of surveillance again, and said that Kang Hyun-woo was interested in him, and this was very bad. Our hero thought that since Kang Chun was so worried about the surveillance of the company's successor, Il-woo, it meant that he really was strong. The teenager responded by saying that it was not just about strength, but about the ability to use it. After all, Il-woo's company is one of the top 5 in the country, and Kang Hyun uses its influence to suppress the enemy before the battle begins. Seeing Ha Jung-woo's puzzled expression, Kang Chun was surprised that he still hadn't realized the full extent of the threat. He explained it more simply by saying that Kang Hyun-woo was cutting off the oxygen supply to his opponents using the power of his corporation. At that moment, our hero's sister, Su Yeon, quickly ran up to them. Kang Chun greeted the girl with joy, showing affection despite her resistance. Su Yeon ran to Han Jung-woo in a panic, saying that now was not the time to mess around since something bad had happened to their father. Meanwhile, a meeting of the entire staff was taking place at Han Yeon's enterprise. There, the director regretfully admitted to the employees that he had come to deliver bad news. He explained that the company was on the verge of bankruptcy after a failed attempt to bring a new product to market. The workers responded by exclaiming that they had no intention of giving up and believed they could start over with a new investor. Ha Yun-chul thanked everyone for believing in him, admitting that he had exhausted all funding options. And then, with tears in his eyes and a sincere smile, he expressed gratitude for the opportunity to work with him. The workers begged the director not to abandon the company, saying that everything could still be saved. At that moment, a man ran in and announced the good news that they had a new investor. The director could not believe what he heard and was very happy about it. Soon, negotiations with the investor were moved to the company's conference room. The director said that thanks to energy stones, the efficiency of batteries increased 5-fold. However, the potential investor pointed out some problems with a cool tone. Ha Yun-chul asked with a nervous smile what problems exactly he was talking about. The investor clarified that he is concerned about the stability of energy stone supplies, as they have been temporarily suspended. The director, not knowing what to say, simply forced a silent smile, holding back his irritation. And then he asked if he really wanted to continue the conversation, and in that spirit. After all, the investor was his son, Han Jung-woo, and the man could afford to talk to him as an equal. Our hero reminded us that he is investing a lot of money in this company, and that is why he is interested in its future. At the same time, a meeting was taking place in the Il-woo company building. During the meeting, one of the executives presented a new energizer product based on the power of energy stones. He explained that if they obtain the development of Hanyang batteries, they will be able to extract enormous benefits from it. The man also mentioned that an alliance with a group called the Guild would provide them with an endless supply of energy stones. Kang Hyun-woo thought that he had received a stroke of luck and hoped to use it to strengthen his position in the company. At that moment, one of the employees burst into the room saying that they had problems. He announced that Han Yeon's enterprise had acquired a new investor. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-woo, was shocked by what he heard and asked again if he had heard wrong. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo and his father were slowly returning home. Ha Yun-chul stopped the car, but for some reason was in no hurry to get out. Ha Jung-woo asked his father why he was acting so strangely, to which the man replied that he simply couldn't believe what was happening. Then the company director, Han Yeon, asked his son with disbelief to pinch his cheek to make sure it wasn't a dream. Our hero immediately fulfilled the request, and Ha Yun-chul screamed in surprise and pain. Having come to his senses, he decided that since the pain was real, then everything that was happening was also real. The man asked doubtfully how it could be true that Han Jung-woo was the investor who saved his company. Our hero reported that he invested the money he earned in the Golden River into a business that turned out to be very successful. My father was still in shock at how big the investment was. Ha Young-woo leaned sharply towards the man, telling him to be quiet and lower his voice. He reminded that the deposit is a huge secret, and if anyone finds out, especially his mother, then our hero will take all his money back. Ha Yun-chul quickly agreed, promising not to tell anyone for the good of the company. After that, they went home because their mother was there, waiting for the two of them for lunch. Meanwhile, people from a car parked nearby were watching this whole scene. It was Kang Hyun-woo and his assistant, and they were looking out the window very carefully. The eldest grandson of the company owner, Il-woo, realized that the investor who invested in the batteries was Han Jung-woo. The second man, holding the documents in his hands, confirmed that their informant had also confirmed this information. Kang Hyun-woo couldn't understand where an ordinary high school student could get such a lot of money. The assistant explained that the source of funding was still unknown, but an important lead had emerged. Namely, that recently Jun-woo has been in close contact with Yu Hara, who is allegedly connected with the Taihan company. Evening came, and the city was enveloped in the silence and complete tranquility of the night. Yu Hara walked up the stairs in one of the dark alleys, looking around. The girl continued on her way, when suddenly a suspicious man appeared in the shadows behind her. Feeling some anxiety, Yu Hara looked over her shoulder warily. The man in the cap and mask froze, watching her from the bottom of the stairs, and did not approach. The girl, suddenly feeling threatened, rushed up the stairs very sharply. But then another stranger appeared in front of her and roughly grabbed Yu Haru's hand, saying that she couldn't just leave like that. The girl realized that she was trapped, because she was surrounded from different sides. One of the attackers, shouting and threatening, suddenly rushed at Yu Haru with a knife. But the girl did not lose her composure and immediately delivered a powerful blow to the attacker's face. The man, not expecting such force, immediately collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. This scene turned out to be part of the shoot, and then the cameraman shouted that he had captured everything. Yu Hara asked the actor if she had hit him hard, to which he laughed and assured her that he had felt almost no pain. The director announced the end of the filming day and thanked everyone for a job well done. Here the girl looked to the side in surprise, noticing someone she didn't expect to see here. Ha Young-woo approached the set with a gift bag in his hand. After this, the couple got into a red car and raced through the night city. Yu Hara thanked our hero for coming to her shoot. Then she asked him if he was worried, to which Han Jung-woo replied that he had no reason to be. Yu Hara reminded that our hero is going to meet her parents today. Ha Young-woo reacted calmly, which made her angry, because he was not at all nervous before such an important meeting. Our hero recalled that she said that her parents were good people, but the girl still expressed concern. Ha Young-woo smiled and said that it was okay because he believed her. Soon they arrived at Yu Hara's house, which was quite large. The girl entered the house with excitement, and Ha Jung-woo walked silently behind her. They were met by an elderly man whom Yu Hara had never expected to see here. It was her grandfather. She asked in surprise why he hadn't gone on a business trip abroad as he had promised. But the grandfather did not answer her question, but only told them to quickly enter the house. Our hero immediately recognized the man as Yu Man-chul, the head of the Taihan Corporation. Jung-woo knew that in his youth he was so strong that he was nicknamed the Tiger of Paektusan, and even now he remains majestic. The teenager immediately introduced himself to his grandfather and said that he was Yu Hara's boyfriend. The old man stated with disbelief that he did not intend to marry his granddaughter to a guy from a bankrupt family. The girl asked in amazement what her grandfather meant and what he was talking about. Yu Man-chul explained that after Il-woo's company withdrew its investment, Ha Jung-woo's family went bankrupt. The teenager said with a grin that the Taihan Corporation had outdated information, since his father's company had recently received investment support. The old man indignantly shouted that he was well aware of the situation and knew that Ha Jung-woo was the investor. At that moment, two bodyguards with batons suddenly appeared behind our hero. The grandfather shouted that he did not understand how a teenager could invest billions and accused him of encroaching on his granddaughter's money. After these words, two clubs appeared in front of our hero's face and blocked his path. The bodyguards were full of determination. Their weapons crossed at Ha Jung-woo's chest, and a threatening aura emanated from their bodies. Yu Hara rushed towards them and shouted for them to stop immediately. Despite the tense situation, Ha Jung-woo remained calm and looked straight at Yu Man-chul. Our hero took a decisive step forward, and the grandfather gestured for the guards to disperse. After all this, a tense silence hung in the room, and Ha Jung-woo continued to look at Yu Man-chul. Our hero asked if the head of the corporation, Taihan, really thought that he borrowed money from Yu Hara. And when his grandfather answered positively, Ha Jung-woo confidently replied that he was not so poor as to ask for money. Yu Man-chul said that if this was true, then our hero would have no problem presenting evidence that he could believe. Ha Jung-woo asked a counter-question and demanded to know what the head of the Taihan Corporation would do if he proved his case. Grandfather promised that he would then admit to his relationship with Yu Hara, but asked what Jung-woo would do if he was not satisfied with the evidence. Our hero replied with a serious expression that in that case he would no longer see Hara. Yu Man-chul looked at the teenager with interest and asked if he was giving his word as a real man that he would fulfill his promise. Our hero smiled and replied that his word was worth more than 8,000 coins. After this, Ha Jung-woo placed a small, elegant box on the table in front of his grandfather. He suggested that the head of the Taihan Corporation open it himself, hinting at the importance of the contents. The old man carefully took the box in his hands, saying that he would be happy to do so. And as soon as Yu Man-chul opened the box, a bright flash of energy burst out from it. The grandfather looked at the shining object in amazement, not immediately realizing what it was. But then the head of the company, Taihan, realized that in front of him was the core of a 7th-level portal. The man mentally admitted that he had seen many energy stones, but this was the first time he had seen such a core. Shocked, Yu Man-chul looked at Ha Jung-woo and asked who he really was. Our hero replied that he didn't want to tell anything about himself, which caused even more confusion. The head of the company, Taihan, was indignant and said that he could not give his granddaughter to a stranger. And despite everything he saw, the old man said that it didn't change anything at all. Hara was indignant and shouted at her grandfather that all this was unfair, begging him to change his mind. The old man said that there was a family with whom he had arranged a marriage, to which the girl replied that she would rather die than marry Hyun-woo. After these words, Yu Man-chul became furious and said that even though Ha Jung-woo brought the portal core, it didn't change anything. At that moment, 2 guards who were still in the room suddenly attacked our hero. But then one of them, before he could do anything, received a powerful blow to the face and flew back. In anger, another guard also tried to attack, but only missed. The next moment, Ha Jung-woo intercepted one of the attackers and threw him head-first onto the floor. He fell with a deafening blow, breaking his forehead through the stone tile. Our hero twisted the guard's arm, and Yu Man-chul simply stood silently and watched what was happening. Jung-woo's expression was serious. He looked at the man defiantly and asked if he should continue the fight. The old man admitted that his 2 strongest fighters had been defeated without the possibility of resistance, so there was no need to continue. Ha Jun-woo clarified whether he understood correctly that he was now allowed to date Hara. Yu Man-chul answered positively, but noted to himself that all the information he had received about our hero turned out to be incorrect. Then the grandfather asked suspiciously whether the young man knew in advance that he would be home. Hara looked at the guy with the same surprise and demanded answers. And Ha Jung-woo confidently stated that if he hadn't known that Yu Man-chul was at home, he wouldn't have taken the cannonball with him. The head of the corporation, Taihan, called him a snake in irritation, but our hero took it as praise. The grandfather anxiously asked the girl if she could cope with such a dangerous young man. Hara took Ha Jung-woo's hand and said that she had asked herself this question many times before and realized that she could handle it. Yu Man-chul sadly admitted that his granddaughter was head over heels in love and didn't care at all about his worries. The girl reminded that she would not be able to stay under the same roof with her grandfather forever. The head of the corporation, Taihan, looking at the couple, noticed that Hara was really becoming more and more like her chosen one. Inwardly, the man wondered if he could cope with the young man, but he already understood that he could not change anything. With a sigh, he finally resigned himself and said that he gave permission for this relationship. Hara happily hugged her grandfather, thanking him, and he in return complained of back pain and asked her not to jump like that. Ha Jung-woo, watching this, realized that it was time for him to move on to the next level. Meanwhile, a warm summer night, illuminated by a crescent moon, reigned over the city. A white car was racing down the road, roaring and cutting through the night darkness at breakneck speed. Kang Hyun-woo was sitting in the car, wearing a white suit and a determined expression on his face. He recalled how Chairman Yu personally asked him to pretend that there was no wedding contract. After the meeting, when it became known that Han Yeon's company had found a new investor, the man came to his father's office. Kang Chul-min yelled at him in anger, disappointed that he couldn't win Hara's heart and now they were a laughingstock. The young man, returning to reality, gripped the steering wheel, furiously thinking about how Ha Jung-woo dared to challenge him. And at that very moment, Kang Hyun-woo screamed furiously that he would gladly kill him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in one of the houses, something terrible was happening. Shots rang out throughout the mansion, and security guards ran and shouted to protect the boss. Soon, the area around the house was littered with the bodies of guards who had fallen in the shootout. It seemed that no one was alive anymore, but this turned out to be wrong, because voices were heard in one of the rooms. One man sat on the floor and was bleeding, while the other made a video call and held the phone screen up to him. The exhausted stranger begged for his life, promising to do whatever was asked of him. But only the man who was on the other end of the line ordered his killer to kill everyone. The next second, the room was filled with blood. The execution was complete, and the killer stood emotionless next to the body. At this point, he had already dropped the video call, but the phone vibrated in his hand again. The man immediately picked up the phone, briefly replying that he would be happy to accept the new assignment. After listening very carefully, Park Woo-shik, the 5th-ranked assassin in the guild, confirmed the order to kill Ha Jung-woo. Meanwhile, in another residential area of the city, it was quiet and very calm. Ha Jung-woo returned home, entered the apartment, and looked very tired. But then he noticed with surprise that there was complete silence in the apartment and no one was there. Looking around, he asked himself out loud where everyone had gone, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, he felt some very strange movement in the room. Sensing danger, he reacted instantly, dodging the attack. Ha Jung-woo didn't reflect the attack, but only dodged it very deftly. Then, stopping, he reproachfully reminded them that they needed to move more quietly. At that moment, his younger sister pounced on him, screaming, explaining that she had been very quiet. It just turned out that our hero has too good a hearing and it's hard to catch him off guard. Upon landing, Ha Soo-yeon indignantly declared that she had been hanging in the air at first, meaning there couldn't have been any sounds. And then the girl indignantly accused her brother of never giving in to her, as if he seriously wanted to defeat the child. Ha Jung-woo, with a slight chuckle, advised her to continue to hone her black sky technique if she wanted to win. Ha Soo-yeon complained that her friend's older brothers behaved differently, giving gifts and money instead of fighting. Our hero ironically asked what country these ideal brothers were from, since such people don't exist in the real world. The girl clicked her tongue in irritation and quickly turned away, puffing out her cheeks. At that moment, their parents entered the room, surprised and asking what they were doing there. Ha Jung-woo, along with Ha Soo-yeon, began to harshly justify themselves, claiming that they did nothing. Mom, not paying attention, told everyone to go wash their hands and get ready for dinner. Our hero, scratching his neck, said tiredly that he was just about to take a shower. At that moment, his father stopped him, putting his hand on his shoulder and telling him that he had news. And then he said that the Taehan company wants to buy their batteries in bulk. He added that he was obliged to report to Ha Jung-woo since he was the main sponsor. Our hero got angry and grabbed his father by the lapels, reminding him that he asked him not to call him that because his mother might hear them. Ha Yun-chul began to justify himself, explaining that he was simply reporting to the main investor that the situation in the company was normalizing. At that moment, Mom looked and called out to both of them, inviting them to dinner. After taking a shower and having a delicious dinner, Ha Jung-woo announced that he was going for a walk with Yu Hara. When his parents were surprised by his late walk, he explained that he was going to drop the girl off after her filming because he was nervous. Ha Jung-woo didn't hesitate and immediately left the house, and his parents, standing at the door, watched him go. The father expressed concern about our hero's behavior, but the mother reminded him that Yu Hara's family had given consent to their relationship. The woman smiled and remarked that if everything went well, Ha Jung-woo would become the groom of the granddaughter of the Taehan company. Our hero went outside and walked slowly along the illuminated alley. He walked alone and leisurely to the filming location to meet his girlfriend there. At this time, Park Woo-shik was watching him from afar and decided to follow him. Looking at our hero, the 5th-ranked assassin in the guild union thought that this was too easy a target for him. But then he reasoned that in their work there are no difficult or easy tasks because only the result is important. While Park Woo-shik was thinking about life, Ha Jung-woo suddenly jumped up and ran. The 5th-ranked assassin in the guild union realized that our hero had noticed him, but it was already too late. The man ordered the dark figures that appeared, made of his shadow, to catch Ha Jung-woo. And then, making a very serious face, he announced that it was time to begin. After these words, Park Woo-shik also ran very quickly, trying to catch up with Ha Jung-woo. Our hero found himself in a deserted green park in order to hide. But the shadows sent by the 5th-ranked assassin were pursuing him. They flew very quickly past the trees at great speed, trying to catch Ha Jung-woo. At some point, a shockwave came from nowhere and broke all the trees, but Ha Jung-woo managed to regroup. Our hero stopped, stood up, and found himself surrounded by a group of masked people. He noted that the opponents were too persistent and asked who they were. Park Woo-shik mockingly stated that they had come to punish the naughty child. Then he added that he heard about the impudent high school student and came to teach him a lesson, while promising that there would be almost no pain. One of the attackers added that there would be pain, but only very slight, and then it would become very good. But at that moment, the The fifth-ranked assassin stopped his shadow, asking to wait a minute before the fight began. Park Woo-shik said that he had to show Ha Jung-woo something very important. Our hero picked up the phone of the fifth-ranked assassin, and a video call began on the screen. On the other end of the line was Kang Hyun-woo, who remarked that Ha Jung-woo still looked good. He added that he didn't want to do this, but our hero became arrogant, and in the end, he gave advice to behave more quietly in the next life. After this message, Park Woo-shik suggested finishing the case since Ha Jung-woo now knew the reason for his death. Our hero agreed with a gloomily look and said that he too was pretty fed up with all this. And the next second, with a grin, he added that he should have chosen his opponent better. The shadows rushed at Ha Jung-woo, asking him not to be angry with them and wishing him a safe journey to the next world. Our hero remained motionless, frozen with a creepy smile on his face. Suddenly, he activated the Great Divine Thunder technique, covering the enemies with a powerful explosion of energy. Park Woo-shik covered his face in panic, hiding from the bright energy and not understanding what was happening. The technique destroyed all the shadows, and Ha Jung-woo, appearing behind the assassin, sarcastically said that he had no time to be surprised. After these words, our hero used a technique called Breaking Heavenly Star, but the enemy managed to dodge. Park Woo-shik jumped to the side with very fast leaps and found himself grouped together on a rock. But Ha Jung-woo was prepared for this, and had already prepared a new wave of energy which he directed at the enemy. A second later, the charge was sent towards the assassin and destroyed the stone on which he was located. Park Woo-shik didn't understand why Ha Jung-woo was so fast. After this, the man looked closely at our hero and realized that he should not be underestimated. And having realized the enemy's strength, the mercenary decides that after the battle is over, he will demand to pay for it much more than he was offered. Park Woo-shik, deciding to continue the fight, activates a technique called Spatial Jump, and then he appears behind Ha Jung-woo, pointing his weapon at his neck. However, our hero manages to intercept the attack and, grabbing his opponent by the neck, begins to strangle him. And then he told Park Woo-shik not to worry so much because it wouldn't hurt him very much. But soon his lips spread into a frightening grin, and he added that, if only a little. Ha Jung-woo looked at his opponent and smiled at him in a very menacing manner. Park Woo-shik panics and realizes that he sees the real killer in front of him. He started shaking, realizing that something had gone wrong and this guy was no ordinary high school student. The hitman compared our hero to a predator waiting for the right moment to pounce on its prey. Ha Jung-woo continued to smirk because he realized that his enemy had sensed something and he understood. But alas, this happened too late, and after these thoughts, our hero wrung Park Woo-shik's neck. The assassin died instantly, his completely limp body falling to the ground with a crash. Ha Jung-woo was the only survivor on the battlefield, with his fallen enemies lying around him. After standing there for a while, our hero decided it was time to leave and calmly headed towards the park exit. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he heard the screeching of brakes and saw cars approaching. The car doors immediately open, and it becomes clear that new enemies have arrived. Each fighter is armed to the teeth and looks quite intimidating. Ha Jung-woo was happy about this because he was almost disappointed that Kang Hyun-woo sent only one team to eliminate him. And then he immediately informed the newly arrived people that with such a number he would finally be able to feel the taste of battle. The leader of the arriving team, looking at the teenager, did not immediately realize that it was Ha Jung-woo. A man standing nearby commented on Park Woo-shik's death, saying that he was not at all surprised by it. Our hero scratched his ear and said that he had absolutely no time, so he wanted to finish this fight as quickly as possible. The group's leader stated that they were Darkness, the second strongest guild out of the 8 major guilds, and that they were much stronger than Park Woo-shik. Ha Jung-woo says that he doesn't care at all who they are, because he wants to deal with them already and go about his business. In a rage, the leader of the crowd led everyone into an attack, shouting that he would teach our hero some manners. Meanwhile, on the set, the camera crew was preparing to shoot a scene on a dark street. On the other side of the frame, someone stood calmly in the shadows, waiting for the filming to end. It was Kang Hyun-woo, dressed in a formal suit and holding a bouquet of flowers, watching everything that was happening from around the corner. He grinned maliciously assuming that Ha Jung-woo was most likely already dead. Meanwhile, the director was pleased with the successfully filmed scene and was preparing to move on to the next one. And Kang Hyun-woo mentally admitted that he sent Darkness to ensure our hero's death because he didn't trust Park Woo-shik. He hoped that the news of Ha Jung-woo's death would shock the girl, and he hoped to console her in order to win her favor. Suddenly, a stranger in a white hood walked past the man, pushing him slightly. Kang Hyun-woo turned around in surprise and saw a hooded figure walking towards the film crew. Insulted, he demanded that he first apologize for the push and reproach him for his lack of manners. The guy in the white hoodie turned out to be Jong Woo, who smiled and apologized, saying he was busy talking on the phone. Kang Hyun-woo was shocked to see the man he thought was dead in front of him. Our hero, with an innocent look, asked if his interlocutor was ill, noticing that he had turned very pale. The man couldn't believe that the guy he was trying to eliminate was still alive, because the darkness was much stronger than him. Meanwhile, a girl approached Ha Jung-woo and joyfully called out his name. Yuhara hugged the guy's hand and said that she was very glad to see him here. But when she noticed Kang Hyun-woo, the girl was surprised and did not immediately understand what he was doing there. Our hero told her that the man was just her fan and even brought Yuhara a bouquet of flowers. Kang Hyun-woo couldn't contain his rage. His whole body began to shake and he clenched his teeth in anger. Unable to bear the humiliation, he turned around and walked away with a forced smile. Kang Hyun-woo held back his anger, but his face showed hatred and inner rage. Arriving at the scene of the battle, the man, unable to bear it any longer, threw the bouquet with all his might onto the ground, scattering the petals everywhere. Standing by his car, he screamed in anger, outraged by the incompetence of those to whom he entrusted the task. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated, attracting attention. An incoming call from an unknown number and a strange logo appeared on the screen. The company's heir, Il-woo, picked up the phone and said that he was just about to call himself. The voice on the other end of the line demanded an explanation, and Kang Hyun-woo furiously reported that Ha Jung-woo was still alive. He then added that he was on the battlefield and saw that Park Woo-shik and Darkness had been completely destroyed. Someone on the other end of the line chuckled, not believing that the assassin and all the followers of his guild were killed by one person. Confused, Kang Hyun-woo tried to figure out what his interlocutor meant with a trembling voice. On the other end of the line, the man was talking to the master of the Dark Guild, named Choi Kyung-hwan, who accused the other man of having hidden plans. Sitting in a dark office, he calmly rejected attempts at denial, declaring that he had known everything for a long time. He angrily recalled that Kang Hyun-woo had allied with the Peng family to seize control of the guild union. The heir of the Il-woo company, with his phone, was speechless with fear and confusion. In a panic, he began to deny the accusations and insist that it was all a big misunderstanding and that Choi Kyung-hwan had misunderstood everything. However, the voice on the phone did not believe him and reminded him that he knew about the secret agreement between the company and the Peng family. Frightened, Kang Hyun-woo began to make excuses, insisting that he had nothing to do with it. But they dryly told him that everything would become clear after the investigation and demanded that he wait for the results. After the call ended, the company's heir, Il-woo, looked at the screen in confusion, not believing what was happening. He realized that the guild association suspected his company of trying to form an alliance against them. The thought flashed through his mind that if his father found out about this, the consequences would be catastrophic. At this moment, someone was watching Kang Hyun-woo from the side and was in no hurry to reveal themselves. It was Ha Jung-woo, who had also come to the scene of the battle and was looking at the confused enemy standing by the car. With a grin, he noted to himself that it was too early for the heir of the Il-woo company to despair, because his nightmare was just beginning. Under the light of the full moon, our hero ominously thought that it was time for him to move on to the next level. At that moment, on the other side of the city, an unknown person dealt his crushing blow. His opponent screamed in pain and was thrown back several meters by the force of the blow. The victim was Kang Chun, and suddenly a familiar figure appeared behind him, asking him to be careful. It was Peng Do-jong who asked how Lee Ho-guk would react when he found out that his son was dead. The history of the guild's formation is shorter than that of the Great Seven, all because the reason for their rapid growth was the opening of portals. Due to the chaos, countless randomly created guilds were initially formed. But over time, they were all put in order, and at the moment there are 8 guilds. Among them, Darkness was a huge guild with over 1,000 members, 200 of whom were level 6 or higher. But back to the present day, Kang Hyun-woo panicked as he recalled how his father tried to make Darkness their ally. He understood that if he found out about the suspicions against him, it would be the end of him. He needed to prove his innocence to the Peng family, but he had already begun to think about turning to them for help. But he immediately became afraid that Peng Do-jong would take advantage of this weakness and blackmail him. These thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock on the office door, into which the girl looked in and said that she had news for the man. Kang Hyun-woo angrily shouted that he was not in the mood to listen to reports right now. But, having come to his senses a little, he stated that since he had come to the company's office, he needed to work, so she could report why she had come. The secretary reported that Taihan had signed a contract to purchase batteries. Upon hearing this unexpected news, Kang Hyun-woo became incredibly furious. The girl explained that the market had reacted sharply to these batteries, and if they were not purchased, Il-woo's company's sales would drop sharply. The secretary didn't have time to finish her thought because Kang Hyun-woo threw a stack of papers at her face. Enraged, the man threw her out of the office, shouting at her not to show up there again. In a rage, he swore that he would not die silently and would definitely get even with Ha Jung-woo. And then Kang Hyun-woo angrily promised to rip off our hero's mask with his own hands. At this time, the building called the Golden River was quiet and calm. Ha Jung-woo and Kim Jong-gwan were discussing that Kang Chun had gone missing and his phone had been turned off since yesterday. The advisor stated that he was just about to go look for Lee Ho-guk's son. Our hero continued to silently observe what was happening, showing neither fear nor surprise. Suddenly, an enraged clan leader, enveloped in electrical energy, pounced on him from behind. Lee Ho-guk launched a swift punch, but Ha Jung-woo managed to regroup. However, the blast wave was so strong that our hero was thrown back several meters. After the attack, the young man turned around warily, seeing that the head of the clan was in a very warlike mood. Ha Jung-woo was outraged by what was happening and demanded an immediate explanation. The enraged man accused the young man of allegedly planning to marry Heir and attacked him again. Our hero shouted and denied the accusation, declaring that he had no intention of getting married. Lee Ho-guk, hearing this, decided not to attack Ha Jung-woo and jumped to the side. His landing left a gouge in the floor, and our hero again said that he had no plans to get married yet. The clan leader panicked and asked what was wrong with his daughter, but Ha Jung-woo calmly replied that nothing could be done. An angry Lee Ho-guk shouted that his behavior was betraying Heirin. Ha Jung-woo calmly stepped aside and stated that the clan leader was jumping to conclusions too quickly. He, enraged by such a reaction, began to shout that he had been really looking forward to the birth of his daughter and was ready to do anything for her. The guy was indignant and said that he would never hurt Heirin because she was just as close to him. Lee Ho-guk shouted that if that was the case, then Ha Jung-woo would never marry Yuhara. Our hero reminded us that this was his wedding and his business, and that the man wasn't even his father. To which the head of the clan shouted that he wanted to become his father-in-law. The teenager sighed and said that there were more important things to do now, since Kang Chun still hadn't returned. Lee Ho-guk asked the advisor in surprise what had happened to his son. Kim replied that he had been unable to contact the young master since the previous day, and noted that the situation around him had become alarming. The clan leader said that most likely nothing terrible had happened, and Kang Chun himself would return later. And then he confidently declared that his son was capable of getting out of any trouble. Advisor Kim watched with alarm as Lee Ho-guk burst into loud laughter after that. But after that, the man admitted that perhaps it was worth starting the search after all. The advisor watched what was happening with alarm, containing his excitement. Here, the head of the Golden River clan slowly began to realize that something bad might have happened to his son. Ha Jung-woo also started thinking about it, but he remained silent and showed no emotion. The city was bathed in sunlight as life went on as usual. Our hero walked down the street with a heavy heart, thinking about his failure in finding Kang Chun, and he had a bad feeling about this. He gave the order to mobilize all members of the Brotherhood of Steel to search for the missing person. Finding himself at the crossroads, he looked around and, not seeing any people around, tensed up. After all, this address was sent to him with a note that Yuhara was filming there, but there was no one around. He approached the massive door, thinking about how the girl had been calling him to meetings lately under the pretext of filming. Entering the room, he found himself in an empty filming hall and looked ahead warily. Ha Jung-woo doubtfully thought that he had come to the wrong place, but then a voice in the audience announced that he had come to the right place, because this was the film set. Kang Hyun-woo appeared in the hall and announced with a mysterious smile that his true nature would be revealed here. Hearing the sharp sound of the door closing, our hero became wary and looked around. The heir of the Il-woo company, with a crazy grin, offered to start their conversation. The space around me flared with blue panels, creating a strange digital atmosphere. Suddenly, they found themselves in a room surrounded by numerous holograms displaying their images. Our hero and Kang Hyun-woo found themselves surrounded by screens that were showing their images. In another room, Choi Kyung-hwan watched everything that was happening thanks to the cameras that were installed there. He grinned slightly, thinking that Kang Hyun-woo had come up with something interesting, and the fun would finally begin. Meanwhile, in the digital room, Ha Jung-woo continued to stand in front of the company's heir, Il-woo. He realized that Kang Hyun-woo used Yu Haru to lure him to this place. Then our hero noticed that everything that was happening was being recorded and broadcast through cameras. It was then that Ha Jung-woo noticed one of the surveillance cameras pointed directly at them. And then our hero looked around and noted that there were quite a lot of cameras here. The heir of the Il-woo company said with a sly smile that this was his apology. Ha Jung-woo asked him incredulously why he had decided to apologize in such a way. Hyun-woo stated that he apologized for underestimating the teenager, as he defeated Park Woo-shik and the Dark Guild members single-handedly. Our hero only grinned in response, not hiding his smugness. The company's heir, Il-woo, continued by stating that he had personally come to fight him as an apology. Ha Jung-woo coldly reminded him that he had disturbed his family and that such a thing would not go unpunished. Kang Hyun-woo laughed, saying that his opponent was too confident and didn't know anything about his capabilities. Our hero wanted to answer him, but didn't have time, because at that very second, some kind of glowing stick stuck into the floor in front of him. A scratch with a drop of blood appeared on the teenager's face, and he clearly did not expect such an outcome. And his enemy said that he was studying at the Faculty of Metal Management, which only the best students had access to. He added that he was studying control over all metals and was proud to be among the top 0.100th of the students in the entire world. After these words, the heir of the Il-woo company sent all the metal objects that were in this hall towards Ha Jung-woo. And our hero asked with a grin whether his opponent really expected to win by relying only on his own abilities. After these words, the teenager very quickly disappeared from the place where the metal projectiles were flying. When Kang Hyun-woo's weapons missed their target and crashed into each other, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying part of the hall. At this moment, Ha Jung-woo appeared behind his opponent and declared that he was not interested in hearing about this incredible faculty. And then he asked what he would do if the heir of the Il-woo company couldn't advise the best students. At this moment, our hero disappeared from his enemy's sight to attack him again. But Kang Hyun-woo was ready for the attack and managed to use his defense. Ha Jung-woo noted with irritation that he was faced with a magical technique again. The heir to the Il-woo company reminded him that he controls metals and that he was tired of the teenager underestimating him. After these words, he activated a deadly attack, surrounding the enemy with sharp blades. Kang Hyun-woo abruptly pointed all his weapons at our hero, but he managed to jump aside. He moved around the room very quickly and dodged attacks very deftly. Ha Jung-woo landed softly, leaving behind a shattered floor and spears sticking out. He looked with irritation at all the metal objects that had been fired at him before but had missed. But at the same time, he smirked and called the heir of the Il-woo company very annoying. And Kang Hyun-woo accused our hero of only evading and deliberately not showing his true abilities. At that moment, Ha Jung-woo's phone rang and the enemy offered to pick it up. The teenager decided to do just that, so he put the phone to his ear, remaining focused. He heard a familiar voice calling his name. It was Kang Chun. The teenager on the other end of the line screamed in panic, begging for rescue. The North River twins were holding Kang Chun, who was chained and kneeling in some basement. Suddenly, someone approached the prisoner and abruptly snatched the phone. It was Peng Do-jong, who told Ha Jung-woo on the phone that he was enjoying the fight, which the teenager was doing well in dodging. But then he declared that our hero would have to defeat Kang Hyun-woo first if he wanted to save his friend. Ha Jung-woo said that he knew that Peng Do-jong was watching their fight. And then he asked threateningly whether the man would regret kidnapping Kang Chun. But his enemy replied mockingly that it would be our hero who would have to feel sorry for him. After all, he thinks that it was the Golden River that slaughtered the Black Tigers and contributed to the disappearance of his brother Peng Se-gi. After saying these words, he grabbed Kang Chun by the collar and mockingly asked if he was wrong. Suddenly, Peng Do-jong pressed his captive's shoulder with all his strength, seriously injuring him. The heir of the Northern River told Ha Jung-woo that he was going to kill Kang Chun and break the Golden River. He added that the heads of the other 6 clans were already heading there. Meanwhile, influential leaders, including Chae Min-chol, were riding in luxury cars. The head of the Heavenly Fire clan and the Artificial Blades were also on their way to battle. A huge column of cars was racing at breakneck speed and was already approaching the gates of the Golden River residence. Du-jiang told Jung-woo that he would have to personally go and destroy his clan, so he would no longer watch the battle. And then he added that although he didn't like Kang Hyun-woo, he was very strong, so our hero needed to be more careful. After that, Peng Do-jong ended the call, and Ha Jung-woo thought about the information he had just received for a while. Kang Hyun-woo looked at our hero and reminded him that in order to go to the Golden River, he first needed to defeat it. Ha Jung-woo chuckled and confidently promised to make his enemy regret his words. Someone in the building loudly gave the order to move faster. 2 grown men demanded that Jung-ki open the door. After all, behind her, Hyun-woo is bullying a teenager and this needs to be filmed. The frightened boy begged not to be forced to do this. The bullies reminded Jung Ki that he specializes in hacking. Therefore, only he will be able to enter the room and open the lock. Under threat of physical violence, the boy agreed. At this time, Jung Woo kicked his opponent in the face. The attack was so strong that it threw the enemy far back. Kang Hyun-woo was shocked that the enemy had such power. Meanwhile, Jung Ki had already entered the room and taken a photo. The heir to the Il-woo Corporation screamed when he realized he was in the frame. Jung Ki apologized in a panic and left the room very quickly. Hyun-woo ran to the door and started demanding that the photo be deleted. At this time, Jung-woo took advantage of the opportunity and attacked him. The man noticed that our hero was too self-confident. And after that, he activated a powerful shield made of titanium alloy. Jung-woo sneered dismissively and didn't stop. With a scream, our hero quickly broke through this titanium shield. At this time, Choi Kyung-hwan, who was watching the fight, jumped up from his seat. He realized that it was Jung-woo who killed his followers and the mercenary. The man said that he would not forgive anyone who stood in his way. Kyung-hwan realized that Jung-woo was the protector of the Golden River. And it is not for nothing that this clan is suspected of exterminating the Black Tigers. A loud alarm sounded across the Golden River area. The advisor shouted and ordered all his subordinates to prepare for battle. The warriors lined up as 6 great clans approached them. Ho-guk was very happy about this because his body was going crazy from idleness. Kim Jong-gwan shouted at the clan leader, shocked by his behavior. The advisor was outraged that the head did not realize the seriousness of the situation. The leaders of 6 clans approached the scene with their fighters. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo easily neutralized Hyun-woo again. Our hero thought that he would gladly finish him off right then and there. However, he decided not to do this because he had more important things to do. Jung-woo headed towards the door to quickly find Kang Chun. Suddenly, energy cuffs snapped onto his wrists. Kang Hyun-woo warned that Jung-woo wouldn't be able to leave here. He explained that the handcuffs were made of a special alloy, and it cannot be destroyed by any force in this world. The man shouted triumphantly that the handcuffs were holding back the magic, and this only means that now Ha Jung-woo will die. The company's heir directed an energy ball at our hero, which, flying around the room, destroyed everything in its path. Hyun-woo then activated the destruction hammer weapon. With a loud cry, he threw the hammer towards the enemy, and he, flying forward, rapidly destroyed everything in his path. At this time, from the outside, the building looked calm and very peaceful. But the next second, the hammer of destruction pierced the wall. As a result, a huge through hole appeared where the door had been. Kang Hyun-woo looked at all this and started laughing loudly. After all, he was glad that Ha Jung-woo had turned to dust. Kang Hyun-woo declared that even the protector of the Golden River was nothing to him. He said that this would happen to anyone who stood in his way. Then the man shouted that it was now Peng Do-jong's turn. At this time, a battle was about to take place at the Golden River residence. Drones descended from the air, recording what was happening. They approached the field where the opponents were lined up. Lee Ho-guk, smiling, expressed admiration for the courage of his enemies. The advisor tried to calm the head and asked him to control himself. Then he asked why the great clans had come to the Golden River. Min Chul reported that the Golden River had slaughtered the Black Tigers. Kim Jong-gwan was indignant and said that all this was not true. But then Peng Do-jong intervened in the conversation, saying that he knew everything. And then he declared that he had irrefutable evidence. At this moment, he led Kang Chun to the gate of the building. Do-jong then threatened retribution for the actions against the Peng family. And the head of the Golden River, seeing the state of his sons, screamed in anger. Lee Ho-guk shouted his son's name with fury in his voice. After this, the head of the Golden River rushed into battle without hesitation. The head of the Heavenly Warriors clan tried to stop Lee Ho-guk, but he didn't listen and shouted furiously to be left alone. He immediately used the Mad Devil's Thunder technique. Lee Ho-guk's powerful attack caused an unexpectedly huge explosion. Those present were shocked by the power of the head of the Golden River. When the smoke cleared, everyone was preparing to respond. Lee Ho-guk, however, very angrily demanded that his son be returned to him. He attacked Peng Do-jong with a piercing destruction technique. The heir of the Northern River dodged, deciding to attack back. Peng Do-jong used a thunderous soul source strike. The attack was powerful, and the head of the Golden River was thrown to the side. After the blow, Lee Ho-guk landed and lost consciousness for a while. The heir of the Northern River noted that the man has a strong body. The clan leaders were amazed because Do-jong had defeated Ho-guk. They realized that the heir had not seized power without reason. The advisor ran up to the man to see if he was okay. The head of the Golden River immediately came to his senses and quickly stood up on his feet. Lee Ho-guk laughed, noting that he had met a worthy opponent. And so the clan leader wanted to fight him properly. Peng Do-jung called the man a monster because his attack was so powerful. Lee Ho-guk got angry and declared himself the strongest man. The advisor stopped him, telling him that this would not solve the problem. Kim Jong-gwan looked at the head of the Golden River clan with concern. Lee Ho-guk also looked at his assistant, not understanding what he was planning, and he agreed not to attack in order to give the advisor a little time. He thanked the chief and walked forward to begin the action. The advisor looked at the heads of the great clans and addressed them. He expressed outrage that they attacked without evidence. This was a violation of the agreement, and the clan leaders acknowledged it. Min Chul reported that Peng Do-jung had found evidence. The head of the Golden River was indignant because they had Kang Chun as a hostage. Lee Ho-guk ordered the Pure Gold Squad to prepare for the attack. The detachment followed the order and took up a defensive position. The heir of the Northern River noted Ho-guk's incredible strength of spirit, and the advisor demanded to see irrefutable evidence. Du-jong reported that the Black Tigers had a survivor after the battle. The heads of the 6 great clans did not expect to hear such news. The heir of the Northern River claimed that he was able to find Peng Se-gi. He asked him to come forward and tell what he had seen. The young man said that he was the 3rd son of the North River family. He witnessed the events on the day the Black Tigers were massacred. Baek Jung-woong and Chai Min-chul did not believe what they heard. Hyun-woo, watching the broadcast, noted that Do-young did a great job. He realized with a grin that the Golden River's oxygen supply was about to be cut off. Peng Se-gi reported that he saw who destroyed the Black Tiger clan. And slowly, he began to remember the events of that very day. He remembered that there was a fierce battle in which everyone died. Then he saw among the pile of corpses the one who had killed all the clan warriors. Peng Se-gi closed his eyes and recalled the face of the person he met. He said that he saw a man who slaughtered the Black Tiger clan. And then the teenager named Choi Kyung-hwan, the master of the Dark Guild. Baek Jung-woong and Choi Min-chul were shocked when they asked for the killer's name again. Lee Ho-guk then shouted out Choi Kyung-hwan's name in a loud, furious voice. The head of the Dark Guild, who was watching the broadcast, jumped up. He was shocked that this murder was attributed to him. Kang Hyun-woo also screamed, as he did not believe what he heard. Suddenly someone asked him if he was sure that it was not true. Kang Hyun-woo turned around and saw Ha Jung-woo standing alive behind him. The man looked at his enemy, not believing that he had survived. Our hero said he had to play along a little. After that, he added that Hyun-woo had gone above and beyond. After everything that happened in the building, a fight began. The red doors swung open with a loud bang from the impact. Kang Hyun-woo flew out of them and hit the wall with all his might. The man was amazed that the enemy withstood his attack. After that, he looked down and saw the shackles that were already familiar to him. Jong-woo chuckled and reminded that the enemy was the school's elite. Only he chose the wrong weapon against him. And he added that if this is all the enemy is capable of, he is disappointed. Kang Hyun-woo became angry after hearing this, so he decided to attack again. The man said that if Jong-woo wanted it that much, he would kill him. After these words, the flying spears rushed towards the enemy. However, a second later, all the weapons broke and fell to the ground. And our hero declared that he would be the one to determine how the fight would end. Ha Young-woo was disappointed, saying he had hoped for more. Suddenly, our hero kicked Kang Hyun-woo, declaring that this was the end. The man was frightened, not understanding how the enemy had a sword in his hands. Our hero leaned towards him and promised to share a secret with him. He then admitted that he, not Kyung-hwan, had destroyed the Black Tigers. Kang Hyun-woo asked why Segi pointed specifically at the head of darkness. Jung-woo explained that he was under his spirit's control. Therefore, he cannot tell the truth and says what is necessary. Hyun-woo realized that the enemy would force him and darkness to fight each other. Ha Jung-woo said that this was punishment for touching his family. In the end, he stated that Kang Hyun-woo would remain alive today. Meanwhile, Do-jeon didn't understand why his brother had given the wrong name. He said that Peng Se-gi needed to come to his senses and tell the truth. The teenager tried to tell the truth, but he couldn't. He burst into tears and said that the Dark Guild Master had killed the Black Tigers. Du-jong was furious and shouted that his brother was crazy and talking nonsense. But Ho-guk intervened in the conversation, deciding that it was time to attack the man. Without thinking twice, he used the penetrating destruction technique. A crater formed at the site of the impact, causing shock among those around. The North River twins exclaimed that this was an unreal power. Toko-il realized that Lee Ho-guk was standing behind him and preparing to attack. And the eyes of the Golden River said that for his son, he would beat them to death. But Toko-il said that beating them would not be so easy. But Hoguk didn't care and hit his enemy's arm with all his might. The chief said he would break the arm that hurt his son. Then he threw Kang Chun over his shoulder and the enemy's arm was broken. Meanwhile, Tuk Ko Ai decided to stand up for his brother. But Lee Hoguk hit him with his first thunder punch. The enemy flew to the side, not understanding how it happened. Tuk Ko Ai understood that he couldn't react to the speed of the attack. Zhang Wung and Min Chul admitted that Lee Hoguk is very strong. Peng Dojong came to his senses and decided to attack the head of the Golden River. The man angrily declared that he would kill his opponent. In response, Lee Hoguk used a spirit-killing technique. The warriors clashed in a battle that caused an explosion of energy and light. They seemed to be equally strong, and the ground beneath them crumbled. The other leaders realized that they couldn't escape and needed to defend themselves. Meanwhile, a huge wave of energy hit the area. The buildings of the Golden River residence slowly began to collapse. At some point, everything became quiet and a crater formed in the ground. Dujong knew that if he backed down, the family's reputation would be ruined. He didn't know what happened to his brother, but the Golden River was to blame. Lee Hoguk asked the man to apologize to his clan. Du Chan decided to provoke the head by demanding that he confess to the murder. Che Min Chol intervened in the conflict, calling on the men to stop. He decided, as the head of the Union of Clans, to stop the fight. Recalling the evidence that the darkness slaughtered the Black Tigers, Du Zhang knew that Min Cheol benefited from the battle between the Golden River and his family. Therefore, the right decision would be to retreat now. But Lee Hoguk clearly had no intention of stopping. Min Chol said that Golden River was innocent and there was no point in fighting. Lee Hoguk agreed, stating that the fight really should be stopped. Min Chol was surprised because he had hoped that the Golden River would not retreat. The heads of the other clans were also surprised that Hoguk did not want to fight. The head of the Golden River ordered the Pure Gold Squad to retreat. Min Chul reminded them that Kang Chun was injured and they needed revenge. But Lee Hoguk said that it was more important to avenge the Black Tigers. Without thinking twice, Lee Hoguk and his squad left the residence. Che Min Chul said that he definitely didn't expect such a turn of events. The clan leaders also decided to head to the Dark Guild headquarters. Yeon Il and Jung Wung understood that the Golden River could not absorb the darkness. Otherwise, their power will grow and it will be impossible to cope with them. The clans left the Golden River residence, and Do Jong was left alone. He just stood and watched the cars drive away. Then he looked around, as if he felt or noticed something. These were the twins, who were recovering from the battle. Peng Do Jong, seeing the positions they were lying in, laughed. He knew he wasn't going to drop out of this fight. A black car was racing through the city at breakneck speed. The advisor, Lee Hoguk, and Kang Chun were on their way to the Dark Guild's residence. Kim Jong-guan looked at the teenager very carefully, and he decided that he needed to go to the hospital to take Kang Chun there. Lee Hoguk shouted that they didn't need this because their son was fine. Kim Jong-guan turned around and saw that Kang Chun had come to his senses. The father asked if what his son had told him secretly was true. Hoguk remembered that during the fight with Do Jong, he heard something. Kang Chun, through secret transmission of words, said something important. That this was all Ha Jung-woo's plan, and now his father needs to stop the fight. Lee Hoguk once again clarified whether Kang Chun was sure that all this was true. The son nodded. Otherwise, he would not have allowed himself to be beaten like that. Father asked what Jung-woo's plan was, but Kang Chun didn't know anything. He reported that the teenager wanted to talk to him alone. During the conversation, Jung-woo asked Kang Chun to become a hostage, that the teenager needs to surrender to Do Young and say something. Kang Chun agreed, and after a while found himself captured by the Peng family. The twins tied him up, and Do Jong demanded that he tell him everything. Kang Chun said that Peng Se-gi was with the Black Tigers that day. Then he added that after this, Do Jong's brother was kidnapped by the darkness. Afterwards, Kang Chun laughed and said that he was a great actor. The advisor realized that Jong-woo had decided to pit the Peng family against the darkness. At this moment, the head of the Dark Guild had already returned to his estate. He looked at the hole in the wall where Peng Se-gi had recently been. The bodyguard doesn't know how the heir of the Peng family ended up there. And when they found out about this, someone had already taken him from here. The head realized that this was done to provoke a conflict. He didn't understand who was behind all this, but it might be Kang Hyun-woo. The Dark Bodyguard reported an attempted invasion of their headquarters. Hearing that 7 clans had invaded, the leader ordered action. The Golden River clan had already arrived at the Dark Guild's headquarters, but they entered it not through the door, but by making a hole in the wall. The Pure Gold Squad and Kang Chun quickly occupied the territory. The security guards stood up to defend their territory, blocking the passage. But Kang Chun, having attacked, said that such a trifle would not stop him. Deciding to vent his anger, he activated the golden enhancement. After this, a powerful penetrating blow fell upon the opponents. Kang Chun ordered that the rest of the guards be dealt with quickly. But then something happened that no one expected, and that left them in shock. A stone giant with red eyes and a massive sword appeared. He attacked Kang Chun, but he managed to dodge and asked the enemy's name. The stone giant introduced himself as a guard named Kang Yong-hak. The man added that he would never let uninvited guests in. Kang Chun grinned, because the enemy was a human, not a monster from the portal. At this time, the heads of the clans arrived at the main headquarters of the guild. Yeonil knew that if the river killed the darkness, it would take the land of the tigers. They will eventually become very strong, and this cannot be allowed to happen. Then Dojong appeared and said that the honor of the Peng family was more important now. And if the clans interfere, it will be a direct attack on his family. Min Chul knew that Do Chun was trying to increase his influence in this way. And for the head of the Heavenly Warriors clan, this was just right. After all, he wanted to pit the Golden River and the Peng family against each other. At this time, the stone giant continued to attack Kang Chong. The teenager deftly dodged and used golden enhancement. Then, using the slash strike, he attacked Kang Yeon-hak in the head. Kang Chun laughed, because the man is big, but there is no use in it. Kang Yeon-hak stated that it is not only huge, but also very durable. Before he could answer, Kang Chun found himself in the clutches of the stone giant. Yeon-hak hit his opponent, saying that he could not harm him. And Kang Chun was no longer smiling because his body was gripped by piercing pain. A teenager who realized he had become weak after being beaten by the Peng family. The stone giant was preparing for an attack and promised to destroy him. Kang Chun, realizing that he was about to die, screamed in panic. Kang Yeon-hak wished the heir of the Golden River a safe journey. But then someone ordered the stone giant to move away from Kang Chun. At that moment, Kang Yeon-hak was attacked and began to lose his balance. Someone hit the man in the face with all his might, and he flew to the side. Without giving the giant time to recover, the unknown person attacked him again. It was Lee Kang-hyun, the divine dragon of the Golden River. Kang Yeon-hak immediately recognized Lee Ho-guk's eldest son. Lee Kang-hyun reported that the advisor sent him to help. The men decided to show the giant the power of the Golden River clan. Kang Yeon-hak didn't wait long and attacked the two brothers first. But they were not afraid. On the contrary, they were ready to attack. Therefore, they very deftly dodged this destructive blow. This angered the giant, and he said that nothing would save the enemies. He used the strong metal fist technique on Kang Hung. The man managed to group himself, but was still thrown to the side. And while he was falling, he thought about how he and his brother could defeat the enemy. After that, Lee Kang-hyun landed very slowly and calmly. Kang Chun rushed to his brother's aid, asking if he was okay. The man replied that everything was fine, but he would have to reveal his power. The giant was surprised that Lee Kang-hyun survived his blow, and he decided to check how long the dragon would fight him. Lee Kang-hyun said that Yeon-hak is not the one who should check him, and Kang Chun added that the giant himself would not be able to withstand this confrontation. Kang Yeon-hak became angry and threw his weapon at the young men, but they didn't even move, because they had a plan. The brothers joined forces and unleashed the full power of the golden enhancement. The stone giant grinned, thinking that he had defeated his enemies. He said they challenged someone stronger than them and lost. Kang Chun's voice was heard, reproaching the enemy for his talkativeness. After this, the place where the brothers had just been lit up. Kang Chun and Kang Hyun survived and held the enemy's weapons in their hands. The younger brother said that recognizing the enemy's strength is also a skill. Lee Kang-hyun chuckled at how weak the Darkness Guard was. Yeon-hak said that men are children who cannot stand against force. The brothers attacked, and the stone giant promised to wipe them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the guild's headquarters was ablaze with fire. Inside, Ha Jung-woo and Yang Young-ik were inspecting the area. Our hero said that the law, in his opinion, is very funny. And he added that people are governed only by the logic of force, and not by law. Young-ik agreed and said that he tries to live as honestly as possible. He remembered how he was a moneylender and extorted money. But after meeting Jung-woo, he does something he has never tried before. He asked his master to take him to the new world that he would create. Ha Jung-woo replied that he just needed to keep following him. Yang Young-ik looked at his leader and was very happy with this answer. The wall in front of them collapsed, and Kang Yeon-hak flew out. The giant fell to the floor, and someone ordered the Gold Squad to move forward. It was Kang Chun who gave the order to find Choi Kyung-hwan. The warriors rushed to search for the Head of Darkness, promising to take him alive. Yang Ik noted that Kang Chun's abilities are improving day by day. Jongwoo was surprised by his friend's strength, as he had recently been unconscious. In another room, someone was shouting, asking Kyung Hwan to come out and fight. Hoguk stood in the hall, very skillfully dealing with the guild. Suddenly, the man's phone rang and he was distracted from the fight. It was Jongwoo on the other end of the line, and Hoguk said he was looking for him. The man had questions, and the first of them was where Ken Hwan was now. Jongwoo reported that he most likely escaped, leaving behind security. Hoguk was indignant because he had hoped to have a normal fight today. Ha Young-woo hung up the phone, telling Yang Young-ik to watch his head. After that, something flew into the head of the Brotherhood's deputy. It was Peng Do-jong who hit the man hard. Jong-woo looked at him, saying that he had arrived a bit late. The enemy grinned, saying that it was indeed necessary to hurry. But that won't stop him from tearing Ha Jung-woo to pieces. Do-jong admitted that it was a mistake to destroy the river starting from the chapter, and he decided to take advantage of the chance and destroy the clan from the very bottom. Yang Young-ik came to his senses and stood up, rubbing his neck. Looking at Peng Do-jong, he realized that it was he who had hit him. At that very moment, the heir of the Northern River began his attack. He decided to start with Young-ik, but only he dodged the attacks. Du-chan reported that this is quite good for such an insect. Young-ik asked Jong-woo for permission to fight the enemy alone. Our hero agreed, saying that he had 5 minutes to fight. The deputy of the Brotherhood was pleased to hear this and thanked the head. Du-jong chuckled, saying that the enemy could not assess the situation. After all, he cannot be defeated even if 2 men attack. But Yang Young-ik didn't listen to his speech and immediately attacked. Peng Do-jong managed to dodge the blow and decided to strike back. Concentrating his energy, he made a hole in his opponent's chest. Only the Brotherhood of Steel's deputy grabbed the man by the arm. And through the pain, he said that he would try what his enemy tasted like. Peng Do-jong chuckled, realizing that he was dealing with a real psychopath. Young-ik said that one should not underestimate the Brotherhood of Steel squad. He remembered how he asked for mercy, promising to take the medicine. Then memories of the first battle as part of the Brotherhood flashed. And also how I recently encountered a fire demon. And he burned him and the entire Brotherhood of Steel, but they still survived. Young-ik attacked Do-jong and stated that he was not that strong. Unfortunately, the enemy managed to damage the arm of the Brotherhood's deputy. He screamed in pain, and the enemy announced that he had decided to start the attack with his hands. He also said that he had heard about the Brotherhood's ability to be reborn, and I would be happy to see how it all happens. Yang Young-ik, claiming he had a left hand, attacked the man. Du-jeon dodged the attack but acknowledged that his opponent was strong, but he would never be able to defeat the heir of the Northern River. After these words, Peng Do-jong attacked the Brotherhood of Steel's deputy. Yang Young-ik flew back and realized that the enemy was not so weak. The man realized that, alas, he would not be able to defeat the enemy alone. He remembered the beginning in the Brotherhood and all the training of our hero. Jong-woo approached him that day and asked why he was lying down. Young-ik replied that he received a small salary for such work. Jong-woo reminded them that there was a large sum of money in their accounts. But Young-ik shouted that they had no access to their accounts. Our hero looked at the man and silently listened to his interlocutor. Then he turned around and said he was investing it all in something important. And if Young-ik doesn't want to get this, then he can continue to lie down. One day, the Brotherhood of Steel's deputy came to the hospital. His daughter was sick, and Jong-woo donated money for her treatment. The ex-wife thanked Yang Young-ik because the bill was in his name. Returning to the present, he heard Peng Do-jong's taunts. He approached Yenik and called the Brotherhood of Steel trash. At that moment, the man grabbed the heir of the Northern River by the leg, and he said that their squad was recruited from those people who know how to survive. Standing on his feet, he shouted that he would not forgive mockery of the Brotherhood. After this, Yang Young-ik suddenly bit his opponent on the hand. Du-jeong cried out in pain, not prepared for the outcome of the battle. The man swung his free hand, deciding to strike. Du-jeong shouted that he would rip Yonik's head off, but he didn't have time, because at that moment, Ha Jung-woo landed his punch right on his face. Apologizing for the interrupted conversation, he noted that 5 minutes had already passed. The fire at the Dark Guild's headquarters was visible throughout the city. A film crew arrived at this location by helicopter. They reported the darkness clash with the Golden River and the Peng family. At that moment, an explosion occurred at the headquarters. The reporter said that something serious was happening in the building. At this time, discussions were taking place in the meeting room of the Guild Association. The head noted that it would not be difficult to defeat the clans. But behind the Peng family is the Chinese government. And while the Northern River is involved in the conflict, it is better not to interfere. Otherwise, everyone faces retaliation from the Chinese authorities. Meanwhile, in the destroyed hall, Dojong was trying to come to his senses. Yannick was shocked that Jongwoo defeated the enemy with one slap. Our hero ordered the deputy of the Brotherhood of Steel to stand up. Yang Ik stood up and Jongwoo looked at him carefully. Then he patted the Brotherhood of Steel's deputy on the shoulder. And having praised the man, he said that the training was doing him good. At this moment, the enraged Dojong decided to attack our hero. Only Jongwoo reacted by hitting the man on the head, saying that Du Yung had bad manners because he interrupted the conversation. The heir of the Northern River could not believe that he was losing. Radiating rage, he attacked, promising to turn the enemy into dust. Ha Jung-woo pushed the man away with one hand. There was a powerful blow, and Peng Dojong did not understand what was happening. At this moment, our hero approached the heir of the Northern River. And having hit him, he said that the issue here was the difference in their skill levels. Dojong didn't understand how the clan's protector could be stronger than the clan leader. He thought that perhaps this was all some kind of deception. Jongwoo asked if his enemy thought he was just lucky. Dojong was sure that our hero was using a hidden technique. He stood up and reported that Jongwoo had surprised him a little. In terms of strength alone, our hero cannot be stronger than Lee Ho-guk. He praised the teenager who was able to hit him several times. But now Ha Jung-woo will have to pay for mocking him. After these words, Dojong took action and attacked our hero. He used the technique Fierce Howling Divine Wind. After all, there was no person who could survive after her. Dojong looked at our hero and wished him a safe journey. The main headquarters of the Dark Guild continued to burn with fire. And unexpectedly for everyone, a very loud explosion was heard in the building. Kang Chun and Kang Hyun didn't understand what had happened. At that moment, the walls of the guild's main headquarters began to crack. A huge hole appeared in the place where Ha Jung-woo stood. Du Jeong was pleased with himself because he knew that he had defeated the enemy. After all, for 1,000 years there was not a single person who survived. But then, the heir of the Northern River heard footsteps behind him. He saw Jongwoo alive and couldn't understand how he managed to survive. He recognized the technique created by the invincible king of the Peng family, and he promised to show Dojong the power that killed this king. Min Chul was afraid that Ho-guk had already met with Kyung Hwan, because then everything will go to hell, so we need to act. The head of the union gave the order to go and destroy the darkness. The sudden noise and flashes made Min Chul stop. He looked at the fighter and realized that something terrible had happened. During the explosion, a huge stream of energy burst out of the building, and he completely destroyed the building of the Dark Guild's headquarters. Peng Do-chong is dead, and now China will take revenge on everyone. Therefore, without thinking twice, the heads decided to turn the man into a hero. At Chol Min's residence, laughter erupted from the Il Woo company. Someone in the room was reading a post on social media and discussing it. They were the maids, and they were laughing at the picture on the phone. The woman who entered the room snatched the phone from them. She decided to see what the maids were laughing so loudly about. There was a post on the screen that mocked Kang Hyun-woo. The assistant turned to the chairman and showed him the photograph. He recognized his son on the screen and clenched his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, there was a TV lying on the floor in the room. Kang Hyun-woo sat on the sofa in fear, clutching his head in his hands. He recalled Ha Jung-woo's words that he wouldn't kill him now. The heir of the Northern River will be first, and then his time will come. The news reported that Dojong died in a battle with the Dark Guild. They showed a funeral with Chinese officials. Kang Hyun-woo realized that he would be next on the victim list. At that moment, the chairman burst into the room. He asked what his son had been doing that had caused everything to turn out this way. Chol Min approached the young man, demanding an answer to his question. Kang Hyun-woo, clutching his head in his hands, quietly whispered that he would do everything. The father shouted in rage, demanding a clear answer. Kang Hyun-woo jumped up, promising to sort everything out. Chol Min said that the company should have been given to another son. Hyun-woo exploded and accused the man of not caring about him. He slammed the door and left the room, leaving his father at a loss. At that moment, the chairman's assistant's phone rang. She picked up the phone and said that it was not convenient for her to talk, but the woman was told news that left her in shock. After all, Kang Hyun-woo is a suspect in a contract killing case. The next day, Ha Jung-woo was rushing to meet Yu-hara. The girl called out to him, glad that they had arrived at the same time. Young Ik and Tai-san approached Jun-woo, saying that they were Hera's fans. The girl greeted the bulky men shyly. The men of the Brotherhood of Steel began to stutter with excitement. Suddenly they bowed, expressing their devotion to the girl. Yu-hara shut their mouths and asked them not to make a scene in public. They said that they were devoted to her and would now call her mistress. After some time, Jong-woo and Yu-hara found themselves in a cafe. The girl asked why his acquaintances were behaving so strangely. Ha Jung-woo said that they were just her fans. The girl changed the subject by mentioning Il-woo's company. Ha Jung-woo asked in surprise what happened to this company. Hara reminded that she has mastered the Eye of the Heart technique and is aware of everything. And then she clarified whether Kang Hyun-woo really tried to kill him. Jung-woo didn't keep silent because she would find out everything anyway. He said that Il-woo's company was trying to harm his father's company. The girl knew that our hero became an investor in Han Yeon's enterprise. Our hero said that Il-woo hired an assassin to kill him. The girl was shocked, but it turned out that this was not all the news. He said that he had to kill all these mercenaries himself. The girl was shocked to realize that Ha Jung-woo was really not lying to her. Our hero promised to explain everything to the girl in order. It took a long time for Jung-woo to tell the whole story. Yuhara was shocked by the information and began to rethink it. After all, the Peng family, the Black Tigers, the Darkness, and even Il-woo are involved in this matter. Her hands were shaking and she couldn't believe that Jung-woo had killed a man. Our hero took Yuharu's hand to support and calm her down. He explained that these people were threatening his family. Yuhara admitted that she would have done the same in his place. After all, the girl understood that there is nothing more important in the world than loved ones. Ha Jung-woo looked at Yuharu silently, not saying a word. The girl burst into tears, recalling that the Chinese authorities were involved in the case. And these are scary people, and she doesn't worry about our hero. Jung-woo patted Haru on the head, telling her that everything would be okay. And now he needs to find and catch Choi Kyung-hwan. Meanwhile, a battle was unfolding in a forest called Yen Ying. Loud sounds of fierce fighting were heard all around. Choi Kyung-hwan's face was filled with rage and he was shaking all over with anger. The attackers stuck spears into him and pierced his body through and through. It seemed like the Dark Guild Master had been defeated, but that wasn't the case. He was furious because the Pang family's hunting dogs had hit him. Having said that he should not be underestimated, he attacked. The enemies realized that their bodies were paralyzed by the shadows. They tied up the men, restricting their movements, and began to strangle them. Ken Huan said that his enemies were naive because they couldn't stop him. Shadows appeared around the master and attacked his opponents. After the battle, he stood among the defeated enemies. All the darkness returned to the creator, entering his body. And Choi Kyung-hwan continued on his way slowly. The guildmaster finally arrived where his enemy was hiding. Choi Kyung-hwan asked Darkstar what was going on with Il-woo's company. He said that he had passed on incriminating evidence to the media and that they would soon be destroyed. The master said that Yun-woo's head would be a gift to the chairman. He also said that members of the Dark Star would take part in the battle. The Dark Guild's enormous hidden power is the Dark Bodyguards. With their help, you can get rid of an entire clan. The master understood that after Il-woo, he would take on the Golden River. Entering the enemy's room, he smirked at how poorly he had hidden. He said that Hyun-woo needed to pay for the death of his guild. Suddenly, someone's voices were heard behind the master. Turning around, he saw two figures looking at him. It was Jong-woo and Ho-guk, and they were clearly preparing for this meeting. The Dark Guild Master realized that this was all a trap, and when he looked at the bed, he saw a doll there instead of Hyun-woo. Jun-woo told Ho-guk that Kyung-hwan is too predictable. The Master of Darkness became angry and promised to deal with the insolent ones. Lee Ho-guk and Ha Jun-woo said they would gladly accept this fight. The enemy said that this was to his advantage because he wanted to attack them later. The Dark Master immediately sent one of the shadows to attack Lee Ho-guk. But the man managed to dodge, and only his cap flew off his head. Lee Ho-guk took off his glasses and said with a smile that he would gladly accept the fight. Ken Hwan did not hesitate and immediately attacked the head of the Golden River. He used a technique called Dark Claws on his opponent, and he said that he would deal with Il-woo and the Golden River in one go. Only at that moment, someone hit the man in the face and knocked him down. The Guildmaster broke through the wall and flew into the next room. Jung-woo said that they had not yet decided who would fight him. The Dark Master rubbed his cheek, shocked by such insolence. Jun-woo and Ho-guk decided to play rock, paper, scissors. The head of the Golden River won this battle and was happy about it. The man suddenly ran towards the enemy, breaking everything around him. Ho-guk was happy with the victory because he hadn't won against Jong-woo for a long time. Kyung-hwan called the men crazy and attacked Lee Ho-guk. The man used powerful dark claws, delivering powerful blows. This fight between men destroyed everything in its path. Kyung-hwan landed his punch and Ho-guk flew back. Chief Lee acknowledged that the enemy's energy was worthy of a guildmaster. At this point, Ken Han decided to retreat and go back. He understood that he needed to deal with the person who slapped him. The man didn't understand how he could have missed such a blow. In his opinion, Jung-woo is strong and cannot be left alive. But he discovered that our hero had disappeared. Ken Hwan didn't have time to do anything because Lee Ho-guk immediately caught up with him. The Dark Master froze. Not understanding how Jung-woo managed to escape, Lee Ho-guk attacked his opponent and dealt him a crushing blow. Choi Kyung-hwan fell to the ground, but managed to regroup in time. Ho-guk reproached the enemy for constantly being distracted from the fight. Kyung-hwan knew that Chief Lee would not be able to defeat him, and he decided to deal with him first and leave Jung-woo to the star. He promised to show why he is the Master of Darkness. Choi Kyung-hwan loomed over Lee Ho-guk, ready for his attack. He asked if he could survive inside his shadow. The Master of Darkness turned into smoke and attacked Lee Ho-guk. The head of the Golden River replied that he would not fall for these tricks. Ken Hwan didn't hesitate any longer and immediately landed his right hand. The head of the Golden River was prepared for this blow and dodged to the left. Only this turned out to be a feint because the blow was from the left. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun-woo was running through the forest because he was in danger. He was angry because he understood why Jung-woo had left him alive. After all, with the help of Hyun-woo, our hero made bait for Kyung-hwan. The man angrily shouted Ha Jung-woo's name, calling him a scoundrel. But at that moment, he ran into exactly him, and he didn't expect it. Hyun-woo looked at our hero, realizing that his end had come. Jung-woo said that he was glad because the enemy had time to take a walk before his death. Kang Hyun shouted that Il-woo's company would not leave the teenager alone. Jung-woo reminded that his family does not value the enemy at all. Hyun-woo said that in an aristocratic family, the rules are different. Therefore, even if he is kicked out, he will remain the son of the Il company. His family will take revenge and tear Ha Jung-woo and his entire family apart. Our hero realized that this was the enemy's plan and he was trying to avoid death. He thanked him for worrying about him. Only he has a dagger that is used by the Dark Guild. And Choi Kyung-hwan is just nearby. Kang Hyun-woo ran, shouting that he would soon become the head of the company. And he can't die at the hands of a madman like Ha Jung-woo. But our hero blocked his way and said that he had news. The Golden River will be declared the clan that tried to protect the successor of the Il-woo company. Thanks to this, their reputation will become even better than it is now. The man began to beg Ha Jung-woo to let him live. Our hero said that the only price for worrying his family could be Kang Hyun-woo's life. Suddenly, the watch on the man's hand announced that the target had been locked on. A 7-layer iron bunker appeared around Kang Hyun-woo. Ha Jung-woo asked not to make him strain himself unnecessarily. But at that very second, everything around the bunker began to explode. Bombs fell from the sky very quickly, leaving craters in the ground. They destroyed everything around them, leaving no living space on Earth. When it was all over, the bunker doors opened. Hyun-woo looked around the entire area, which was full of craters. Without seeing Ha Jung-woo, the man laughed, realizing that he had killed him. He was glad that he had spent a lot of money on such a weapon. But at that very moment, someone hit Kang Hyun-woo in the face with all his might. It was Jong-woo who said that a man never learns, and he wished him to act at least a little smarter in the next life. Kang Hyun-woo begged for mercy, promising to leave our hero alone. Only Ha Jung-woo replied that his enemy was a very bad actor. After all, he begs for mercy, hiding pieces of metal behind his back. Only all this metal flew straight at Kang Hyun-woo. The iron pierced the body, and our hero wished the enemy a good journey. Jung-woo said that anyone who touches the family will face the same fate. Our hero heard something and realized that he was being watched. Ha Jung-woo threw the dagger he was holding to the side. The impact was very powerful and began to destroy trees. The dagger flew forward, ending up in another part of the forest. A hole appeared in the trees and all the trunks were badly cut. Jong-woo ordered the enemies to come out because he had punched their stomachs. After this, a very uneasy silence fell in the air. But it was broken, and the opponents left their shelter. Dark Star, bleeding, did not understand how she had been discovered. Our hero said that he should have hidden the sounds of his thoughts better. Our hero said he heard a loud noise and just destroyed it. Dark Star realized that the enemy had sensed the vibrations of their core. No one could sense the core, and without it, the star could not be reborn. At that moment, the wounded Dark Bodyguard began to disappear. As he was dying, he told the chief that Jong-woo was the cause of all the incidents, and the master needs to be as careful as possible with this enemy. Our hero was upset that Star didn't say anything before he died. He realized that 3 such bodyguards were now next to Kyung-hwan, and our hero began to worry about his uncle Lee Ho-guk. At that moment, an explosion was heard in the house where the fight was taking place. Kyung-hwan flew out of the breach, seeing that Ho-guk had destroyed the building. The Master of Darkness was angry because he thought he would quickly win the fight. Lee Ho-guk appeared from the darkness and immediately rushed into battle. The chief said it was now his turn to use his technique. He unleashed a spirit-sapping Golden River blow on his opponent. Ken Huan asked why Ho-guk needed power, since he himself did not advise her. The leader said that the master had been dodging blows the entire fight. Ken Huan replied that he had to kill a lot of people today. After that, he ordered Dark Star to come out and surround Ho-guk. The leader said that the bodyguards would die after one strike of thunder. But Choi Kyung-hwan said that they had enough strength to win. After that, the master used the Black Gold Thunder technique. Lee Ho-guk flew back a few meters and broke the wall. The man lost consciousness, and Ken Huan was pleased with the result. The master found out whether the enemy liked the fact that he used his technique. The clan leader did not respond, and Choi Kyung-hwan decided that he had won. But at that very second, Lee Ho-guk jumped to his feet. The Master of Darkness was surprised because the blow was very strong. Ho-guk was very angry that the enemy used his secret technique, and Choi Kyung-hwan reported that the Golden River had very weak defenses. Ho-guk said that he would smash the enemy's shadows and him along with them. The Guildmaster reported that his enemy would not succeed. Ho-guk didn't understand how the enemy managed to use his technique. Kei-hwan realized that the man's movements had become more clumsy. Without wasting any time, the enemy used another Golden River technique. Ho-guk didn't understand how the master could master all of his techniques. Ken Huang asked why the Golden River chief had become slow. The Guildmaster attacked Lee Ho-guk again with another of his techniques. The chief hesitated because it didn't look like a fake. The man didn't understand why the enemy was so skilled in using techniques. Ken Huan said that after the death of the head, he will absorb the Golden River. After these words, Lee Ho-guk realized that he needed to continue the fight. He promised to show the man another true thunder technique. Ken Huan reported that the enemy had already fallen into the trap he had created. After this, the master ordered the Dark Bodyguard to attack. Kyung Hwan said that Lee Ho-guk would be torn to pieces and die. The head of the Golden River was surrounded by the star and began to absorb him. The Guildmaster was pleased with the outcome of the battle because he was winning. No one can survive inside this dark energy. But at that very second, there was a very powerful explosion. It was Ho-guk, who, having used another technique, remained alive. He held the body in his hands, saying that the star's technique was useless. Then he looked at the enemy and said that it was his turn to respond. Ken Huang admitted that his opponent was resilient, but that wasn't enough. After all, everyone from Dark Star survived and is ready to attack Lee Ho-guk. The head of the Golden River announced that he was ready to defeat everyone. The opponent, who was unconscious, came to and stuck the knife in. The head of the Golden River became very angry and hit the man with shouts, but it dissolved, and Lee Ho-guk realized that it was an illusion. At that moment, the man was attacked from behind again by Dark Star. The head of the Golden River dismissed the enemy, calling him an annoying fly. But the enemy attacked the man again, not allowing him to come to his senses. Choi Kyung-hwan explained that Dark Star cannot be defeated. The head of the Golden River realized that the enemy did not have a physical body, and he uses distortion to create his illusions. Dark Star reported that the man would die in endless agony. The Dark Bodyguard began to coalesce into the shadow of the devil, and then he attacked the man, stabbing him with several knives. But at that moment, the enemies were interrupted by a bright flash of light. The head of the Golden River also did not understand what had just happened. It was Ha Jung-woo who destroyed the Dark Star cores. Ken Huan was surprised at how our hero got to them so quickly. Lee Ho-guk was angry because Ha Jung-woo interfered in his battle without permission. Our hero objected because Dark Star almost killed his uncle. Only Lee Ho-guk said that the enemy could not harm his body. After all, if they stuck needles into him, it doesn't mean that he lost. Choi Kyung-hwan was once again convinced that Ha Jung-woo was not so simple. He realized that he couldn't handle him and decided to get rid of Ho-guk. But our hero intervened in this attack, promising to kill the man. The Master of Darkness froze, realizing that he could no longer move. Lee Ho-guk yelled at Jun-woo not to touch Kyung-hwan. The Dark Guild Master realized that his enemies did not value him at all. Ho-guk again reminded that he was the one who had to kill Kyung-hwan. The River Chief used a new technique, which shocked Ha Jung-woo. Ho-guk said that the enemy knew about his techniques, but this one was secret. Only the Guild Master managed to copy the technique again. The head of the Golden River flew back several meters. Ho-guk was angry, not understanding how the enemy knew about all his techniques. It turned out that when he used power, the enemy became stronger. Ha Jung-woo realized that the Master's ability was copying. He can repeat skills, adding them to his abilities. Our hero wanted to get this rare ability. At this moment, Kyung Hwan used one of Hoguk's techniques again, and Ha Jung-woo now understood why this fight was lasting so long. He wanted to learn everything about the enemy's technology, but there was no time. The battle needed to be finished, so our hero decided to take action. He didn't want to hurt Chief Lee, but there was no other way. Our hero, to his uncle's surprise, stuck an iron stake into him. Lee Ho-guk screamed in piercing pain and became angry. The man's body was filled with energy, and he cursed at Ha Jung-woo. Choi Kyung-hwan was unable to resist this powerful explosion. The man was struck by a flash of light in which his body dissolved. The explosion engulfed the entire forest and was accompanied by a deafening roar. Soon the sky cleared, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. Lee Ho-guk and Jun-woo walked along the road, discussing what happened. Our hero knew that Ken Hwan's technique was similar to Ho Myung's technique, and if he does everything right, he will be able to get the equipment. As the men walked along, discussing their victory, someone snuck up behind them. It was So Moon-il, who had been watching the fight the whole time. The man grinned ominously, clearly plotting something evil.